choice. So persistent effects of school choice as a result of a one-time intervention. But there is some suggestive evidence that the private school students chose higher ranked schools, so this might not be, significantly different, these two point estimates, and that could be because of low power that we have here. But there is suggestive evidence that private school students chose higher ranked schools relative to the public school students, and that could have been the reason that you see these differences in learning outcomes as a result of the intervention as compared to the public school students. So we run a bunch of robustness checks. One is we have a huge concern about high and selective attrition. And so we do our inverse probability weights, we look at Lee bounds, our results seem to be significant and continue to be robust. And we also use bootstrap standard errors because we have small clusters that we're looking at and the results still go through. So to summarize, the test scores in private schools improved in our instance when we provided information on relative school quality to both parents as well as the schools. And so, to go back to what the literature says about these kinds of interventions, there are two papers which are most often cited in this area of work. One is by Banerjee and co-authors, which was an intervention that they did in Uttar Pradesh in India way back in early 2000, where they found absolutely no impact of that intervention on learning outcomes. And that intervention was aimed essentially at inducing greater participation on the part of the households in the public schooling system. So the information that they were providing to the households was, how is your public school performing relative to, on average, relative to public school, let's say in another market, so in another set of village councils, and whether it's doing, and so you have information only on the public schooling system. You don't have information on private versus public or the relative quality of the schools within the market that you are interested in. So that was a very disappointing result, because essentially it told us that no matter how, given that there is no incentive on the part of the public schooling system to respond to any community pressure, you're not going to see any improvements in learning outcomes. Right? So, and the community itself doesn't seem to be induced or shaken up enough to put pressure on the public schooling system to force them to perform. And I think what is nice about the intervention that we see over here is, yes, we see a similar effect in the sense that we don't see an improvement in public schooling outcomes. But what is encouraging is that we see this change in the mobility of the students as a result of this intervention, which is telling us that when you have some information available on the relative quality of schooling within the market that you are looking at, then there are some margins on which even these constrained households can respond. And although it doesn't seem to be sufficient to improve learning outcomes, which we think could be happening because their choice set is constrained given and I'm not giving you numbers over here which would compare the household which sent their children to the public schools as opposed to the ones that send them to the private school, but it is in the paper where it shows very starkly that the demographics that we're looking at are very different between these two groups of households. And but it is encouraging on the other hand. So that takes me to the other paper, which Jishnu actually referred to in his presentation yesterday, which in Pakistan, they provided information on relative quality of schools in the entire market, and they see these tremendous effects on learning outcomes but they see it both for the public as well as the private schools, which we unfortunately don't do here. So what is happening that what could be the reason why we don't see public schools students' learning outcomes improving in this particular intervention, whereas it happened in another intervention in a different context? One reason for that could be that what we think might be happening is why is it that you don't see this, as I said, the public schools are not responding here, because the intervention, the way we designed it was, it was not a community mobilization. It did not tell the schools that, look, this is going to happen next year as well, that this is not public information, this is private information that is being provided. And so it is possible that there was less incentive on the part of the schools to respond to that intervention. So what we can say, at least from this, okay, because it didn't go off. Okay, so I'm going to finish. The private provision seems that at least it's important to provide this information to both sides of the market. And our results seem to be driven completely by household responsiveness. I've not shown you the results here, but we don't see anything happening in terms of the school's responsiveness, either in terms of inputs or teacher effort. And the punchline for us really is, can markets be leveraged to improve service delivery in the long run? Can we create competition between the public and the private schools, for example, through voucher programs, which will induce both the public schooling system and the private schooling system to respond in terms of improving the quality of the services they're providing? Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation to talk today here. I am going to present a paper on a structural estimation that we did on an experiment in Sindh, Pakistan. The experiment that we did was an experiment in which entrepreneurs created schools in locations that there were not existed before, new schools, and the government provide per pupil subsidies to these schools. So I present those results in the first RISE conference, the results from the experiments. Again, what I'm going to present today is the results of a structural estimation that we are doing using the data from the experiment. This is a joint work with David Baxley, Matt Hoover, Lee Linden, Dushan Raju, and Stephen Ryan. What is the motivation? The motivation is the following. In this experiment, we are creating the market, a new market. So before, in a village, in a part of a village, there was no school, and we create a new school. That can disrupt the whole dynamic of education in that market. But something that is important is that the entrepreneurs choose the inputs that they want to choose. So the decision of hiring how many female teachers or male teachers, the decision of having a facility that have toilets or not, the decision to have X or Y input is totally endogenous to the entrepreneurs. And what we are trying to do in this structural estimation is the following. We are trying to determine how the entrepreneur choose those inputs, and then we are going to try to find the solution of the social planner, and we are trying to compare the solution of the social planner vis-a-vis the solution of the private entrepreneur. So very briefly, I am going to discuss the experiment. I'm going to tell you very briefly the results from the experiment, and then I'm going to dive into the results of the structural estimation. The intervention was the following. The program is the Promoting Low-Cost Private Schooling in Rural Sindh, PPRS. The entrepreneurs proposed villages in which to create the schools. They have to show that there is no primary school between 1.5 kilometers in radius. They have to show proven demand. They have to tell us there are 2 female teachers willing to teach in my school, and they have to show us adequate facilities. Once we better the conditions, the school is opened, and they cannot charge tuition to any students. They admit students from 5 to 9, and that we give the subsidy to those ones. And we try 2 experiments, one in which we give a uniform subsidy, in which we pay 350 rupees, which is approximately $5 per month per child. And we try another arm of the experiment, which was a gender differentiated subsidy to induce more enrollments of girls. The program is run by the Scene Education Foundation. The Scene Education Foundation vetted the entrepreneurs, and the foundation visit the schools to make a head count of kids, and that's where they pay the subsidy. The experiment that we did, we received in late 2008, we made the call for application, and we received 237 potential locations of the new schools. We collect information in April 2009. 39 large cities were out of the sample of the experiment, and at the end, the analytical sample is 199 villages. We randomize among them, and we have 82 villages with the gender uniform subsidy. We have 79 with the differential subsidy, and we have 38 control villages. The school started in summer 2009. We have a first follow-up at the census village June 2010, and we have a second follow-up in 2011. So what was the effect of this? The effect of this was massive increment in enrollment rates of the order of between 50 to 30 percentage points in enrollment rate in the village that we create the schools. And we have massive effects in test scores. We apply test scores that we borrow from Punjab Foundation, and we apply the test scores for these kids, and we have massive effects in test scores of the order of 0.6 standard deviation in test scores. So that is the experiment. Now before that, so we didn't find any effect, differential effects between boys and girls, meaning that both boys and girls, the effects of enrollment and test scores were the same. So we didn't have the differential effects, but both of them benefit highly from this intervention. School characteristics, and that is a nice segue to the structural estimation. So in the second follow-up, we tried to see what are the difference between these schools, the schools that the program is promoting, versus public schools. And basically, we find 2 stories that are well documented by research by Gisnu and other people in this room, in which one of the main drivers of these private schools are female teachers. These schools seem to have better infrastructure than the public ones. These schools tend to hire teachers that have less experience and less formal education. So we start thinking about this, and we said, okay, what if we try to find how the entrepreneurs choose these inputs? This is a very endogenous process. And we try to find how did they choose the inputs, and then we try to say, okay, if a social planner will choose these inputs, how the social planner will use. So the structural estimation consists in 4 steps. I'm going to go in more detail, but I want you to keep that in your mind where we are heading. First, we are trying to estimate the demand for these characteristics. You have to think that families are demanding the characteristics of these schools. Based on those characteristics, we can solve the problem of the entrepreneur. Why? Because the entrepreneur will choose one characteristics that will give them revenue in the sense that families will come to the school, but it has a cost. It has the cost of producing that characteristics. Then we estimate a model in which we link the characteristics to test scores, and the social planner, everything, the decision of the social planner is based in test scores. I'm going to tell you why that's the case. So the first step, we use a very simple logic model in which we have a logic random utility model. We have the student I in school J with characteristics X, have a certain utility. We estimate these parameters. We have student characteristics like gender, age, distance from household to school, and in the school characteristics, we have a large vector of characteristics, which are here. So we include toilet, drinking water, electricity, if the student is female, the student of age of the student, distance, a percentage of teachers with less than 5 years of experience, percentage of teachers with more than 10 years of experience, percentage of teachers with post-secondary education, percentage of teacher female, percentage of teacher time of teacher teaching, average teacher absence more than 4 days per week, and interactions between gender and some of these characteristics. One thing that is important here is two things that these results are showing is that for girls students, availability of toilets is very important. And that has been shown in a lot of research. Second idea that is important is that for female students, for girls students, having a female teacher is important. Female teachers induce higher enrollment especially from girls, and male teachers induce a higher enrollment from boys. So given those estimates, what we can do is the following. Again, the entrepreneur have this demand for these characteristics, and the entrepreneur will offer that characteristic if the enrollment rate, the marginal gain from enrollment is higher than the marginal cost of providing that characteristics. And we observe certain characteristics chosen by the entrepreneur, and we use the structural model since we need to recalculate the expected distribution of students across all contrafactuals of these characteristics. So think that we are manipulating these schools, and we said in equilibrium, what if this school didn't choose to have 20% female teachers, but 40%? We change that, and we see what will happen in equilibrium with the number of kids going to that school. And we have, doing that exercise in equilibrium, we have some sort of bounding cost, which are the following. Let me explain, for instance, this one, which is one of the most important ones. So, sorry. A female teacher. The entrepreneur is deciding between having a female teacher versus having a male teacher. This number that is negative is indicating that the entrepreneur is saving money having these female teachers vis-a-vis having a male teacher in their school. And it is saving money, but there is a tension. Remember that I said to you that female teachers attract girls and male teachers attract boys. The entrepreneur is trying to solve a problem. There is a trade-off between having a female teacher that will induce girls that will have some revenue, but having a male teacher will induce boys that have revenues. So this coefficient is indicating that the strategy of having a female teacher is reduced cost for them. Having a teacher that has less than 7 years of experience also is cost saving for the entrepreneur. And the other ones, water, toilet, post-secondary, and having teachers that are not absent for more than 4 days are all positive costs for the entrepreneurs. So we have pieces of the demand side, we have pieces of the supply side, and what is the problem of the social planner? The social planner have a stark difference from the private solution. The private solution of the entrepreneurs is to choose characteristics X such that the marginal cost will be lower than the marginal benefit of having that characteristic X. The social planner has to take into account not only the producer, but also the consumer and the society as a whole. And the society as a whole has two components. One is that if these schools have, for instance, a higher education, and there is returns to education in the future in the sense of higher wages, the social planner will take that into consideration. And of course, there is also externalities from education. So the problem of the social planner is to maximize the consumer surplus, the producer surplus, and the social value. The consumer surplus comes from the demand estimation, and we show that the consumer surplus can be approximated with the compensated variation, which we estimate using the coefficients of the demand estimation. Then we have the producer surplus that I told you how we constructed is the revenues from from having these characteristics S, and then the social value is the interesting ones. So we are doing the following. These schools are having a huge impact in test scores. So what we are trying to do is to link test scores to what is the equivalent of test scores in more years of education, and we link that more years of education to estimates of returns to education. So if schools producing high quality of education in terms of test scores, that has to be reflected in the long term in higher income in the terms of higher wages. And we have to connect two pieces of information. One is estimates of the return of years of education. We have a paper of Montenegro and Patrinos in 2014, which calculate low and high bound of extra year of education in Pakistan of 6.8% and 10.8%, and the paper of Natalie and Jisnu that said that an additional year of education is associated with a test score improvement of 0.4. So we linked those two pieces of information, and we said, okay, let's assume that the test that they have is similar to our test. That's a huge assumption, but it's what we have. And we said, okay, given our estimates of impact of test scores, that translate in that many years of education, that translate in this amount of wages. So in we have the estimated of the production function of education, and basically the dependent variable is the standardized test score, and the toilet availability is important. It is important to have teachers that have less experience. It is important to have female teachers. The female coefficient is marginal significant. It is important to have teachers with higher post-secondary education in the production of these test scores. So to recap, we have this piece, which is the consumer surplus. We have this piece that is the producer surplus, and we have the social planner solution. What is the solution of the social planner? So the solution of the social planner, this means, let's concentrate in the last two rows. It's saying how much surplus the social planner will generate per year per school, and it's this number. And this is the solution of the private entrepreneur. Those two numbers, the difference is 10%, more or less. So the social planner produces a solution that is 10% higher than the private entrepreneurs, which is quite remarkable, because it's telling that basically the solution of the social planet that is driven by, hey, test scores, quality of education that have impacts future, that also maximize consumer surplus, that also maximize producer surplus. That solution is very similar to the solution of a private entrepreneur that's saying, what maximize my profit? So it's very remarkable. How the social planner will find that solution? It will say, okay, I am going to put all the schools with toilet, with drinking water. I will put 60%, 68% of teachers being female, not 100, because of the tension of if I put 100% female, I will discourage boys to come. So there is a trade-off, and the social planner will put that. The social planner will put all the teachers with post-secondary education, will put all the teachers with lower experience. It will eliminate any teachers that have absenteeism. And if you compare those, what we observe actually in the data, the discrepancies are not that much. Interesting discrepancies are, for instance, in the percentage of female teachers. Right now, 48% in the private solution are female teachers. In the social planner will be higher. So, and all the solution of the social planner is driven by the high impact of future income that society will see from a higher quality of education. Part of the solution is to increase the test scores in the short run, and the social planner, when the social planner choose more female teachers, it will reduce the cost of, in general, these schools. So let me finalize with the following. So what we find is something that is, for me, quite remarkable. You have a social planner that is thinking, how can I increase quality of education because that will have impact in the whole society, versus a solution of the private agent that says, how can I increase my profit? And the solutions in choosing the characteristics are very similar. The second point that for me is important is a lot of the drivers of these schools are due to female teachers. It's the female labor that are making possible two comparable, apparently, maximization problems. The social planner choose female teachers because they are very effective in producing high test results, and the entrepreneur choosing female teachers because they are cost saving in these schools. So let me finalize with something. These results are indicating that Pakistan is in a very important moment in which they have a huge opportunity. And the huge opportunity is all this labor of high qualified females that is there, that both society as a whole will benefit, and the whole society will benefit. Thank you.
Hi, you can hear me? Excellent. Since I'm sure to be short of time, I'll start talking as the slides appear. So this is joint work with Jishnu Das, and I couldn't have asked for a better introduction because Felipe has already cited this paper in his talk. And so this paper is really motivated by a very important policy question that a lot of you have actually alluded to during the conference. And this question is how to recruit and reward teachers. So a lot of the time we think maybe we should increase teacher salaries, and therefore maybe we should increase teacher salaries and get higher quality teachers to come into the profession. In a very influential report by McKinsey, Auguste et al. Say money is the most powerful lever in attracting and retaining top-fold students. But on the other hand, paying teachers more is expensive, and we don't really have a lot of evidence on whether this would actually result in better people coming into the profession and raising student test scores. And in particular, we have very little evidence in low middle income countries. And in part, this is due to the lack of matched teacher-student data. And so we're going to be very lucky in this paper because we can use this LEAPS data that Jishnu alluded to yesterday, which is going to actually allow us to follow students and teachers over 4 years. So in this paper, we use the LEAPS data to estimate the importance of teachers for child learning. In so doing, we replicate a large literature in the US that shows that teachers are extremely important for learning. And we're going to be able to estimate teacher value added for both public and private schools. And to my knowledge, we're going to be some of the first people to do this in the private sector. And we're going to see what correlates with teacher value added. And this is really important because we want to check whether the teacher characteristics that are rewarded by higher salaries are actually the characteristics that positively affect student learning. Once we do that, we're going to look at the effect of a policy in Pakistan which lowered teacher salaries for new teachers by 35%. And so yesterday, you saw a really interesting paper where they doubled teacher salaries for existing teachers. So they were changing salaries on the intensive margin. We're going to be changing salaries for incoming teachers. So changing them on the extensive margin and changing who, and therefore potentially changing who actually applies to teaching positions. And this is going to let us get at the question of whether lower teacher wages would actually induce low quality teachers as measured by student test scores to enter the teaching profession. So this relates to quite a lot of literature in economics. We're going to be replicating a great deal of literature on teacher quality in the US. We're going to relate to a large literature on contract teachers, which many people in this room have contributed to. I can see Justin outside. And as I mentioned, we're going to very closely related to this study of the effect of teacher wages on the intensive margin. We're also going to contribute to a literature that thinks about the premium in wages for working in the public sector. And so in OECD countries, the premium for public sector wages is usually estimated at 5 to 10%. This contrasts with low middle income countries where the premium is often 300 to 500%. And so when we try and take lessons from places like the US about teacher salaries, we have to keep in mind that this is a really different context. Salaries here are much higher than GDP per capita. Just to see this in graphical form, this is just a histogram of teacher salaries in Pakistan and Punjab in 2004. In light gray, you have government salaries, and in black, you have private school salaries. And you can see that essentially every government school teacher makes more money, with the exception of some very poor people over there, than every private school teacher. So teachers are compensated much more in the public sector than in the private sector, which would be their natural outside option. So let me tell you a little bit more about this LEAPS data. Essentially, we're going to be using 2 key surveys, which were administered in 112 villages in Punjab, Pakistan, over 4 years. And we have the universe of schools in these villages, and this includes both public schools and private schools, and we observe every teacher who works in these schools. We have data on the teacher characteristics, and for a subset of the teachers, we have data on those students' test scores. And this is using tests that we standardize and administered to the students ourselves. So they're the same across all the schools. And so this is going to give us test scores for 23,000 unique children in the public schools and about 10,000 children in private schools. And so just a little bit more about these tests. We administered them in English, mathematics, and Urdu. And they were low stakes, so students and teachers had no incentive to cheat. These weren't the national exams that you guys have been hearing so much about yesterday. And for those of you who love psychometrics, we use item response theory to grade these tests. And interestingly, not only did we test these students with these primary school level tests, we also tested the teachers. And you might imagine that if you give a teacher a test designed for a 3rd grader in Pakistan, that every teacher is going to get 100%. But it turns out that that's not the case. And in fact, the bottom 5% of teachers perform worse than a primary school student in the 95th percentile. So there's real variation in these teacher test scores. So now that we have this test data, we can try and back out a measure of teacher importance. And so we're going to model a child's learning as being a function of their past learning, their classroom quality, any kind of yield shock, so was this a good yield or bad yield, any kind of grade shock, so if I'm in a later grade, maybe I learn more, and idiosyncratic student shock. And basically what we want to back out here is the effect of the classroom quality, which is going to combine both my peers in the classroom and the quality of the teacher. And so to do that, we'll regress student test scores on their past test scores, year fixed effects, and grade fixed effects, and we're going to attribute the average test score gains in the classroom, once you control for those things, to the classroom effect. And then we can look at what the variance of these classroom effects is, and that's going to give us a measure of the effect on student test scores of being in a 1 standard deviation better classroom. Basically tell us how much heterogeneity is there and how learning is being produced. And similarly, we can look at the part of this classroom quality that's invariant over time, so the part that must come from the teacher, and use that to get the effect of having a 1 standard deviation better teacher. And then using the same framework, we can estimate that invariant component directly, and that's what we're going to call the teacher value added. This is a measure of the predicted test score gains for a student of being assigned to a given teacher. Okay, so turns out that both the classroom and teacher effects are big. On average, being in a 1 standard deviation better classroom increases a student's yearly test score gains by about 1/3 of a standard deviation. Having a 1 standard deviation better teacher increases their test score gains by about 0.16 standard deviations. So these are big effects. And they're also remarkably similar to effects that people have seen in many other contexts. And this slide is missing one row because you're going to see a paper later on that also estimates this in Uganda. And basically across the board, you see estimates of the effect of having a 1 standard deviation better teacher, running from about 0.1 standard deviations in Ecuador, going up to about 0.15 to 0.12 in Pakistan. So the effects we find are very similar to what people have seen in the United States, in Ecuador, and as you'll see in Uganda. So there seems we're a little bit higher than what you see in the US, and this probably makes sense in that Pakistan is a context where there's probably greater variation in teacher quality. But across the board, it seems to be around the world, the effect of having a 1 standard deviation better teacher on test scores is really quite similar. So then if we estimate our measure of teacher productivity, this teacher value added, we can now look at how it associates with teacher characteristics, and we can see which characteristics predict having a higher teacher value added. Additionally, to look at the effect of experience, instead of just looking at teacher value added, which is a time invariant measure, we can look within teachers and say, okay, I saw you over 4 years. How much better did your students do when you had an extra year of experience than when you were just starting out as a teacher? So we can say within that teacher, what was the effect of an additional year of experience? And so, remarkably for both private and public school teachers, we find that the characteristics that you would typically think that they matter, like education and teacher training, are not associated with higher teacher value added at all. Some of you are thinking this isn't remarkable, I've read the US literature. So actually this is a quite common result. We do find that teacher content knowledge, as measured by this primary school exam, really matters. And so if we don't adjust these measures for measurement error, a 1 standard deviation higher teacher test score predicts a 0.09 standard deviation higher teacher value added. If we do adjust these for measurement error, we get effects on the order of 0.3 standard deviations. And this is very consistent with work by Tessa Board and co-authors in Africa. In terms of experience, we find large and nonlinear effects of experience. So having a teacher who only has 0 to 1 years of experience actually has an effect of negative 0.6 standard deviations on your test scores. Having a really inexperienced teacher is terrible. But after the first 2 years are over, basically experience has no more additional effect. So these are really nonlinear effects. They're really coming from the first 2 years of teaching. So our results here rely on the assumption that our estimates of teacher productivity are actually good estimates of the test score gains for a student of being assigned to a teacher. In the paper, we do a lot of work to try and test this, and I won't bore you with all of it, but I'll just say that we do find that there isn't any predictive power of a student's future teacher for their current teacher's value added, which suggests that they're not selectively sorting to particular teachers, which would bias our results. And we find that a student's teacher's value added is a very strong predictor of their test score gains when they're assigned to that teacher. And you would expect a coefficient of about 1 if our model was exactly correct. You find that having a 1 standard deviation higher teacher value added predicts a test score gain of about 0.85, so very close to 1. So these do seem to be capturing something real about teacher productivity. So what do we know? Well, across the board in Pakistan, US, Ecuador, and Uganda, as you'll see later today, we see that teachers are important and teachers are heterogeneous. And we also see that teachers' observed characteristics don't really explain a lot of teacher productivity. We find that early experience matters. I think that they don't test this in Uganda, but feel free to yell at me if I mischaracterize you guys. And we've showed that content knowledge really matters. And while we see this in Tessa Bold and Kalafo's study, this is a relatively new result. And we think one of the reasons we see this effect, while other people don't, is because we're testing the teachers on the actual material that the students are tested on. So this isn't necessarily, so things like testing teacher IQ or your knowledge of college level math may be a lot less relevant to how well you teach primary school students than your knowledge of primary school material. So now we can turn and look at what determines teacher salaries in the public and private sector. And so we just regress teacher salaries on teacher productivity measured by TVA and other characteristics. Consistent with what Felipe has told you in Jishnu's other work, we find that female teachers make a lot less in the private sector than male teachers. And we find that there's large rewards to having education in both the public and private sector. Teachers with a bachelor's degree plus make about 20 to 30% more. However, in the public sector, there's no association between teacher value added and teacher wages. Higher quality teachers are not compensated any more than lower quality teachers. On the other hand, in the private sector, a higher quality teacher does receive a significantly higher wage, about 11% higher for a standard deviation of student test score gains. So this suggests to us that there might be substantial money on the table. It looks like teacher wages aren't really rewarding the teacher characteristics that actually produce test score gains. And they're also not incentivizing teachers to work harder because teachers who produce higher teacher value added don't actually get paid more. Now, this doesn't mean that if you lowered teacher wages, though, that you would get equivalently good teachers. It could still be the case that if we lowered wages, much worse people would apply to the profession. And so, to check this, we're going to take advantage of a natural experiment in Pakistan. And so, we're going to look at a hiring regime change in Pakistan that followed unexpected nuclear tests in 1998. This is going to allow us to look at the joint effect of a salary decrease combined with potentially greater accountability. Because this regime change basically led to a financial crisis in Punjab. And in response to this financial crisis, they froze hiring for about 4 years, from 1998 to 2002. And starting in 2002, they hired basically all teachers on temporary contracts at 35% lower salaries. And so to look at the effects of being hired on a lower salary as a contract teacher, we're going to compare the teachers who were hired right before the regime change, so in 1998, to teachers who are hired right after in 2002. And just to give you a sense that this was a big and unexpected shock, this is in billions of US dollars, dollar deposits in Pakistan. You can see they're increasing quite a bit until the nuclear test, and then they really go down. So people didn't see this coming, and it was big. Okay, and so to tell you a bit more about this contract program, contract teachers are hired on 3 to 5 year contracts. Officially, renewals were based on performance, but luckily for us, Cyan actually interviewed the teachers and asked them, do you think your renewal is based on performance? And only 45% of the teachers agreed. And there was no formal process at the time for regularizing contract teachers. So in 2009, 71% of teachers said the job did not offer them an opportunity for professional growth. And in our data, 95% report sorry, in his data, 95% report working on a temporary contract for more than 3 years. So in the pre-2010, these teachers didn't really expect to be promoted. It turns out, though, later that they actually do get promoted after, I believe, they win a court case. So to see the effect of this regime change on teacher contracts, you can see that prior to 1998, virtually nobody is hired on a temporary contract. It's only about 10% of teachers. But starting in 2002, between 80 and 90% of teachers are hired on this contract. So this was a huge shock to how hiring was done in this country. On the other hand, even though these teachers are now being hired on temporary contracts, we don't see any substantial changes in these teacher characteristics following this break. There's some trends going on over time where the teaching force is generally getting more female, but none of these trends changed statistically significantly between 1998 and 2002. And just to see this in regression form, you can see that, as we would expect, salaries really fell following the regime change. But once we zoom in and look at teachers hired right around this regime change, we don't find any real changes in the teachers' characteristics. Now, what about teacher productivity? We can take our teacher value-added estimates and do the same thing. We can say, how does teacher value-added look for people hired in 2002 relative to people hired in 1998? And you can see there's really no evidence here that teacher productivity is going down. If we look within schools, so comparing two teachers who work in the same school, one hired on a temporary contract and one not, if anything, we see that teacher quality went up a little bit following the regime change. So there's certainly no evidence that by reducing salaries by 35%, we attracted worse people into the profession. And so this is again the same thing in regression form. We virtually never, when we work within school, in fact, not virtually, we never, when we work within schools, find any negative effect of being taught by a contract teacher on student test scores. And in fact, when we look at the most experienced contract teachers in our data, so remember that our data set spans 2003 to 2007. So if we look at teachers who are hired in 2007, we're only looking at them when they're really inexperienced and they're probably doing the worst they're going to do. If we zoom in and look at the teachers who are hired in 2002 and 2003, our most experienced teachers, we actually start to see positive effects of the contract teacher program. So while we wouldn't necessarily conclude that this definitely had positive effects, we think we can rule out that it had any negative effect on student learning. Now, you might say, fine, I believe you that the teachers hired in 2002 were no worse than those hired in 1998. But that could be because people had already made their investments in teacher training, they'd already made career decisions. Maybe over time things change. And therefore, we also want to see if the quality of incoming contract teachers is declining. So to do this, we're basically going to say if we compare contract teachers when they always had low experience, are the guys who get hired in 2007 worse than the guys who got hired in 2002? And we find no evidence that this is the case. There's no declining quality for the contract teachers as they get hired. Okay. Jishnu gave me permission to put it to a vote if I could continue past the timer, but I think I'm actually going to manage to conclude on time. So unfair. Okay. So we replicate a lot of other work showing that teacher quality is important, and we show that this is true in low-income countries as well as in the US, where much of the work has been done. Just as in the United States, we find that experience matters for for student learning. And we also find another observed characteristic matters, which is content knowledge. We show that teacher salaries are not related to teacher quality in the public sector, but we find that they are in the private sector, which potentially offers us some insight into why private schools might be performing better in these contexts. And we show that students of teachers hired with 35% lower salaries actually do as well or better than the students of the teachers who are hired at the higher salaries. And this suggests that these high teacher salaries, where there's a 500% gap between the public and private sector in Pakistan, could actually represent rents for these teachers. And a policy where you just increase teacher salaries without any other interventions probably wouldn't result in greater student test scores. Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me okay? All right, thanks for the opportunity to share this work with you. This is joint work with Pedro Carnero from UCL, Pamela Jervis at Institute of Fiscal Studies, and Todd Pugash from Oregon State University. This is about school readiness, and it's a work that was commissioned by the Ministry of Education in Gambia to help guide their decision as of how to scale up the ECD program, Early Childhood Investment Program, but more of a preschool program type. Okay. Now, when we talk about school readiness, you might think about, you would think about very comprehensive processes like Head Start in the US here with the goal of getting kids ready by the first grade, maybe being able to write a little bit and being familiar with the alphabet, these type of things. But in many African countries, there are also really basic and more crucial issues pertaining to the instructional language itself. Like many kids have their first contact with the instructional language during their first year of primary school. Right? That makes it even more complicated. Even though they might be able to count and do simple operation in their mother tongue language, they might not be able to do the same in English. So this, some recent data from the Gambia, when you ask about the languages that are spoken at home, English is like 1%. They don't use it. And the kids, and most of the kids are not ready to speak English and express themselves in English when they start their education. Now, you can think about many ways to address this. One way is to go along the route of using their mother tongue language because they speak it and they know how to express themselves in those languages. But there are issues with that. In the Gambia, that issue is to less extent because there are 3 languages mainly that could cover pretty much the whole country. But if you take a country like my own, we are 7 million people and you have 30 plus languages. Now, you go figure out how you're going to organize classes and schools and find the right teachers that will speak the right language in the class that also have kids that speak different languages. So that could be very, very complex. But the Gambia is doing that already. Like they set up some time on the timetable to divide students by ethnic group languages that they speak and give an hour or 2 of instruction to ensure that they reinforce the learning processes. Now, the other considerations are also can be even political, right? Some think this could also reinforce ethnic identity, for example, which is an issue at the national level that many governments are working hard to address. But even if you do this very well, you still don't necessarily address the other component of ECD, necessarily like getting the kids ready to do maybe simple operation, word recognition, and small things before they start the first grade. The second option is to really try and figure a way and have an affordable early childhood investment program, and that's what the Gambia was trying to do here, as well as a second track where they would integrate as part of the primary education system a kindergarten type program for children aged 3 to 6 before they get into the education system. Now, this is the landscape in the Gambia before we started this study. So there are a few instances where there is an annex attached to a school, and then they will hire a facilitator, a teacher, who will take care of children aged 3 to 6 and teach them ABC and what they need to be ready for primary school. Right? Usually it's free. I put here little to no tuition because, money is fungible, and sometimes they ask for voluntary contribution of parents. I don't know how voluntary it is all the time, so that's why I put little to no tuition, but officially there's no tuition attached to that. There is a private provision that is very limited, usually in large cities, and by large city, we basically mean the capital city here. And they charge higher tuition, and then a third option is at the community level, often run by NGOs, that try to support the communities, get the kids ready for school. Overall, we estimate that maybe 22% of children have access to one or the other versions of this program. And in this study, what the government want to do is they've made the political decision that this is important, this is crucial. We need to have it as part of the primary education program. It needs to be national and it needs to be standard for everyone. But the question is, which one should we pursue? That is the question that they were asking. And the two options on the table was, should we expand the ECD annexes for every primary school, have a classroom for children 3 to 6, or should we try to expand, because there were quite a number of anecdotal reporting on how effective the community-based level version work as well, or whether they should reverse completely and try to have this program much closer to the community, and then run run in a different fashion than the ECD, and I will describe that going forward. So that's what they wanted to do. Like I said, they want the program to emphasize cognitive stimulation. They've gathered experts, both national and international, to develop a very comprehensive curriculum called the Gambian Open and Active Learning Spaces. It's a very comprehensive curriculum for children 3 to 6, and that will be official and standard across the board. So the question is, which approach to address, which one should we scale up? And that's how, I must confess, this was a very tough question, because what they were ready to do was to build some new community-based centers for the purpose of the experiment, but no new annexes. They didn't have the resources to build additional new annexes. So you put that together with the question that they're asking as a researcher, you're like, okay, you understand that I cannot give you a fully comprehensive and causal answer to your question. They are yes, but that's the question we are interested in. We try to ask whether we should run a larger experiment focusing exclusively on the community-based one, because then it will be the most rigorous, and we'll get, because all is new, there's no selection, all the annexes, all the existing annexes are pre-selected into existence. We try to ask them to document to us how the annexes were built. Basically, that documentation was going nowhere. Like, there's no, I mean, you can get a few reporting here and there as of when and why the decision was made, but not in a comprehensive way. So you put this together, it's very hard to answer the question that they want, but that is the question that they want to answer. So what we've decided to do is, okay, one down there should be 3. What we've decided to do is first to run 2 experiments to try to see which of the 2 approaches will deliver better the curriculum that they've developed. The curriculum was new, never implemented yet, and they're trying to develop that. And they're trying to implement that. Okay, so we will have we will have one experiment where it will be community-based, and in randomly selected communities, we sample the communities for them. They will build the ECDs, and then we'll have a control communities where you don't have such an option available. In the annex experiment, we stuck with the annexes that we have. We split them randomly in 2 groups, and all are subjected to the curriculum, but we have much more intensive training with what we call annex treatment group in this particular case. Not that we were withholding training for the control, but also some of these decisions are made based on the resource constraint. The training couldn't be delivered to all at the same time. So we will run these 2 experiments. Then we will try to use some propensity score matching and try to see, how kids who otherwise, based on observable, look alike in these 2 experiments fare in the. And so this is almost cross-experimental comparison here, but obviously we'll have to rely on some assumptions, but that's what we have here, because we have to again answer the central question, which is which one should we go for at the end of the day. Then we've agreed also with the ministry that even if we had the most rigorous answers to these questions, number one, through this experiment, number one and number two, that in itself might not be a strong enough basis to decide that you should basically roll one versus the other one. So we agree that there are a number of qualitative considerations to take into account in relation to implementation and also how the curriculum is being delivered in these two contexts. So we'll gather these three information and then advise the government on what to do. So I will not spend time on the literature, but the only thing I wanted to say there is that we have to be careful in transposing the finding from one place to another. Again, this issue of instructional language, kid not being even familiar with the instructional language, is something that could drive all the difference that you could get from the countries that are facing that situation and countries that aren't. And it's really widespread. I myself in my country basically first learned my French word in the first grade. Okay, so it's not like a rare or uncommon issue. So it's very very important to keep that in mind. So so they've developed this this curriculum. This is some details about the program itself, 4 hours per day, 40 weeks a year, and then there will be a monthly community and parent, and then the facilitators meeting to debrief on how the kids are doing. The training, there were 3 trainings, 3 intensive training, but a whole unit was set up within the ministry to be in charge of this process, and they will go every month and make sure they are also available to answer questions from the centers. So the sample, this is what we had as sample. You will see that the sample is much smaller for the annexes, but that's because this is the total number of annexes in the country at that time. In terms of data, so we sampled 16 households and kids, but the service was provided to a larger number of kids. We relying on the Malawi Development Assessment Tool, MDAT, that measure fine motor skill and also language skill as our main variable of interest when we are comparing these experiments. When we are assessing impact in these experiments. So the scoring. So this is just one example of the test. You can see, for example, item number 25. Can the child screw and unscrew a jar? And then you say yes or no. And then we have a number of, and this is not asking the question to the mother or to the child. You sit with the child, sometime with the mother or the father or some sibling around, and then you go through this whole process. It takes hours to implement this test for just one child. So the language component will have type of questions like this. So for example, number 19, can the child name 5 items from the basket? So we'll have a basket full of a number of items, and then whether the child can name them. And then that will create the language scoring. Now, experiment number 1, and the timeline is about 2 years that we had to do this. So no effect on the community-based experiment. All our point estimates tend to be negative, but not significant in any cases. So the top row is the baseline measurement, and then the bottom is at the end line. For the annexes, it's the same, more or less, with the exception that the point estimate systematically were positive, but also never significant. Now, the next thing so the first conclusion is that we don't have any evidence, any strong evidence one way or the other that in terms of delivering the curriculum, that one model is better than the other, but with the exception that the point estimate were suggestive of maybe something something happening on the annex side, more likely to happen on the annex side. So then we go on to do a cross-experimental comparison, which is what the government is also interested in. And I must say that, again, I'm showing you only these results, but they were interested in much more than this. At which stage of delivery of the curriculum, the teachers are, what difficulties they had in delivering different sections of the curriculum. All those things are very important, but I thought maybe less relevant here. But we took all these information into account to make the recommendation that needed to be made in this case. So we match students across experiment now, because these are two populations of students that self-selected into annexes in one experiment, and the other experiment, students that come from communities that had no options. So they are not, a priori, they're not the same. Then when we do the matching and make sure that, and ensure that we have an overlap of over 77% of the observation. And this is also not surprising, because there is quite some homogeneity. There is not like some are super wealthy and riding in the SUVs, and then others are no. Everyone is walking to school. Most parents are relatively poor. Some maybe have a little more resources than others. That's what we are talking about here. So that's another factor that we took into account in making the recommendation that, as economists, you will say huge self-selection issues here, because annexes, endogenously created, and then attendance to annexes also endogenous. There is a lot going on, and we don't disagree with that, but we also go look at very simple background characteristics of the population of students in these two groups. And again, even in places where we find differences that were tested significant, when you look at the economic significance of those differences, it's relatively small. So this kind of give us a little more confidence when we're making the comparison across these experiments. So then when we do that, under assuming that you accept the assumption that the condition on the observable that we use to match these students, that the assignment to these two type of experiment and group is relatively random in some ways, then we see clearly that there is a large effect coming from the annex treatment when we control for the baseline performance, because that is one of the things, unlike the socioeconomic characteristic, the baseline performance of these kids are very different, because you have one group that are attending annexes and learning, and another group that are staying home and learning as well, but very different contexts. So that was the main driver, which is one of the reasons why we control for that difference here, even though, and then the magnitude of the coefficient goes down, but continue to be significant. So with this difference, we're able to say that it looks like the ECD annexes will do a better job, and this was not driven by the curriculum, because whether we combine the two arms in the annexes or split them to compare them with the community, the effect was relatively stable. Now, there's a lot of caveat. Even in the conversation, through this process, I sympathize a lot with policymakers and even advisors. Like, you want to say something, there are 10 caveats, but you're not allowed to mention the caveat. You just, they just want the answer yes or no. You can't say yes, but no. Is it yes or no? That was very difficult. But for the qualitative aspect, we look at many things. Uptake, for example. When we look at uptake, there's no doubt in our mind that the community-based ECD program will do much better for access. Right? It was systematically overscribed. The primary schools are not usually immediate immediately next to the communities, and parents might not be comfortable sending 3 years old by themselves to school. 6 years old do go to school by themselves in small groups, so it makes it difficult. So staffing issues was a big problem, because one of the design of the community-based one was also that having a facilitator from within the community raises trust, because we're talking about people living there 3 years old with other people here. But it was very hard to find people from within the community who satisfied all the criteria that we set. So for example, we require high school degree, but we had to relax that like almost all the time to be able to find someone who can do that, and many quit as soon as they found a better job. The management aspect, very important. There is already a monitoring system set up in the education system to monitor primary schools. With the annexes, you don't need to add a layer of an administrative layer. You might just need to improve that. With the community-based one, you need the ECD unit that will be in charge of that, and that causes another layer of issues. And we thought that even peer effect, having the community facilitator being in a school and then having other adults teaching the primary school, create some community for him as well, instead of him being by himself isolated with the kid. So taking all these consideration, so we, I had to put cautiously here, but we recommended that they proceed with the annexes, and they agreed based on the evidence that we had. They are currently building those new annexes, and we're trying to see if there is a way to raise funds to set up an evaluation system that would allow them to adjust and make sure that the new one will deliver the same way the existing one are delivering as well. So, during that process, they've also drawn lessons from what we've done to find ways to refine the community-based version, because those communities will not have an annex overnight. So they're trying to refine that and continue that program until there is a primary school within the community, and then they will have an annex there. So this is the work and experiences that I wanted to share with you today. Thank you. Okay. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, let me get the next.
Okay, great. Thanks to all four of you for clear presentations and for staying on time. I'm just going to spend a minute or so trying to weave them together. So our first two presentations, I think, were both about trying to leverage the private sector. In the first talk, talking about whether that might be possible via the provision of information, and showing that actually within private sector schools, there's some evidence that school choice was done on the basis of information, and that might itself drive up quality. Felipe talked about his original experiment where new private schools were created. He talked about creating the market and leveraging the private sector there. And I think what was really, really insightful was showing us that how these schools were different from the existing public schools in terms of the characteristics, so female teachers, better infrastructure, hiring teachers with less experience, but that strikingly, the choices that were being made by those private schools on those dimensions were not actually that different from how a social planner would choose if a social planner was choosing them to maximize social welfare rather than purely profit. We then move on to Natalie's presentation, not so much about leveraging the private sector, but comparing the public and private sector. And what came out there was that there was no link between teacher value added and salaries in the public sector, but that there was in the private sector, which is quite striking. But even more striking was that when you actually reduce teacher salaries, which we saw that distribution where the public sector teachers were being paid much more than in the private sector, we didn't see any reduction in TVA after teachers were paid less. And then finally, a switch in terms of the level of education, moving from school education to ECD, and also a switch from comparing public and private to comparing community versus public or annex schools. And there, the clear answer that you gave at the end, even if you wanted to nuance it more, was that actually leveraging the community rather than the private sector might not be the way forward. So there are obviously similarities across the presentations there. So I'd like to now take questions from the audience for our 4 speakers. We have plenty of time here, around about 17 minutes to be precise. So let's take the first question at the back. One question here. And I'll do this section of the room first. So at the back, one here and one there. Those 3.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Hadi, and my question is to Felipe. Just for context, I've been working with Sindh Education Foundation, managing the PPRS project for a couple of years. So thank you so much for the presentation, first of all. It's very encouraging to see that Sindh and the program has been studied, and there has been some rigorous analysis done over there as well. My question is regarding teachers, first of all, and then the returns to education. Regarding teachers, in practice, what we have seen is that the market for teacher supply is very, very limited in rural Sindh, especially as you go deeper into remote areas. You just don't get a variety of teachers at different ranges of salaries who are willing to work and of different experiences. Considering that this program does have a requirement of 8th grade, and now which has increased now to 12th grade for teacher qualification, the supply of teachers is very limited. So how can then entrepreneurs choose teachers? Then how does that affect the model that you presented? Is there a choice in teachers at all? The second thing regarding returns to education, over there we have seen that in practice, in these remote areas, we have created a primary school, but we don't have continuing education. We don't have middle schools, which we can transition the students to. Secondly, extremely high dropout rates. So in that context, with high dropout rates, no continuing education, the assumption of returns to education at a later date, do you think that applies in the context of Sindh with the model that you've used?
Okay, great. At the front, the lady in the blue jacket.
Thanks. Is this working? Yeah. Thank you. I'm Rima Nair. I'm from the World Bank. I do have a question for 3 of the 4 speakers. I'll try to be fast. Thank you. First to Felipe. Felipe, it's thrilling to see this as, having been on the other side, can you hear?
I think you need to speak into it a little bit more.
Hello? Okay. So having sort of been part of the team that negotiated the PBRS program and the sort of rigor that goes with it in terms of evaluating, it's thrilling to see not only the experiment that was intended, but the fact that you've taken this to a next level to ask for further policy relevant questions. And that I have 2 sort of questions. One, wearing the hat of a referee, it did seem that that a lot of it hinged on the returns to education and the use of a parallel test, and you caveated, the massive difference in the test. The question is how, that does seem like a huge leap, that just the returns to education part, and if you were justifying this to a referee, or if you were to try to look at alternative ways of coming up with that, what would you do? The second question is, I like what you said in terms of the findings. I'm trying to go back to the policy on this, right? So what would you recommend? What would we say to the government now if we were to say, look, you're getting close to, but there was still, as I looked at the data, there was still some significant differences between the entrepreneur model and the social planner model, even on the female teacher, for example. Now that could be a very powerful recommendations, but have you given some thought to what might a policymaker think of if they wanted to get closer to mimicking the social planner sort of model? For Farzana, a quick question. You said that the school choice was important, but they were constrained in their choices, and so it wasn't completely clear to me if the households were then choosing schools with improved learning outcomes, because you suggested that learning outcomes were not being driven up as a result of the school choice, and that strikes me as very important to sort of figure out, and you seem to have more than you presented there. Musa, just one clarification, the discussion on costs never came up in your whole presentation, so the comparison of the 2 model on costs. Thank you.
Okay, 3 for 1 there. And the final one was next to Susanna.
Uh, Thank you. Thank you, the panel, for these insightful presentations. My comment is on my friend here from India. The picture painted was that private schools seem to be performing better than public. I just wanted to know, because the one variable which I thought should have been part of your research, the urban divide should have come out clear, so that we are able to compare what happens in rural and urban areas. And two, I just wanted to know, is there specific legislation on private schools in India? And finally, somebody yesterday said the words have got a meaning. I was excited here when the words I wanted to be mentioned were mentioned here. Words like market, entrepreneurship, and business in all this. These are key words and which are missing in our public schools the way they are run. There's no element of business orientation in managing these schools, and that's why it's business as usual, and they're not performing as expected. We need to coin in that business element, the business orientation, so that people, it doesn't mean money or getting profits, but the way you run your school will determine the kind of results you are going to churn out at the end of the day. So we need really to coin this, the business orientation in our public schools. Just a second, I want to give you a scenario. One time I was invaded by a group of head teachers from a certain district in our area who came and said they had come to report a head teacher of a certain private school who had taken all their children, all their students in his school. Then I was asked one question: what method did he use? Did he come with a vehicle, loaded the students and took them? The answer was no. Then I said, you go back and would you do one thing? I asked even some other questions. How many days do you report to the school? I was asking the teachers, and some of them said 1 or 2. I said, do you go and be at your school 5 days and see if there will be any difference? And what happened? After some time, students now started moving from the private school going to the government school. And why? Because the government schools are even better facilitated in terms of infrastructure, in terms of teaching staff, and so on and so forth. So we need to change, to start thinking outside the box and bring in the business element in management, our public schools. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, so let's go in order. I think the point about reactions to encouraging the entrepreneurship within public schools is one that can be put to all four of you. So, Fazana, do you want to start with the constraints on school choice and the urban versus rural?
So what I was trying to say in the conclusion was...
Is your mic on?
I don't
Can we have a handheld mic up at the front?
So, though the public school students were exercising school choice, okay, so you can hear me now. So, though the public school students were exercising school choice, we find them doing that. They're constrained in the sense that they are limited, given the financial constraints. They may not be able to choose necessarily the higher quality schools, which might they're more likely to be private schools which charge higher fees. So what we see is that the private school students who were exercising school choice were not just exercising school choice, but also better quality schools. So because your choice set as a public school student, because of your household budget constraint, you might be limited to choosing only public schools, which are on average lower quality than private schools. You can move, let's say, from the lowest ranked school to a middle ranked school, but you still can't go up all the way to a higher ranked school. And so the improvements in learning outcomes are not showing up because you're not choosing necessarily the higher end of the quality of schools, though you might be moving from, a very bad to a bad quality school. So that's what I was trying to say in terms of the constraints that the public school students might be facing, given the households are financially constrained relative to the private schools. The other question about, I think you asked something about rural versus urban schools. In terms of our experiment, it was restricted to rural schools. But I would like to make the point that, of course, in urban schools, choice is a much wider set. Also, mobility is likely to be much more in an urban context as opposed to a rural context. So conducting an experiment like this might become a bit of a challenge, because then you don't know how to define the market. It's easier to define the market in a rural context because of the restricted mobility, because of limited transport facilities. Most often the students would go within the boundaries of the village council. They don't very often go outside that, at least at the primary level, but it's only when they go to secondary and tertiary they would go outside the village boundary. But I totally agree with you that, and probably you would see bigger effects when you look at in the urban context, because the choice set is much wider. So, in that sense, I could say maybe the results you have here might be a lower bound as opposed to what we might see when we look at it in the urban context, but that would be conditional also on the information set that the parents already have. So typically in an urban context, maybe the information set of the parents is much bigger, and also they are better informed about the quality of schools than they are in a rural context. And the third question related to entrepreneurship in terms of changing the incentives of the public schools. So when I talked about the fact that we don't see any response of the schools to this information provision, and all the results seem to be driven by responsiveness of the households, there's a caveat there in the sense that schools might have already internalized this information. So we can't start, it might not make sense for us to make the assumption that schools do not have any knowledge of which are the relatively better performing schools in the market, compared to them. So that would be one reason why we don't see any response on part of the schools. But in terms of the public schooling system, yes, there is less responsiveness of the public schools because they have no incentive to attract students. So for instance, it's okay for all the students to leave the public schooling system and move to the private schooling system as long as the teacher still gets her or his salary, right? So if the salary is not conditional on performance, or it's not conditional on enrollment, then you absolutely have no incentive to put in any effort to improve learning outcomes.
Okay, great. Felipe. So we have a question from Heidi at the back about teacher supply and middle schools and dropout, and then a question from Rima at the front about returns to education and policy impact.
Very good. So the teacher limitation and probably I will link with the policy recommendation question. Yes, it is true that part of the limitation, but also the potential of these schools is that there is labor supply, female labor supply that is there, that these schools are tapping on. So that is the limitation, because there are not that many that supply, but that's the potential. The potential is precisely these are females that otherwise will not be demanded in the labor market. And these schools are creating opportunities that otherwise there was not in the system. And of course, if you think the problem in a dynamic term is you need to start teaching the new generation of kids, both boys and girls, so that the supply of future teachers are. But that problem has been observed in several contexts. United States in the 40s, what drives the huge revolution in education in the United States was, again, female supply of teachers. So I think that, again, my point is, I think that is a lot of potential there. Yes, the limitation is that if you don't have the female supply, you may have problems. But I see it more as the potential. So what will be my policy recommendation? My policy recommendation will look, I think that it is important to create more options for this female labor force, and I think that these schools are creating that opportunity. About the problem of middle school and dropout rate, yes, these are dynamic problems. Right now, the program, as we see it, is trying to solve the problem of the grades 1 to 5 or so. For sure, we need to start thinking in a more dynamic set of how can we start increasing for instance, these programs to reach higher grades, and how you complement these programs with other programs that try to consolidate middle schools or not. There is a case to be made for not consolidation, but density is a problem in rural areas. But look, this program is trying to solve one problem, and I think that is very successful solving that problem. And about the returns to education, Rima, one way to answer the question is, the idea is very clear. The idea is, and this is the idea that everyone in this room is trying to push, is it is not enough to put kids in the schools. The kids have to learn something. There is something that the school have to do about learning, achievement. And these schools are doing a good job producing effects in test scores, at least in the test that we gave. And the idea is, of course, the labor market in the future are going to reward that quality of education. Is not years of education, is quality of education. How the model do it, we have the assumption that given the impact in our test, is we are going to take the best available evidence that we said that is out there. This is the paper of Natalie and Gisnu, in which basically X amount of text, 0.4 standard deviation, represent 1 year. How will I proceed if a referee says to me, hey, that is a very strong assumption? I would say, okay, I did a sensitivity analysis. I have some range between 0.2 to 0.8, and I can show you that still the effects are there and are very powerful. So I will do sensitivity analysis, and I think that everyone will be happy.
Natalie, do you want to react on the entrepreneurship point? I mean, perhaps the public schools should be reducing wages if they were being more entrepreneurial.
Yes. Oh. Yes. Am I on? Or? Okay.
Just speak really close to the mic.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, I think, so we're able to look at the effect of dropping wages and kind of keeping things as is sense. So I think it's true that if public schools were acting with private schools and they only had the level of changing wages, they would probably want to drop wages to increase their efficiency. That said, if there's multiple levels, you could imagine that other things could interact with changing wages. So, for example, if the gradient between wages and teacher value added became much more positive, you wouldn't necessarily want to drop wages. And so I do want to caution a little bit from over-extrapolating from this result. I think it's important to say, in an as-is framework, if the government continues to recruit teachers in the same way and continues to give wage increases in the same way, then increasing wages is not really going to buy you anything. And particularly in a context like Pakistan or India, where there's this huge gap in percentage terms in wages between the private and public sector. I think that what's really striking about the private sector, though, and really interesting, is that they're actually able to identify the good teachers, and they're able to reward them. And I think this is the part where we would want the public schools to figure out what the private schools are doing or figure out how to do that. And what it tells us is that this is observable information. And I think there's been a lot of question where people say, well, no characteristics predict teacher quality, so maybe we just can't tell who's a good quality teacher unless we wait 20 years and look at their teacher value added after sufficiently long. And what we see instead is actually the private schools do seem to know, and it suggests that if you put systems in place, the public schools could kind of act on this knowledge as well. So I think in that sense, that's a big space for public schools to be more entrepreneurial.
Musa, the question of cost.
Yeah, so on the cost effectiveness and efficiency issues, yes, that's something that is important that I haven't, I did not mention in the presentation. The two reasons for that. One is that the government wanted to focus on access and quality. That was the number one thing they wanted us to really look for them. Number two, we also did not have a basis really to make a good comparison at this point, given that on one hand, everything was being built from scratch, and on the other hand, everything was there already like a long time ago. Now that, and we've discussed this with the co-authors, now that there's also this new rollout of new annexes and all that, it's not gonna be too hard to gather the financial information. We do have them, and we'll be able to show. But at the same time, if at the end of the day something is not performing at all, well, the question is, what are we really talking about in terms of the cost? Maybe it should be zero, and that's it. Not do it.
Okay. All right. I will take two more questions, but I would like them to be directed to Natalie and to Musa, who had underrepresentation in the first round of questions. Barbara put her hand up first. I'm going to give Barbara one, and then one here.
And I can actually completely respond to your mandate. But first, let me say that these are 4 fantastic studies, pieces of work, very rich, and congratulations to all of you. Natalie, what you said just ended up saying was very interesting. How exactly do the private schools know that these teachers have higher value added? Do they somehow do a better job of ex-ante screening, which is pretty tough? Or is there higher turnover, that they're able to get rid of teachers that they see are not doing as good a job? And the other thing is, it is kind of striking that you can cut salaries that much and even over the long term not see any decline in the quality of your entrants, your applicants. Is it possible that queuing for public sector jobs eventually is part of what's driving this labor market? Or is it, as several people have said, the expansion of girls' education in Pakistan is leading to the supply of female labor, quality female labor that has no other job opportunity? And Musa, I think that your results really beg the question, why can't we find a source of technical assistance to develop a curriculum and materials that is more effective in raising student learning? Our work in Mozambique with Save the Children really delivered results in terms of the Escolinas, very low-cost, community-based preschools, had significant effects on kids' learning and socio-emotional development.
Okay, one question here. And I'm going to make a further request. Brief question, brief answers.
Just a brief question to Natalie. I'm assuming that your recommendations aren't for everybody at the World Bank and in the universities around the world to take a 33% cut in order to maintain their productivity. But could you contextualize what you described? That is, to what extent not just the salaries of teachers, but the labor market was readjusted during that time? Because if that's the case, then what you're talking about are 2 different labor markets that were in operation. But perhaps I don't know enough about what happened in Pakistan.
Okay, thank you for your great questions. And so to go to Barbara's first question about what all these private schools are actually doing, I think this is a great question. Jishnu and I have kind of been planning to write a paper on this for a while. And I think, so I can't give you an answer that's I can say with 100% that this is definitely true. But I think to the amount that we've looked at the data, it looks a lot more like that there's a lot of churn in the private teacher market. And so what happens is that you basically end up having the very high quality teachers sorting into the high performing schools over time. And if you're a lower quality teacher who was at a high performing school, you're much more likely to exit. And so this suggests to us that ex ante, even for the private schools, they're having a lot of trouble screening. It doesn't mean it's impossible to screen, but at least with the tools they're using, they're probably not doing a lot of screening. It's probably much more, I have this teacher in the classroom, I'm then able to observe the students and their outcomes, even if it's not on test scores. And then we slowly get some matching between teachers and schools. So to your second question, can you remind me?
Why was productivity not going down after the cut?
Why can they still attract people? Okay, and you gave two possible solutions, and I think the answer to both is yes. So we don't see a big discontinuity in whether whether teachers are more likely to be female afterwards. But this happens during a period where the feminization of teachers is going up a lot. And so even prior to that, public school teachers becoming increasingly female. And so I think definitely a part of this could be that the female teachers, female labor force is able to pick up some of the slack because they have very few outside options. I think the other thing is that this is just a context where there's enormous returns to being in the public sector. So if you have a 500% wage gap between the public and private sector, we drop that by 35%, we still have a 300% wage gap. And so I think, this is a context where potentially the rents to being a teacher are really high, and this might not be true in other contexts where you would see that public and private sector wages are the same, or even if private sector wages are a little bit higher. So I think this was a context. So our impression is that I think, Jishnu's kind of making a face at me. I thought our impression was that they do queue, but I think we can't, that's anecdotal. I think in the kind of data we have, we can't follow them across schools. And so we can't say for sure whether all private school teachers that we observe are actually queuing. But I think we know that that huge numbers of people show up to compete for these jobs relative to the number of jobs that are available. So to the third question, I definitely don't think academics should take a pay cut as long as they work in Canada. I'm very happy for US academics to take a pay cut. But I think, as I mentioned, I think this is a really special context in the sense that these public sector premium are really high. And for example, if you compare that to academics, it wouldn't be true that the public sector premium to being an academic economist is really high. It's probably negative. So I think, we have to take that into account. And I think, so if you look at the public and private sector market, we don't have the kind of data that would let us follow a teacher who changes from the public sector to the private sector because they would be moving across schools. But I think anecdotally that it's very rare for a teacher to leave the public sector and go into the private sector because even after this 35% wage drop, you're still making more than even the highest paid teachers in the private sector. And kind of speaking to what Felipe showed us, in Pakistan, the public and private sector markets are really different. So the private sector teachers tend to be a lot more female. A lot of the time they don't have a bachelor's degree, as opposed to the public sector where you basically have to have a bachelor's degree in training to get these jobs. So it's almost a different pool of people.
So quick reaction on why can't we find pedagogical materials that work?
Barbara, to your question, so this is an important question. I don't know that I have a definitive answer to that, but I could share my experience. Based on my experience, my best guess is that there is still a lot of information asymmetry out there. Sometimes it's not just because people are not aware of these material or experiences elsewhere that work. It's also sometimes because there are so many of them out there, and so there need to be some processes of filtering and making sure that government like in the Gambia know, what could potentially work best for them. Now, they've been very flexible. To integrating new ideas. So, like, I'm glad to hear this. I'm talking to you, and I'll be supplying them with additional information as they are adjusting, especially the community-based version of the program right now.
Okay, great. I'm going to call this session to an end. We started late, so I don't actually think we've slipped over too much. I would like to start the next session on time at 11:30. So thank you, speakers.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you something about your talk yesterday on Indonesia, right? You mentioned that to be eligible, I think, for a salary increase, you had to get credentialed, right? What did that entail?
Oh, it's the portfolio, putting your portfolio together, which is all your experience in courses you did and so on, and that then had to be graded. And if it was past level, then you were immediately certified. Maybe you didn't pass that portfolio test, then you had to go for a 2 weeks training, and then you were certified afterwards.
So that was the only increment to additional education, a 2-week training?
Yeah.
Because when you were talking, I thought, okay, if they have to get this credentialing, maybe that will increase their knowledge.
But the big thing was that you did have to have a bachelor's degree.
Sorry?
In order to be eligible to the
You did, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Right.
So that's you weren't even allowed to enter. And so it gave an incentive to get a bachelor's degree.
Well,
so there was a big demand for bachelor's degrees.
All right. Yes, that was what I was thinking. So even that helped elevate the quality of the teacher pool, I would think, getting a bachelor's degree. What not? I hope it is.
I hope so, yes.
I don't know much about the educational levels of post-secondary education in Indonesia.
Yeah, so for the non-target teachers, the ones who don't have a bachelor's degree yet, we could look at we did look at whether they started studying. I don't think we found it, but I know there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that people are working hard to get bachelor's degrees. In the short run, you only expect, it may take people away from the classroom, right? Because they're actually going to study and not focus on
I guess my question is, in terms of where they were studying, at teacher training institutes, is that usually it? Is that rote learning? Is that challenging learning? I'm not saying it's negligible.
So now I'm getting on shaky grounds, right? So things that I would say that is just what I expect. The rote learning in general in Indonesia is the way people are taught a lot.
I don't know.
So that I know a lot about how children learn. It's very classical and traditional, and you see, I also see it in my Indonesian students that they extremely well repeating things, sometimes even repeat things literally which were not at all asked, and so on. So you really see that they're memorizing things which they really didn't understand. Yeah.
Does this have any residue of Quranic education? In Islam, at least in some countries, you go to Quranic school and you basically memorize the Quran.
Yeah.
Were these kids subjected to that? The influence? Anything like that?
I mean, there are Quranic schools, right? Yeah. There's a whole Ministry of Religion which also runs schools. There's more emphasis on Quran reading, but in the public schools, not as much. I think think it's the Dutch also, right, who instituted it early on, right? But I have to go actually because I have
all
this
right,
corporate
okay.
Q&A tool already ready. Yeah, sorry.
Hi, Paul. How are you doing?
Sorry, I didn't really recognize you until you asked the question yesterday, and then I knew who you were.
I've grown a beard since the last time.
Okay, there was something about it. Yeah. Okay. Pretty good. Yeah. Yeah.
Tanzanian team.
I'm on the Vietnam team. Vietnam. Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Very interesting. All that. Pretty amazing. It's almost like more than you can handle. Yeah.
Were they all RCTs?
Almost all. Yeah. The number of them, I mean, like even for like track and staff, it seems to be a group of people who are
I was wondering on your Vietnam
yeah. Oh yeah.
Kind of ethos of and different sort of philosophical notions of what education is, and therefore hard work and filial piety and all of this sort of stuff. The kind of non-obvious, unmeasurable.
Yeah. Somebody was saying it. Well, I think it's in Vietnam and China. There's a fair amount of like propaganda that human education and that could be in direct conflict with trying to teach people critical thinking, because then they might start criticizing the government. So it's this tension that they have to deal with. So yeah, I don't know. I think they said that China. They said that they thought that Vietnam was not as bad as China in that respect. That we can criticize the US a little bit.
Sorry to interrupt you. I wanted to say thank you. I'm Michelle Holmes. I run the SIPC Donor Collaborative. You did a review, the peer review of the mathematical scoring that we just did, and I appreciate you doing that one.
You're welcome.
I saw your name and I wanted to thank you for that.
Okay.
It's good to see you, David.
You too. One of the it's sort of interesting, this debate on skills and time. I mean, Vietnam is interesting. Been there a couple of times. The first thing that struck me is there was none of the secrets which you find in other research.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
It was quite the we won the war.
Yeah. Right. We won several wars.
All of it, yeah. And, very sort of confident in their beer, you know, in a kind of bar with the Vietnamese colleague that you actually get to see you sort of understand the intimacy, their kind of social problems, and he's able to reflect on it in a way that shows a definite ability to weigh up alternatives and understand other possible solutions, and all of that is fundamental to sort of thinking critically and not just taking what you can be given. But that is fairly rarely be available test so we sometimes conclude. I mean, clearly fever is an important instrument or important measurement of whether
That part's okay. It just goes to be filled. Oh, because all these contestants believe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. That's not bad. I like that. It's fun. That's true. It's not too great. Yeah. I needed to explain. Like, or I needed to do. I will say, like, so I can't think of anything immediately. If I think of anything before a session, I'll let you know. But I actually think the statement stands well. It's well. Can I ask you a question? Okay, so I have like we have our business and stuff. And I just have to remember this slow down. You have to tell me if it's like just too much. This is my compensation for the fact that when we were going through the presentation, but then people are going to be looking at the presents. That's exactly right. I got half my time. You'll see. I mean, we're not seeing this. We'll see. I'll usually get feedback. I mean, I'm glad we're presenting because we want to put it out there. And the flattery that you actually sorry, I was just very nervous. You know, we missed you. Which is fine. You do whatever you want. But I'm just saying, I did miss you. And Reese was there. Sitting with us. He's been these days. He's in the education practice. Who pays the paycheck?
We're ready to start our next session. If people could take their seats, please. Right. So the terminology that Justin used yesterday to describe our CRTs is internal talent. And that's what we're going to have. 2 teams now, our second call teams, Ethiopia and Indonesia. So we're going to start with the Ethiopian team represented by Tasu, who you heard from yesterday, and then move on to Amanda. The teams will speak in sequence, and then we will have a joint Q&A session. We have plenty of time for Q&A in this session because this is a really good time for the teams to get feedback. They're just embarking on their research, and so really great time to get feedback from this audience about the overall research agendas that they're about to launch. So, Tasu, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you again for getting chance to come to the podium again. I'm now presenting on the behalf of the RISE Ethiopia team, explaining what we are going to do over the next 5 years. Education in Ethiopia is recognized as one of the main elements for getting Ethiopia into the middle income countries over the next 10 years. So Ethiopia aspires to be the lower middle income country in 2025, and both the policymakers, including the Prime Minister, everyone talks that education is the key to reach there. So it's giving high value for education. Then if education has to give that expectation, then learning is the main issue. Without learning, without improving the learning, then we cannot reach there in 10 years' time. So there is a strong political will by the government of Ethiopia to improve the quality of education, and that can be expressed that around a quarter of the total public expenditure is allocated for education. Not by the order of the federal government, but by the will of the states, the regional government. So the responsibility of particularly the general education, where this RISE Ethiopia is focusing, is the general education, is the spending responsibility is the regional state. And the government gives only the block grant to region, and then what goes to the general education is largely determined by the willingness of the regional government. And we have seen over the last 15 years, consistently all regional states allocate up to 35% of their budget to education. So you see that how education is getting priority in the budget. And to improve the quality also, since 2007, they have developed a general education quality improvement program, what we call a G-EQUIP. This is a flagship program that provides support to the general education in 6 areas: in ICT development, in school improvement, curriculum development, teacher training, and student supports in terms of school feeding and others. But there have been remarkable improvements in access over the last 15 years, but we have a question that the learning has not increased. And shows also signs of declining or either stagnating. So if we see, we have two evidences to show that learning has not improved or declined. So look at this. This is a net enrollment of primary and secondary education, and then starting from the year 2000 up to 2015. Enrollment has reached from 44% to 94%. And even the recent report says has already reached 100%. And the secondary education also improved, not as fast as the primary education, from 7% to 21% net enrollment. And somewhat loosely associated with learning is the completion rate of primary education, increased from 45 to 51. So this is staggering. But when we look at the quality, the learning, which is coming from grade 4 and grade 8 national learning assessment scale, the composite mean square was around 47.5 for the grade 4 in year 2000, and then in year 2011 is 40%. So we see that there is a decline over time. Compared to 2007, it's somewhat stagnating. And the high school, the secondary education, also declines from 41% to 35%, showing that the learning has not improved, at least, not improved. And when we see this assessment, the overall achievement score is that the national mean score of the subject for all grade was less than 50%. And 50% is the achievement set by the Ministry of Education. So it's less than the achievement set. And the grade 10 mean score of all subjects is 36%, and for grade 12 is 48%. And in grade 10, only 14% scored 50% or above. And in grade 2, only 35% score 50% or above. And then the national learning results of grade 4 and grade 8 has actually reduced slightly over time, especially when we look at by subject, it's highly reduced for maths. Comparing across subgroup indicates that there is inequality in learning in this national learning assessment result. Boys perform better than girls. There is wide disparities among regions, particularly in emerging, less in emerging regions and in pastoral regions. And urban schools outperform rural schools. Therefore, RISE Ethiopia focuses that low and inequitable learning is a starting point. That was starting point. And then we try to do our research based on this evidence. And if we look, the Young Life results is a research project that follows 3,000 children in Ethiopia for 15 years. So this gives us also, because there are two cohorts, the older cohort and the younger cohort, we can compare the learning achievement of the same cohort, the same question for this different cohort at different point in time. And the results suggest that the percent of children who cannot read anything has increased from 10% to 14% in 2013. And percentage of children who can read letters has declined from 15% in 2006 to 9.9%. And we see also there is also a decline percentage of children who can read a word from 15% to 11%. But there is a slight increase in percentage of children who can read a sentence. So this looks somewhat odd, not going. But when we look at the mathematics, it's in all the kind of questions, and their average score has declined by 34% over this period. And this is a fresh result that we collected this year, and we compare the maths score of the 2009 and 2016, and we see that for two of the mathematical items, the score has slightly increased, but not statistically significant, but this is somewhat statistically significant. But reading a pie chart, the score has declined. The percentage of those children who answer correctly this has declined. So there is a slight increase in the children correctly answering for question 1 and 2, but not for question 2. So more than a third of the children were not able to answer any of the 3 questions on average. But there is no that significant difference between 2009 and 2006, 36.6 versus 35.9. And we see also in this result there is inequality of learning. Difference between boys. Boys perform better than girls. Urban area perform better than rural areas. Children from a better off family performs better than area. But what we see in this recent figure is that the difference between this different socioeconomic group is narrowing. So girls improve better than the boys, and rural learning improve better than the girls. So we see that a kind of recent trend. Now, the government has sought to achieve improvement in learning outcome by strengthening the general quality improvement program that I have explained early, focusing directly on reforms to improve education quality and also in the institutional development. GEQUIP is now at the end of its second phase and with the possibility of rolling into the third stage. So it has ended its second stage from 2013 up to 2018, and then next year it will enter into the third phase as a means of increasing the learning outcome. To date, there is no any rigorous systematic assessment of the impact of GEQUIP on raising learning equitably for all groups. So this requires a better understanding of the education system, what went wrong, what is going well, and then this requires careful assessment. So therefore, the RISE Ethiopia group will assess the implementation and the impact of the reform associated with the GEQUIP 2, and also in the possibly inform the implementation of GEQUIP 3 and also evaluate the impact of GEQUIP 3. So this is the core work of this RISE Ethiopia research group will do over the next 5 years. This is the theory of change. This is the theory of change in the G-equip. So building on the theory of change on the G-equip, those that we see are the inputs. Teacher training, teacher salary, child preparation for formal schooling in the preschool, new methods of curriculum delivery, introducing student-centered active learning, and change instructors' behavior in their method of teaching, and school feeding program, and also school improvement program, particularly improving the school environment in terms of textbook, in terms of toilet for girls, and in terms of improving the resource for non-salary expenditure in school is this one. So all this should contribute if implemented very well, and if all the assumptions include are well, then we will see better pedagogy, teachers will be motivated, children will be ready for the primary school, and teachers will be, students will be taught at the right level, and there will be children's focus on education instead of being hungry, so that their attendance will increase, and then the community accountability will be strengthened, so that community will participate, and finally we will end up in learning raised equitably. So this is the right theory of change, evidence to inform policy. So we will follow up this. This is what we expect to happen if properly implemented. So following the accountability relationship in the World Development Report and in the Land Bridge 2015 working paper, we developed this conceptual framework. And if we see there is the state, the government, the politician as this, then this will be linked with the citizen and also with the front provider of education service, the Ministry of Education and its apparatus up to the school level. So we identified this in relation to the service delivery framework, the accountability triangle. In Ethiopia, the policy makers, the politicians are two levels. This is a federal state country, so there is a state. The federal state, they have regulations, but regionals, the responsibility of the general education is the regional, the states. So there are regulations, and each region have their own regulations. Sometimes it might contradict with the federal law, or sometimes it will go consistent. So that is one area where we have to investigate. But within the Ministry of Education, once it goes, then there is the Federal Ministry of Education, there are Regional Ministry of Education, the Warada Bureau of Education, and the school. And then there is a classroom where the child and the teachers are interacted. And this is where, at the end, where learning behavior has to change, where learning is coming. And then we will see also, investigate also that the teachers confronted with parents through the child is at the client power relationship. So in doing this, then we'll focus on this one. So the RISE Ethiopia group focuses on 6 areas, among several other reforms. The teacher training, which we think are very key and can analyze the causal impact of the causal impacts they have on teaching and on learning. So the teacher training and the teacher salary and child preparation for formal schooling, the ECD, and the new method of curriculum delivery and the school feeding program, which the government recently introduced, and to provide school feeding to poor communities and gradually implement, scale it up to level, and school improvement program. So because the implementation of this is not commonly applied in all places, and they start at different point in time. So this gives the researcher to conduct a natural experiment, so that possibly identify the causal impacts on learning. So the objective of this whole project is we have 3 objectives. We understand, evaluate, and inform policy. We understand the situation, and then once we understand the situation, then it will inform our evaluation, then we evaluate the impact of G-equip on learning outcome and the impact of G-equip also on equitable distribution of quality education. And then from this evaluation, then this will help have to bring certain recommendations, certain ideas that the policymakers can use or modify their policies, so inform using the results that we get from this evaluate stage, and we'll get to the inform stage. So when we come to the sampling, our sampling approach will aim to represent 4 categories of regions in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a large country, close to 100 million people living, and there are 9 federal, state, and 2 city administrations. So our sampling should be representative of the whole Ethiopia. It's a very diverse with 80 languages, complicated different cultures. So one of the samples will lie in Addis Ababa, representing the urban areas, partly the urban regions of Harar, Dredwa, and others. And also among the pastorally dominated areas, our sample will lie also in Afar, which is more accessible due to security reasons in Somalia. So instead of Somalia, we'll take Afar. And the other is that there are Benchangul and Gambela, west part of the country, where it is remote, naturally endowed with many natural resources. So we'll take Benchangul Gumuz, representing the emerging region. And Tigray, Amhara, Oromia, SNNP, these are the major big region where more than 90% of Ethiopian people and children live in these areas. So we'll take also largely rural, but few urban areas will be located also in Tigray, Benshangul, and Afar, in addition to Addis Ababa. Then we will have, later on, I will come back to it, but we will have 2 rounds of survey that we have planned now. One is in 2018, the other is in 2021. And in each period, we will have 2 time periods. We will go to, we'll conduct the survey in October, while the school starts, and then we'll go again in May so that we can capture the effect of the teachers' effort and all the school inputs and input the effect in that in value-added model, to conduct the value-added model. So, and then in the second round also, we'll do the same. We'll do the same in October and follow up those children in May. And when we do in the second round, we will follow up those children. So it will be, we are going to develop a panel data. So when we do the second round survey, so we can have difference in difference model. We can apply difference in difference model, and we can assess some components of the G-equip. So our sample will be in total 135 schools, each with 30 children, and then we'll sample 4,000 girls and 4,000 boys. In total, we will have 8,000, because in Ethiopia, the boys and gays, girls population is more or less 50-50. So it represents that. Now, this is survey time that we will do. In September, October, we will have 2 cohorts. One cohort beginning grade 1, and in October and in May, June will be end of grade 1. And the older cohort will be beginning grade 4 and end grade 4. And then after 3 years, then we go then the younger cohorts. The cohort A will be beginning grade 4 and end grade 4, and the cohort B will be beginning grade 7 and end grade 7. So we have this value added here and the value added here, and each of them will help us identify some impact. But at the end, we'll compare the difference of this with this one, applying difference in difference model, so that this will help. And because also some of the sites will be overlaid with the Young Life sites, the Young Life sites have data before the start of the G-equip, then we can identify the learning between beginning of grade 7 and ending of grade 7 with the Young Life survey at any point in time where we have more flexibility. So we will superimpose this with the Young Life sites so that we can assess the impact of G-equip in its full components. So not only quantitative, but we'll also conduct qualitative interviews in this sort to supplement more ideas and then identify which of the components of GECOP have been implemented in villages and also in schools. Then coming to the dissemination and stakeholders, how many minutes I have? None, okay. Okay, this is the stakeholder identification. So we identified the state executive, and within the Federal Ministry of Education, there are several directorates. And also the Ministry of Finance is the one involving in providing finance. And the regional government is also have parallel executive political, strong political mandate of guiding the general education, and we identify up to the school level. But at the end, what we are going to do is that the first phase is the inception phase, the 1 year phase. The 1 year phase. So the next year, what we are going to do is that we do the actor map, the political economy analysis, we do the situation analysis of the SABR, we apply the SABR, and we also start developing our designing of the instruments and the sample frame for the quantitative, and also designing of the instrument and sample frame for the qualitative. And the qualitative will be a subsample of the quantitative surveys. And then over these years, we will produce 3 reports: publication strategy, country engagement strategy, and also a report of hypothesis and causal chain report. And then at the end, at the end of this year, next year, then we'll produce the inception report. After this, that we'll go to the next phase, where we go to the evaluation. At this first phase, we should be able to finish all identifying the incoherences among those different accountability relationship, and both internal and cross incoherences. Hope this will go. And these are the 17 team members that we were having meeting last week. So we produce this plan for the next 1 year. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. All right. So, is this on? Yeah. I'm going to talk about the Indonesia Research Program. And this is led by the Semeru Research Institute in Jakarta. They couldn't be here with us today. Semeru has partnered with the Amsterdam Institute for Global Health and Development, represented by Menno Pradhan, who's in the back and who you saw yesterday present on the teacher salary increase. And I'm from Mathematical Policy Research. Oh, I do this, sorry. So I'm going to start with a familiar story, a little bit of background. This story is common to many of the RISE countries. Here you see the blue lines are from 1991, and the orange lines are 2012. The dotted lines are the poorest 40%, and the dotted lines are the poorest 40%, and the solid lines are the richest 20%. So you see, there's been a dramatic change. This is primary school, and this is junior secondary. And even by 2012, a few years ago, we have basically nearly everyone completing primary school, and very high numbers, even in the poorest, among the poorest, completing junior secondary school. And yet, I know you probably know what's going to come next, which is that learning isn't progressing as we'd hoped. So these are PISA scores. The pink dots are reading, the blue dots are math. and Indonesia has been participating in PISA for about 15 years. You see that there's some progress. If we take the rate of progress and look at how, Indonesia, how long it would take Indonesia to get to an OECD mean of 500, we'd see that, basically Indonesia will, might reach the OECD mean in math in my lifetime, if I live that long. That's about 2 generations still, and will take about 3 generations to reach an OECD mean in reading. That means kids born today might not see that type of might not see OECD learning levels. So this is a context in which I think a lot of other presenters have brought up spending. This is a context in which there's a lot of spending on education, 20% of the national budget. Here we show, this is the total education spending in trillions of rupiah. In 2006, education spending amounted to around $17 billion US. And half of it, as you can see here in the orange, is devoted to teacher salaries, also similar in some of the other contexts. So this has brought about a lot of, and especially in light of the increase in teacher salaries that Menno mentioned earlier, the government is starting to focus a lot more on teaching and teacher quality. So several years ago, there was a competency test for teachers, and it was revealed that the average score across, so nearly all teachers in the country took this test. About 98% of teachers were tested, and the average score was 42 out of 100. We didn't see the items; they weren't revealed, so we don't know how difficult the test was, but the minister's reaction to this was, well, at least I know the teachers didn't cheat. So it's obviously, there's widespread recognition that there's a problem and that there's a problem with teaching quality. So what has the government done to address this, right? One of the things it's done is in 2016, it basically, the ministry, the now former education minister, set out a vision for focusing on teachers, and these are the things you would expect to focus on. Obviously, big reform areas: distribution, recruitment, training and career development, incentives, and also focus on underserved areas. And so this is one of the things that we're going to be looking at that I'll talk to you about in a minute. One way the government's trying to address some of these challenges. This is a bit more, another piece of background that's important to know about Indonesia is that it's an extremely decentralized context. So local governments are central to implementing any type of national reform. The map here is just showing you just the district demarcation. So Indonesia has over 500 districts that have a lot of autonomy in terms of teacher management and distribution. So here, the national government, this is the Ministry of Education and Culture, not surprisingly, sets the curriculum, sets teacher standards, they develop and administer the national exam, and they allocate funding for teacher salaries. But it's the responsibility of the district to hire and fire teachers, to distribute them across the district, manage schools, and also allocate and manage funding for non-salary expenses. So our research agenda marries these two aspects, this national reform, but also a deep dive into district policy and how and basically how district innovations spread. So some of our key research questions here: how do these roadmap policies improve student learning? How are districts receiving these policies? How are they in part implementing them? And then also looking at, because Indonesia has this great variation across districts. It's a unique setting in which to study, okay, what are districts doing in terms of improving learning? How did their innovations spread across, how did innovations in particular districts spread across districts? And also, how do they filter back up to the national government? So this is a bit of a graphical representation of where we're going. These are in some ways representative of the reform areas under the teacher roadmap. And then we're going to study particular interventions under that roadmap. And I'll talk about the designs for each of these. And then we're going to study kind of this process, the process of districts innovating, teaching each other, and thinking about how do innovations scale up. So now I'm going to talk a little bit more about the national reforms and the particular interventions that we're studying. So the first one, so I'll go through the reforms. These are a bit about kind of the theory of change of why we think a particular reform would ultimately lead to improved learning. And then down here, you'll see the particular designs that we're going to implement. Okay, so the first one, professional development. So as I mentioned before, there's this teacher test. There have been several subsequent tests for teachers. Because of this, the bad press and the pressure, some teachers are now being recommended for remedial training. And this training is being, and the teachers who will go to training are teachers who get a particular score. So we expect to be able to exploit this cutoff score between teachers who need to go to the training and teachers who don't, and use a regression discontinuity design. Next, there's computer-based testing. So the minister said, well, at least the teachers didn't cheat, so which gives us the impression, okay, there's a cheating problem with teachers. This is also a concern at the student level. And so the ministry, and there have been lots of concerns about the national exam, the ministry is now attempting to implement a computer-based testing system. This is a system that it's not an adaptive testing system, like let's say the SAT, but there'll be an item bank of tests and the items will be allocated to students, in a random way, meaning like the students sitting next to each other might not have the same test. And the hope is that obviously this leads to better information about student learning levels. We hope that we'll be able to do this with an RCT because, as you can probably imagine, something like computer-based testing is a big challenge for the government to roll out, and they'll probably have to roll it out in a staggered way. Recruitment. So this gets back to, I know yesterday when Menno talked about the impact of the increase in teacher salaries on performance, a lot of people brought up this question of, well, is this attracting better quality teachers to the profession? Right? It's the extensive or intensive margin discussion. So here, right now, we know we have data, or we will be able to attain national exam score data from individuals entering teacher training colleges. And we have those data kind of, historically. So one idea for us, we're calling this trend analysis. Maybe someone else has, suggestions on a better term here. But we could potentially look at, is the distribution of test scores for entrance to teacher training colleges changing? We may also have access to entrance exams for the teacher training colleges or potentially exit exams. Another question is, are those higher quality individuals being hired? So we would want to find a way to track them or potentially use civil service exam scores. Then this last area, rewards and incentives, is a community engagement RCT that is already underway, actually. So Menno and I and others did some work on school committees and community engagement and saw some promising results on the community piece. So that was one reason we became interested in community engagement. Another one was, again, this doubling of teacher salary. There's a lot of discussion in Indonesia how to use this, this top-up of teacher salaries more effectively, and is there a way to better utilize teacher allowances? So here, and I should say this project is run and managed by Dewi Susanti, who's also here today. So this is a 3-arm trial. The project's called Kiat Guru. The first arm of it is a community empowerment piece, and this is essentially facilitators work with communities to come together and create what we're calling a service agreement, which is an agreement about reaching a mutual understanding of what parents expect from the school and what the school can provide, and a lot of this involves teachers. So they in this process, they create a user agreement with the school, and then they also develop a scorecard system, a way to evaluate teaching. And this is not high stakes. This is not related to teacher salary. The next 2 arms are, one is it's more of a pay for performance model, using the allowance, so using this extra portion of the teacher salary that was allocated, that was essentially doubled with the certification law. So using mobile phones to monitor teacher presence, and that's verified by this committee of community members. And then the other part of this is, or alternative to the mobile phone monitoring, is pay for performance based on this community monitoring system. So this is where they really use the scorecard, and community members will score teacher performance, and teachers' pay will be essentially deducted based on their evaluation. And I should have mentioned, with the mobile phone, teachers, they don't show up, they get paid less. Okay. So how does this tie in? What's the decentralization angle of this? Here we have kind of 3 streams. So this first one is the main kind of question we're focusing on is, how do schools in reform-minded districts experience the implementation of innovation? And we're going to do this through selecting 5 innovative districts, and I'll give you a flavor for what we mean by innovation in a minute, but districts where something exciting is happening, that districts show promise. And there we intend to do kind of detailed data collection, obviously test scores, teaching practice, student and teacher perceptions, and track over time what's happening in these districts. The second is trying to identify the 20 most improved and least improved districts based on historic national exam score data. And just try and better understand, okay, what are the features of district policies that are successful or contribute to improved learning. And this last one is just more descriptive, really trying to understand, okay, how are these innovations, or are innovations spreading, and how? Okay. Then here are just a few examples of, you might be thinking, okay, what does she mean by innovation? So here in the district of Gorontalo, they have, as in, I would say most districts in Indonesia have a distribution problem, not a supply problem. So to address some of the supply problems, they started using multi-grade classes, and also asking teachers to work in multiple schools. And the district was really, the district education office was, pretty strict about this, and that's Gorontalo is actually one of the, held up as one of the model education districts. Jembrana, this is, can't really see here, but that's it's a district in Bali, offers extra pay for tutoring, doing kind of outside special help for students, and also for participating in training activities. So the district kicks in a good amount of money for training as an incentive to get teachers to participate in training. And Rotendao is has instituted these mandatory study hours. We also saw this in our school committee study. That means that, I don't know if they can do this on the whole district. I've only seen this at the village level. The community basically says we're going to shut off all TVs and video games and distractions for several hours at night so kids can study. And also principals, I don't know how well they've done on this because this is, I'm guessing, a pretty, that might be challenging in this environment, but the district has basically, said principals are mandated to achieve 100% pass rate on the national exam scores. Okay. So lastly, just to sum up, what are our contributions here? I think we're trying to focus on this mix of reforms that have taken place. So, the teacher law that offered this doubling in salaries was implemented in 2005. So we're trying to understand kind of the consequences of that. Reforms that have started to be implemented, like as an example, the computer-based testing is already underway. And then reforms that have yet to be implemented. So we also want to look at we recognize that looking just at national level policies is really insufficient to understand systems change because districts play such a huge role in education policy and implementation. And this, as I mentioned, this districts allow us to, this unique situation of all these districts allow us to study variation across the country. And we hope that, we think that the audience is open to evidence now. I think that the Kiakuru project that I mentioned that Dewi's leading has gotten a lot of attention. Like the ministry is super interested in it. They're talking with her about potentially designing a study similar to it in Jakarta. And so, because there really is so much pressure now on, how do we better utilize these allowances? So we're hoping that our results will also resonate with the policy audience in Jakarta. Can you guys have a next seat? Oh, there are.
So just to recap, we've got Ethiopia represented by Tassi, which is adding to the RISE program by studying a package of reforms. Barbara was talking yesterday about the Andean wave and the fact that these countries may have been successful because of combining a bunch of reforms at the same time. And this is very reminiscent of what's happening in Ethiopia. The context is interesting for us because it's a context where equity is going to be absolutely central. So it's really complementing the other CRTs by putting equity right at the forefront. And also by using a combination of methods. I think it's probably fair to say there's going to be a high degree of qualitative work within that CRT relative to some of the others. And then we've got Indonesia, where we've got this wonderful balance of national reforms, picking up many of the themes that are in some of our other CRTs, but also decentralized local reforms and studying how that decentralization is central to the innovation of policies across Indonesia. So we think that this complements our 4 existing CRTs really nicely. We now have plenty of time, about half an hour or so, to take questions from the floor, to give our presenters feedback at exactly the right time because they're about to start their research. So, okay. I'll take Claudia, Barbara, David, and then I will come over to you guys. So, Claudia.
Specifically on Ethiopia. So wonderful. But at the same time, I want to ask 2 questions. One is language of instruction. So the 18 languages that you mentioned poses, as I imagine and I saw on the ground, lots of challenges on school materials, books, etc. And I suppose you are considering this in your research. And eventually, it would be interesting to see how each language reacts to an effort of reform. Meaning populations, areas such as Oromia or Tigran that have a concentration of people that speak the same language. And the second question is related to something that I mentioned yesterday, which is as you increase access, normally test scores would tend to go down. So are you considering this in your research?
Excuse me, can you repeat the last
Yes.
statement?
Ethiopia has an issue, has a problem with access still. It's making a huge effort, but it has an issue with access. It has not universalized basic education, and lower especially there is not a big offer. And you are in and Ethiopia is expanding access to schools. When you put kids from vulnerable, even rural areas or vulnerable population inside the school, the trend is that test scores would go a little bit down because those people, their families were not exposed to schooling before, and so there is a relation. And so it's important to see that when you look at test scores, to compare it with the access at the same period, if it is expanding or not, or the presence of vulnerable population.
Barbara?
Thank you. Once again, great work, very, very fascinating and promising research programs. My question is for Amanda. Maybe I missed it, but this idea that there's so much variation in the district level reminds me a lot of Brazil, where subnational variation and innovation and copying from others that seem to be doing better have been real drivers of education improvement. But the platform for that has been very good national data on results, not just learning, but also promotion rates and student flows, and a national index that's produced every 2 years that very transparently shows how every state, municipality, and school in the country is doing on a common framework. Does anything like that exist in Indonesia? Shouldn't it?
And David?
Thanks. Comments to both teams. Excellent presentations, and look forward to monitoring the outcomes of your work. For the Ethiopian study, first of all, and this is a general point in respect of learning outcomes, how one assesses these, and actually what they mean. I was actually quite struck at the beginning of your program and at the beginning of your presentation. You illustrate the current concern about learning outcomes, but you take us through a number of items, and this is consistent with some of the presentations I saw yesterday. Now, although items like can children read a pie chart, or are they able to read a word as opposed to a sentence, is clearly important, but most educational systems or people who work with learning data and try to understand whether children are learning in respect of the cognitive dimensions, not the items. So reading a pie chart may be one item that describes a particular cognitive domain. And unless there are several items within that cognitive domain, it's unhelpful to know whether from year to year reading a pie chart or reading one or two words tells us enough about learning progression. This is really important. In a study some time ago, I won't mention the country, where we gave children, for example, different shapes in different sizes, in different colors, like a triangle, a square,
a circle and a rectangle in red, yellow, green, and orange, asking children to sort those shapes in any way they wanted. Some children sorted shapes by color, other by the particular shape, triangles with triangles and circles by circles, and so on. And that, of course, is one element of understanding what children are able to do. But when asked to sort in a different way, using those same resources for learning, the result was quite different. So it's really important when you work with, attempting to understand what is occurring in the learning domain, that you work with cognitive domains and dimensions and not simply with items. And as I said, the comment is general, and an item response theory, to validate a particular item is not sufficient. It's important, but the item might be robust and reliable and valid, but an item in its own right tells us nothing about progression in learning. I think that's a really important principle. The second is perhaps directed to the Indonesia program, and great understanding of this question of teacher knowledge, and particularly these tests, which are often knowledge-based tests, and of course the immediate response in many countries to this very poor performance in teacher knowledge in particular subjects, leads to a frenetic rush to teacher development. And it may well be that teachers learn more about how to, about mathematics content or about literacy content. But I think for those of us with, who've looked at this for a number of years, students don't necessarily learn because teachers teach mathematics better or teach reading or literacy better. And indeed, the learning across the board, certainly for those interested in equivalence and equity and equality, is that a teacher better prepared to teach mathematics because they know a little bit more about it doesn't necessarily ensure that everyone in that classroom learns equally. I think the more productive trends that we pick up from a number of OECD countries and elsewhere is to help teachers to understand the stuff that they don't necessarily understand very well, i.e. the ability to discriminate between weaker performing and lower performing students. In other words, their abilities to understand assessment data and to respond to those data, to understand what it is that they do that kids respond to very well and what it is that they do that kids don't respond to. But in order to make those decisions, they need, they need different kinds of knowledge and pedagogical skills. So I think as you start your programs, perhaps these little insights might be hopefully useful. But of course, who am I to say?
Okay, great. Let's have responses to those questions. So, Tassi, if you want to take the questions from Claudia on Ethiopia, the language of instruction, and the question of access and declining test scores, and then from David on cognitive domains and learning progression.
Okay, I think the language of instruction is one of the key areas that one have to look in Ethiopia. There are 80 languages so far, is only not more than 30 of them are used in primary education. Although that the constitution says that the child has a right to get primary education in mother tongue because of capacity. I think the southern region is the most complex one. So far they have implemented 24 languages. Yes, language is very difficult to handle. All the EGRA shows that there are problems in Oromia and southern region, Sidama, and all those things because there is a conflict that children are getting in their mother tongue language, but when they go home and the community, they speak another. So those elements are also interfering, that they show decline in literacy. But in our sample, we are trying to capture some of the languages, but not many, because it will be very complicated to handle all those tests in local language. So those, particularly the grade 1, the first cycle tests will be administered in local language. Then for sure we will include those 4 big regions, the Oromia, the Amhara, the Tigray in local language. In South, we have been discussing which of the languages that we have. Probably we'll take 2 of the languages on board. And from Benshangul, we'll focus on one of the languages, because there are 2 or 3 languages. So we'll focus on language. The Afar will be Afar and Amharic. And in Afar is the most complicated thing, is that the instructors don't know how to teach in their in Afar, in the local language. So it's not written also very well. So they do it mixed. We have been working through the Young Life in language issues, and we found that that they are neither in the local language nor in the Amharic, so they are in between. So this shows that language is difficult to handle, and it has to be handled amicably and given also the resource. So probably we will not handle many of language, but we will try to have a sense of using different language, and then try to include try to handle the complexities of the language in this research. The other, you pointed out that while expanding access and then looking at the learning, for sure, because it increases from the diverse background and also from the low socioeconomic group where they get little support from their home and other environment. So we cannot compare at face value that learning is declined. So one of our hypotheses is that the learning scores have declined because we have included many children from diverse background who don't have the culture of that education before, and also that the resource is also getting scant. We're applying the budget to many areas, to huge population. So probably although Ethiopia allocates substantial amount of time, relatively more than other sectors for education, mainly the budget is about more than 90% is for salary. So there is little non-salary component which that helps to improve the school environment and others. That was why GEQUIP is one of the components that school improvement program, the federal government directly allocates budget based on students for non-salary, so that to improve the school environment. So we're not saying that GEQUIP does not have an impact. It might have protected the test scores from further deterioration. So that requires the counterfactual. So we are not proposing, in addition, that GEQUIP has been useless, it was not helping to improve the test score. So if there was no GEQUIP, one possibility that the test score would have declined much more with this expansion of access to. So this is one area where we have to see, and this impact assessment might tell us lots of story in that area. David question is also fundamental. We cannot judge by these 3 or 4 questions, but particularly the reading is controversial, but the mathematics, in addition to the Young Life, the National Learning Assessment, where the questions are prepared based on the curriculum, based on the competencies defined, it shows for mathematics is a substantial decline. Young Life is not based on the curriculum. It is based on the international agreed that for their age what they should do, and we found somehow inconsistent results. But the recent figure shows that they do little have improvement over time compared to 2009 and 2013. 2016 and 2013, but compare results comparing 2009, 2016, somewhat better than the previous results. So particularly the issue of the pie chart, and we have been also exercising with the Raven test, and we found that Raven test was difficult some 15 years ago. We tried with Raven test. So the culture with this rectangle and others is difficult, and the Ethiopian housing is, you know, a round, a tukul type. So if that is the kind of test, then they will answer it better. So it goes with culture. You are right. You have completely identified the problem, and then we have to be very careful also in designing these tests in the future.
Okay, great. And moving on to Indonesia, Barbara's point about variation at the district level and then the platform that was used in Brazil, and David's point on perhaps a competency-based way of assessing teacher knowledge.
So my short answer to you, Barbara, is no. Let's see. I mean, I'll explain a little bit, and then I also want to see if Dewi or Menno have other impressions or additions. The national exam is widely publicized. Like the whole country really, you know, gets around, every school is awaiting to hear what their average scores are, and the average scores by school are published in the newspaper, and districts really like look at themselves compared to other districts. Now, but beyond that, I don't know how much that's actually used from like, you know, to inform or change policy. Right, so I think that there is some momentum around that, but I wouldn't say that there is, you know, even near the level of what you're describing in Brazil. I don't, Dewi, would you agree to that? Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I actually think Indonesia like really could implement this, because this testing unit in the Ministry of Education that we've all had a lot of contact with, they're very well trained. It's just usually they can't implement the kind of tests they want because there's so much politics involved with this national exam, and that's kind of like, you know, their raison d'etre really. And so I think they haven't been able, like if they had their druthers, they would be able to implement a more comprehensive system. So we completely agree with you that, you know, teacher knowledge is not enough. I think that we're just operating in contexts where we see, you know, teacher knowledge as one kind of fundamental step, you know, of many in terms of improving teacher quality. And we know from recent research that, similar to the Pakistan results, actually, that, you know, students do better with teachers who have, you know, more mastery of the subject knowledge. So I think we're just saying this is one component of it. One thing that I think we hope to do, especially in the learning laboratory districts where we'll have a lot of like high frequency and more intense data collection, is actually look at this component. So not just do the teachers, you know, have some subject matter mastery, but what are they doing in the classroom? You know, are they able to handle, as you mentioned, students who have very different experiences or familiarity with the content? You know, how are they able to how are they using assessment data in the classroom, things like that. So I think there's potential for that, and we're certainly interested in that. It's just that we see this, obviously, subject matter knowledge as, you know, one fundamental component of improving learning. Yeah.
Okay, great. From the last wave, I already have in the queue Elizabeth and Jonathan, and I'll take one more question here, and then I will come back to the middle section for a final sweep. So, Elizabeth.
The two countries are interesting in that there are actually a lot of similarity in terms of the decentralized governance of the two. What I don't get from the Ethiopia presentation is how GKIP2 is actually going to change the relationship between the federal and the regional and the Woreda, and the Woreda and the schools. And it's not necessarily in that direction from federal to school, but also from school all the way to federal. And I think it would be useful to understand how youth, you know, what is the intervention that you're looking, or what's the reform that you're looking at, and whether the reform has something to do with that relationship. Because I think that is the essence of how governance in the system happens. I mean, one question that's already been raised is how districts learn from each other. So is that something that, in fact, is different in GKIP2 or GKIP3 in terms of the plans? And I heard about the smaller, sort of the more specific changes, but I didn't hear really about the systemic change and how, how resources and the control over resources, how information flows, all of those things. The motivation at each level of government is also changing, and all the way down to the school. And then on the Indonesia, I think is very interesting because, in fact, you do have some of the districts are trying all sorts of innovations. I think that question about, has the central government been able to, or does it plan to have, and are you planning to look into this, how you would actually facilitate this learning across the districts? Another question there is how a national reform can actually be, how do you improve the uptake? And I know that that's one of the questions. How do you improve the uptake of the districts of the national reform? And how do you improve the fidelity of the implementation given uptake? I think that these two countries are similar in the sense that you have to pay specific attention to these sort of relationships across the different layers of government. Thanks.
Hi, Jonathan London, Leiden University. My comments and questions are along a similar line. I think it's emerged that decentralization is an aspect of many of the projects here. And I just, in the context of setting up our sort of political economy analysis, I think it'd be useful for all of us to think comparatively and systematically about how these various reforms register across different aspects of these systems, including at the national level. What are the development of capabilities or non-development of capabilities at the national level, and how are they affecting things? And in this context, I think, I'm sure RISE has this plan, but it'll be good for many of us to begin to have these kinds of conversations. With respect to the Indonesian case, as you must be aware, there's a lot of research on political aspects of decentralization. And many people have characterized, the most critical folks, Indonesia as a kind of predatory democracy with rife clientelism and patrimonialism. And it seemed like the reform that you're describing has aspects that would at least create opportunities for those kinds of behaviors. So one question for the Indonesian study is to what extent you'll be examining aspects of political change in the districts in their relation to what's happening in the education sector. There's been a lot of research on the health system in Indonesia, and it might be interesting to see whether there are any similarities and differences in how districts have responded to health reforms alongside education. Then finally, with respect to adjusting pay on the basis of, via cell phone mechanisms, be interesting to see how that works out. Indonesia does have a lively political culture, and I'll be quite interested to see how this elicits responses from various social groups, including, of course, teachers themselves. Thanks.
Kedras from Uganda. One question for Ethiopia, and then two, but very close to for Amanda. It's interesting to note that at national level, there seems to be a lot of emphasis on what education can do towards the socio-economic development of the country. It's the same in a lot of our policy writings at home, the vision and national development plans. But I would like to learn from you to what extent is this emphasis appreciated across the population? To what extent are schools aware that what they are doing now is going to add towards? To what extent are the teachers motivated and excited into it, even the learners? Could it be that the increased expenditure not achieving the outcomes be a gap in between the emphasis as at national level versus the actual work at the schools? Amanda, you touched two things that are very close to my heart because there are two things we are struggling with back home. We have 4 pillars of education. The 4th one is community involvement. And it came out very, very clearly that one of the areas of focus is actually on community involvement. Now, 2 little questions on that. One, what average of your community have such levels of education that they will have the confidence to hold the schools accountable for what they are doing and what they are not doing? Because at home, that seems to be one of the challenges. You have a school management committee for this primary school, but the chairperson is a P7 graduate, and the head teacher is a university graduate. And this chairperson of school management committee is on the governance of the school, and so is supposed to kind of oversee. So there are those issues, and we don't seem to get through very quickly. The second bit is about the mobile phones. We're actually thinking of starting a pilot on it this coming financial year, which starts in July. I would be interested to find out whether it has actually already started. Has it improved attendance? Does the attendance of the teacher translate into effectiveness of the teaching learning process in view of the fact that learning is a relational experience? The mobile phones, as we've been thinking about them, and even the salary, attachment to salary is all kind of part of the stick. So where is the carrot for the teacher in all this initiative? I would be interested to get what it is there and see how we modify our own faculty.
Okay, great. So let's flip it the other way around and start with Indonesia first.
Yeah.
So from Elizabeth, will you facilitate learning across districts?
Yes.
And from Jonathan, a reaction to the term predatory democracy, and then from Kidris, community involvement.
So how about I answer Beth's question and then part of Jonathan's, and then I'll turn over. There were some questions about how are teachers reacting to this monitoring and the confidence for holding communities accountable. I would like to turn my answer over to Dewi because she is running this project and has had experience with the pilot, and I think we'll be able to provide a richer answer. So how's that sound?
Sounds fine.
Okay.
We have 6 minutes.
Okay. So
if we can do it quite
okay.
quickly, that'll be
so
great.
Beth, I don't know what to say other than you're right. Yes, we these are things we definitely want to look at. How does the take up actually work, and what's the fidelity look like? Actually, that's something that's kind of interesting, is trying to see, well, maybe districts, because of their context specific needs, might actually implement a national reform differently, and that could be a good thing. On Jonathan, what do you mean? What were you thinking of in terms of opportunities for predatory democracy with some of our interventions? Are you thinking of the community empowerment piece?
No,
that intervention?
Just the fact that there's so much discretion and with respect to the appointment of people that it lends to machine involvement, something like that.
Yeah, so I think that's definitely a big issue in terms of I was in Indonesia once meeting with people in the planning ministry, and one of the officials said her good friend was a principal at a middle school and worked so hard to improve learning in her school, et cetera, and then she was replaced by someone who was from the postal service, because that person was also a civil servant and wanted a plum job at a school. So certainly there's a huge opportunity for that, and that's something we want to look at. I didn't go into enough of the politics of the reform, but you're absolutely right. That is definitely on our agenda. I want to yield the rest of my time to Dewi, though, to let her talk, because there was so much interest on Kia Guru. Yeah.
Thanks. So I'll answer the question first on the level of education in holding teachers accountable. So what we did was we had a pre-pilot where we sort of like tested who should be the members of the user committee. So we borrowed a lot from the study that Menno and Amanda was working on in Indonesia, in that the user committee needs to be represented with sort of like the community leaders as well as some religious leaders, as well as it needs to be elected. So that kind of provided a sort of like a stronger backup for the community. They also are provided with a decree from the village head that this is a sort of like a user committee that is recognized by the government, and so sort of like provided them with a stronger voice. In terms of the use of the mobile phone, at least we had a pre-pilot before, as well as currently, anecdotally, we found out that the community, or at least the teacher attendance seems to have improved. This is mainly because most of all is like more on the control, that the community now is like paying attention, and so they have a lot more supervisors now coming into the school rather than just this one supervisor coming from the sub-district level. I guess, yeah, and your question on like, so where's the carrot in this? So when we tested initially, we sort of like talked more about teacher accountability, and there's a lot of pushback on that. So we kind of like twist sort of like the key questions in terms of how do we go about improving student learning environment, both in school and at home. So it becomes a concerted effort between the community as well as the school and parents to look into how they can work together to improve student learning outcomes. So we've seen as well some of the scorecard indicators that focus more specifically on student learning outcomes.
Okay, do you want any further response? Okay, so let's hand over to Tassu now. So the question from Elizabeth on thinking about the systemic change associated with the reforms from federal to school and school to federal in terms of resources, information flows and motivation. And then from Kidris, to what extent are schools and teachers actually aware and excited by the reforms?
Okay, regarding the G-Equip reform, is it going to change the relationship between the federal and the regional governments? I think the G-Equip reform is not basically able to do that, because already the responsibility is defined in the constitution, that the responsibility of the general education is the regional government. So regional government, the G-Equip reform does not change that relationship. But in G-Equip, the reform is that in a way of supporting the regional government's effort. So they identified the reforms that the 6 areas that in this project we are working are related to the reforms that they have. One area is teacher development, the teacher training and teacher salary. So there is complaints that teachers are not getting enough payment. Many people say that the decline in quality is associated with teachers. So they are not motivated. And as a result of that, they introduce several measures of improving teacher motivation. Recently, last year, they increased teacher salaries almost by 100%, while there was no increment in civil servant salary. And certain regions, in addition, are taking measures to motivate teachers to stay in the profession. Many school teachers usually change their professions. Instead, they are trained from the university as a school teacher, but when they go, then they have a private education in accounting, finance, and they are leaving the schools. So this is the most worrying thing why government has increased their salary. And now several regions are now developing their own incentives for teachers, providing housing. In Addis Ababa, for example, those teachers are given, primary general education teachers are given the chance to get government housing in a very low payment. So that is one area that they are working. So our project also that evaluating the impact of that. But there are also other activities that dilute that one. And recently, after 6 months, the teacher salary has increased. The civil servant salary has increased by 60-70%. So now that is another. But we will see also this aspect. The other reform is the school feeding program. They have an addition, the G-Equip 3, in addition to what has been taken by G-Equip 2, will go also into school and health program. That they are, because one of the problem in rural areas and in many poor urban areas are children go hungry and they cannot focus on in schooling. So that they are introducing the school feeding program for children from poor families, and also implementing this across the time. They are not implementing everywhere because there is not enough resource to do that. So this gives us also one way for us to assess the impacts, because of implementation is not in all places and is not for all children. This gives us for us to do some natural experiment type of impact assessment. The other is the school improvement program. They have been providing school grants to increase the resources in schools, textbooks, computers, and others. So this will be strengthened, and the amount of budget will be increased in GECOP 3. But GECOP 3 is not yet coming well defined, so is in discussion. So it will have several components. And in terms of autonomy, there is a discussion to what level that teachers will be given an autonomy. Schools will be given an autonomy to function in their own way. Not the autonomy that the region has, that is not compromised, that is a constitutional issue. But whether they are administered by the federal government or by regional government or whatever, but what level of autonomy that the school should have in order to run is an issue that will be discussed as a good measure, as additional measure in GECOP 3. The one that comes from the later question is, to what extent is the vision accepted by the population, and what is the teacher motivation? I have partly answered the teacher motivation, but the vision is accepted by the population and even by the people. Even people feel that government should do more than this, more than what the government is doing in education. The government has done a lot in education, not only in general education. Improving access to higher education has increased. 15 years ago, there was only 2 or 3 universities. Currently, there are 45 universities. From 10,000 enrollment capacity has risen to 500,000 capacity of enrollment. So the amount of money that the government is investing in education is high. And sometimes, if we are asking government to increase more budget for education, what are the other sectors going to be? So then improving for efficiency is important. And then working more on education, the government working more on education is highly accepted by the population. But in fact, if we see the majority of rich people are not sending their children to public general education, because the quality they feel is very low, very low. But when it comes to university, the private schools are low quality, and people try to send into public schools. Why? And why is a private school good in general education? Why private schools are bad in higher education? That looks to know the system very well. And in this things that in regarding to GECOP 3 and 3, that what we have to look is that, is there a smooth flow of information? Are the reports currently correctly reported from the lower to the above, to the politicians? Can parents participate in school and have a say and confront with frontline provider of schools with school principals? That is the issue also that we are going to look. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. We are now out of time. I hope you don't mind. Maybe you could talk with the speakers over the lunch break. So let's thank our 2 CRTs, and we'll look forward to a good afternoon. Back at 2. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone. We're ready to start the next session, so if you can start making your way into the conference room, that'd be great. We're about to start the next session. Thank you.
Julie. Okay, let's get in here. Let's come on in and sit down. Let's again Let's all simultaneously look at the people still standing out there and give them social norm disapproval. Hey, if you talk, you have to listen, unfortunately. We all, academics all wish it were different. Really, the RISE conference is one of my favorite 2 days of every year. Last conference, I came away thinking I learned something new. Every paper of every session, I learned something that was interesting and valuable to the overall thinking about education. We hope this session continues that strong tradition. We'll start with Alejandro, who is going to talk about teaching, not talent, identifying the source of poor educational performance in developing countries. We did not originally have Alejandro on the panel 3 times in 2 days. He is not it, but Kartik had an emergency. But we did plan to have him twice, and I think he'll be just as good on the second time as he was on the first. So Alejandro.
Thank you so much, Lance. Hi again. Never done this before. So today I want to sort of do something different. Instead of having just a session and a paper and a single paper, I want to combine 2 papers, both of them descriptive, just to give you a little taste of sort of what descriptive work looks before an RCT, but also just to give you a taste of how we might take sort of the experimental tradition, which in developing countries has been particularly strong among economics, and maybe apply it to try to shed some light on questions about pedagogy. Okay, so it's a big team. So Abhijit, Swati, Raghavendra, so 3 Bengalis and Alejandro for the first paper, the one in West Bengal. And then the second one we have Esther and Abhijit from MIT, Liz from Harvard, and myself. Okay, so it's been widely documented now. We almost recite it as a mantra, okay, so that many children in India lack basic arithmetic skills. You can ask any policymaker, any NGO person, they will tell you 1 in 4 fifth graders can solve divisions of 3-digit number by 1-digit number, which is a weird thing to know if you don't know what Asr is. And only 1 in 2 can know how to solve subtractions of a 2-digit number from one another. We just know that that's true, and we've repeated this for now 10 years, okay, now 11 if you count the latest Asr. However, most of our prior studies have focused on whether each child can recall school-taught algorithms. Now, you might argue, and I would agree with you, that that's an important thing to know. However, we also know, and we've known, pedagogues would tell you, we've known for a while, maybe I would argue with that children often depart from school-taught algorithms to solve math problems, and sometimes they come up with their own ways of solving those problems. And I would argue, hopefully I'll convince you by the end of this, that understanding why and how children depart from the school-taught algorithms can tell you something about how we can improve, in this case, in this specific case, arithmetic instruction in developing countries, and in this case, in India in particular. Okay? So let me give you a preview of what we're doing. We find that many children can solve basic arithmetic problems, even if they cannot recall school-taught algorithms. Okay? I'm not going to try to prove to you that this is sort of a general Indian problem. Okay? What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to pick a purposeful population, specifically children who are actually working in informal markets in 2 Indian states, to demonstrate the fact that you can do one thing without actually doing the other. Okay? Why am I choosing these children? Well, they're likely to do very poorly in school, which is partly why their parents or their relatives have actually chosen them, unfortunately, to work in these informal markets. Yet, at the same time, working in a market means that you have to calculate total amounts, that you have to multiply prices by quantities, and that you have to calculate change. Okay? Which means you have to use multiplication, addition, subtraction every day, many times a day. So I'll present to you sort of 2 specific studies. As I said, one of them is with just 200 children in 92 markets in Kolkata. The other one is with 400 children in 39 markets in Delhi. So what does prior research tell you? I'm just going to summarize this very briefly, but the paper, which is available if you guys are interested, really dives deep into this. So we build on work from psychology and anthropology, which is not the typical JPAL paper, I would say, but quite interesting for us to do. So, we've known, or at least this literature has several experimental studies that show that both children and adults perform better on arithmetic problems when they're anchored about things that they know. Okay, so people are much better about sort of estimating their total supermarket purchase than they are at solving sort of a subtraction or a division problem. The same thing with children. There's this set of very interesting studies. Is Claudia still around? Coming out of Pernambuco in the 1980s, showing that street children can actually perform very complex, or for their age, relatively complex arithmetic problems, even though they cannot know sort of school-taught algorithms. And training on arithmetic problems, conversely, does not always prepare you for real life. So the fact that I do know what they want me to know in school does not mean that I can actually apply this knowledge to real life. However, and this is why we don't actually know, or I was telling you that I would argue with the fact that we know these things. Our study, which I've shown you the N in the previous slide, is one of the largest studies to do this with children in developing countries. Now, the fact that a 200 and 400 children study is one of the largest ones tells you something about sort of the sorry state about experimental, research in pedagogy in developing countries, but that's the way that things are. And it is also one of the first to provide insights on heterogeneity. So we're not just going to focus on averages, which is typically the ones the previous studies that I'm citing here are doing, but actually show how this differs across different subgroups. We're also going to show you how the children can apply these skills that they have in the context of the market to other situations that we present them with. So a few challenges in terms of sampling, both in both states. First, of course, there's no comprehensive list of markets that employ children. Why? Because employing children is illegal unless, you happen to actually, there's actually a provision in the Child sort of Work Adolescent and Adolescent Act, which is if you're still going to school, it is okay for you to help with your family's business, which is what most of these kids are doing. So we reached out to nonprofits. This was very laborious who work in child labor issues, make sort of a list. Then we made a scoping visit to each market to verify that it had children. And we drew a convenient sample of markets. I'm going to show you the map in just a second. There's, of course, also no comprehensive list of children in each market, right? Not only that, but, Lan can work from 2 to 4 in a single post, and then he has to go grab some groceries, or he has to transition to another market. And so even capturing children within the day is quite the challenge. So we only approached children who met 3 conditions, looked like they were under 16, so we were interested in children's skills, not adults, who were transacting on their own. So, if Denitsa was actually transacting with Land, who was her parent, then, the probability was that Land was actually helping Denitsa out, and we wanted to maximize the chances that Denitsa had to use mathematics skills in the transactions. And also that they sold multiple goods, right? So if Dave is only selling candy and candy sells by $1 a unit, then he's probably not using arithmetic, as opposed to, I don't know, Felipe, who's selling bitter gourd and also bananas, and they each have prices, and they each have prices by kilo, right? Like he is much more likely to use arithmetic than you. We also identified children, this is the fun stuff, using sort of WhatsApp and giving all the surveyors some identification. Yeah, you all laugh, but it was not funny at all to implement. So this is just this is a map of all the markets that we had for just in Delhi. So I'm showing you the pins in gray, in blue, and in green. So the ones in green indicate the markets where we surveyed both children and adults. I'm going to get to adults right at the end. The pins in gray indicate the markets where only children have been surveyed, and the pins in blue are the ones that we're yet to visit, because this is still an ongoing study. So what does it look like to identify Land who's working? So we're going to have a different, a specific protocol for identifying children, because yes, markets in Delhi, especially informal markets, especially wholesale markets, are a bit of a mess, right? So I'm going to give you the pin. I'm going to say child 1, he's inside the Mandi, beside the paneer shop, he's selling baigan, he's selling carrots, he's wearing a striped sweater, and he's about 13, 14. Okay, so this is how hard it is to identify each person, and we needed to do that for something that I'm going to show you in just a second. Okay, so our survey had two parts. The first part were 3 market transactions just to understand children's arithmetic knowledge as applied to their job. Each child was approached by 2 what we're going to call mystery shoppers. It's not that mysterious. It's basically Tanai sort of pretending to be a regular shopper. Okay, they purchased 2 goods. If by units, by units. If by kilos. When the child calculated the total value, Tanai told them, I actually expected it to be less, because of course you don't want to like test them, right? Because the jury, they would actually understand what is going on. But if you say I expected it to be less, I mean many people actually say that. So what that prompted is for me to explain to Tanai, well, actually, this is how I arrived at my calculation, so Tanai could actually pick that up. So if I was correct, Tanai paid me and he left. Otherwise, he sort of discussed the calculation until I arrived at the correct amount. Then he gave me more money than I was actually due to test my subtraction skills, so then I had to give him sort of the money that was, the change that was due. To maximize the reliability, we did that not only with Tanai, but then we did it with Rima, and then we did it with Felipe. In fact, we sent pairs of mystery shoppers. Okay, so we have data on 3 transactions per child to make sure that we're actually measuring their arithmetic skills. We are not just measuring the fact that I'm memorizing a price and quantity combination and just reciting it to you, because I was very lucky that the prices the 2 goods that Tanai was buying from me were the 2 goods that I actually knew how to calculate. Okay, so the second part of the survey has 2 assessments just to assess children's ability to solve problems as presented at schools, and also to understand why there might be a disconnect. So surveyors approached the child again and sought informed consent. Of course, they administer the ASER test just to measure their their knowledge of school-taught algorithms. We had also an oral assessment, which included just 2 ASER-type questions in oral form, which I will tell you in a second why. Then we had 2 word problems, so maybe I didn't know how to subtract 23 from 53, but if you actually put it in terms of money, or if you put it in terms of bananas, then I knew how to do that. And then we administered 2 hypothetical market questions. So if Felipe was selling Bitterscore, we actually asked him about carrots. So if Tanai was actually selling bananas, we asked him about apples, just to see whether they could apply it to goods that they were not actually selling. Okay? So what do the kids look like? I'm going to show you in just a second. We did have attrition, as you might imagine, but the attrition would be far less than you might imagine. And true, the children who did not attrit actually performed better on the market transaction than the children who attritted, of course. Okay, so the ones who did not attrit, the ones that actually remained. We're not claiming here that what I'm going to show you in the following slides is representative to all the children in all the markets. We're not even claiming that it's representative of all the children in India. We're just saying that this will provide you with some insight to understand what might be the disconnect between the school math knowledge and the market math knowledge. Okay? So you can see sort of how many children, how many transactions they completed in each of the states. So the typical child, if you want to picture sort of what our typical child was like, he was a teenage boy who was enrolled in school and sold vegetables or fruits. Okay, so you can see what the age was in each state. You can see that most of them, virtually all of them, are male. And you can see that in terms of the goods, and we're just showing the most frequent ones, fruits and vegetables are the most typical ones. So no surprise here. Consistent with ASER, 10 years of ASER, kids cannot do school-taught algorithms, or most of them cannot, okay, as typically presented in schools. So if you see, for example, the share of children who were at the division level, subtraction level, double-digit recognition, single-digit recognition, or not even that, about 1/3 of the kids in West Bengal, and much fewer than that in Delhi were actually at division level, and then most of them were either at division or subtraction level, okay? However, the same children, okay, the exact same children were able to perform similar arithmetic operations when framed as market transactions. Remember that when I was buying from Tanai, I was actually asking for 2 different goods. So Tanai had to multiply each of those goods, whatever units or kilos I requested, by the unit or kilo price, and then add them up. And then at the end of it, he had to subtract whatever I paid for him for what was due. Okay? So 87% of the children in West Bengal get the right answer for the transaction the first time around, 92% the second time around, and 91% the third time around. And you can see a similar pattern in Delhi. Okay? So what is going on? How is it that you cannot know school-taught algorithms, but at the same time, you can apply math to all these problems? I can already see the skepticism I can read the skepticism in your forehead. So why don't we get some things out of the way? The kids are not memorizing. It is highly unlikely that the kids are memorizing this. So first of all, I should remind you that for Felipe to have memorized the 3 transactions, these are 3 different goods with 2 different goods per transaction with 2 different prices, and I'm sending 3 pairs of enumerators to actually interact with Felipe, okay? The second thing is, they sort of requested when Felipe was selling goods by fractions, they tried to request infrequent fractions. So it was not just give me half a kilo, which Felipe might have memorized, but give me sort of a third or something like that so that Felipe actually had to calculate the amount. They were not being helped by others, okay? Most of these children were actually transacting alone, and we actually tracked in every single transaction from enumerators whether they were being helped by others. So for example, if I approached Denitza and Denitza was by herself at the moment that I approached her, but then during the interaction maybe Lent came forward and he said something or that might have helped her, then all of our enumerators would have tracked that, and that happened in very, very small percentage of the cases. The kids were not pulling out their calculators, okay? That was just absolutely not happening. There were no children, not a small percentage, like absolutely no children in West Bengal that were using the calculators for solving the transactions in our survey, and they were not using the paper and pencils either, and a very, very tiny fraction of the kids in Delhi were using those. They also did not freeze, okay? Education people love coming up with hypotheses for why these things might happen. They're terrible at testing them. Kids were not freezing upon learning, getting an assert test. We actually randomized the order in which these things happened, and regardless of whether you got the assert test first or you got it later, your probability of answering the market transactions and the other things was exactly the same, okay? So what might be going on? Another thing that I'm sure all of you are thinking is, these kids can't read. They can't write. So when you give them sort of an assert test, that's why they don't do very well. Well, actually, we asked them sort of very similar assert type questions orally, and the kids don't do much better on those. So it's not that the kids can't read, or maybe they cannot read, but that's not the reason why they're doing so poorly on the math parts, okay? It is also not, to all of the economists in the room, I dedicate to you this slide. It is not because of lack of incentives. This was Esther's first thought, and we had a whole RCT especially for that. On every single thing that we tested, not just on the market transactions, but on every other assessment that we did afterwards, we tested whether giving children performance incentives for every single thing that they did right changed anything, did not change anything at all. In fact, sort of the coefficient sometimes is not in the direction that you would expect it to be, okay? True, I mean, this is underpowered, but the more you get it, sort of the pattern seems to be the same. And we'll have much more data by the end of this. So interestingly, when you anchor those same problems on concrete items or money, the children do much better. Sometimes it was just as easy as saying 23 items. I'm not even saying bananas to Felipe if he's selling bananas. I'm just putting sort of something concrete after that. About 76%, 76% of the children could answer a problem like that when it was a subtraction problem or a division problem in Bengal, and about half of those children could do that in Delhi. So all I'm doing is just adding sort of a concrete item or a rupee amount to it. Okay, transfer of skills. The children not only could solve these sort of anchored problems, but they could also apply their market arithmetic skills to solve hypothetical transactions of goods that they never sold with prices that they never actually knew before. Okay, so as you might imagine by my comparison between Dave and Felipe, if Felipe was selling goods by kilos and Dave was selling goods by units, then Felipe had to use math a little bit more. So he was actually better able to extend those market transactions arithmetic skills to other situations. So these are not by any stretch of imagination very high rates of response, but there's definitely something there about a third to half of the children could actually extend their arithmetic knowledge to transactions that they had never seen before. This is also interesting, which is the closer the transfer, the less I'm asking Felipe to depart from what he knows, the higher the chances that he will get it right. So if I give him a multiplication problem with the same good, he got it right almost all of the time. A subtraction with the same good, he got it right most of the time. Multiplication, price range, multiplication addition, multiplication different unit, the farther away I got from Felipe's sort of standard transaction in the market, the less he could solve that problem correctly, okay? Interestingly, so what's going on? So what might be going on is that Felipe is not applying the same problem-solving strategies for a market transaction than what he's seen in answer tests. I mean, all of you, when you're calculating tip in a restaurant, you're not actually calculating 20%. You're just maybe calculating 10%, which you know how to do automatically, and then doubling that amount. The children are just like you, So, when you're giving them sort of a school arithmetic problem, they're not counting with their fingers. They're not calculating it, to a rounded up number and then adjusting the result. What they're doing is using paper and pencil. What they're doing is using traditional arithmetic, like the actual sort of the exact same school. I'm going to pull a Jishnuth here. Maybe one more minute. Is that okay? Okay. And then when I saw him, I was like, I never knew. And then children also perform the calculation more likely in their mind when they had to deal with school arithmetic. When you give them market arithmetic and the anchored problems, most of them were just counting with their fingers. So we're saying, 51 minus 10. Oh, that's like 50 minus 10. And then I adjust the results. Okay? This is very depressing. But experience selling will not aggregate to school arithmetic knowledge. How do we know this? We don't actually know this, but what we did is we also surveyed the adults in the same markets where the children were. They actually performed worse on the answer tests. Of course, this was a different time. They don't have actually different years of schooling on average, but they don't do any better. It's not like if Lent spends 30 years in the market, he will know how to do answer exercises by the end of it. So 3 main takeaways. Working children perform poorly on arithmetic problems as presented in schools, but better when they were framed as transactions. This is not explained by aspects that are completely orthogonal to these children's skills. They could apply their knowledge to arithmetic to correctly respond to transactions of goods that they did not sell. We're currently sampling students in schools to see how these kids actually compare to the kids in the schools. I can only tell you those results will surprise you. The kids in the schools do not know what a kilo is, so doing the market transactions is proving to be quite tricky. Why might this be going on? There are different ways of presenting problems, prompting different problem-solving strategies. The question is, and this is what we're going to answer with the RCT, if Lent is trying to do school-taught algorithm, he fails, and he fails, and he fails. I can understand why that might be your first go-to strategy, but why are you persisting with that? And what will it take to get you away from that calculation strategy? What does it mean for improving instruction? And 2 takeaways and I finish. So we know from psychology and anthropology that children resort to different problem-solving strategies to solve different problems. But can we induce, if I say to Denita, think of this as a problem that you have in the market. Will that get her to shift? Another opportunity is, I know what errors are associated with different problem-solving strategies, counter with fingers or rounding off to a higher number and then adjusting the results. So could I just focus on the errors and maybe tackle those through regular instruction to get the kids to perform better? Okay, I shut up. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll have Julie Bull-Wiggers from University of Copenhagen on the impact of teacher effectiveness on student learning in Africa.
Thank you very much. Yes, thanks. As mentioned, my name is Julie, and I today will talk about teacher effectiveness on student learning in Africa, and in particularly in Uganda. And this is joint work with Jason Kervin, Jeff Smith, and Rebecca Thornton. So in order to address this global learning crisis, which is why we're here today, teacher quality is important. Like, without quality teaching, how could we expect children to learn? So what does the literature say on this? There are generally 2 approaches to teacher quality. The first one is about measuring teacher effectiveness. In this literature, we estimate teacher value added, And mostly this has been done in the US. Now, very recently, additional papers are coming out on these estimates in developing countries. And consistently, the literature find that there is substantial variation in teacher effectiveness, suggesting that we can do something by improving current teachers. So the second strand of literature is about how to actually move teachers and how does that affect learning. And from several reviews, we know that interventions involving teachers are some of the most effective in order to affect learning. So what we do in this paper is to combine these two strands of literature. So in particular, what we do, we ask 3 questions. First, we ask the question about how effective are teachers in Uganda. Recent evidence show that there's serious problems with teacher quality in Africa, so how effective are they? That's an important question, and we estimate this from teacher value added. And by doing this, we're also providing the first estimates of these teacher value added in an African context. In this literature, 2 measures are usually used. Sometimes they're referred to as kind of the same. We estimate both classroom effects and teacher effects and differentiate between these 2. And we also utilize the fact that we have random assignment of students to teachers in order to assess potential bias from sorting of students to teachers. So our second question, what we ultimately want to know, what are good teachers doing? Who are they? Like, why are they good? Identify who they are. So in order to ask this question, or answer this question, we correlate teacher effectiveness with teacher characteristics and behaviors in the classroom. And our third question relates to how does a high-impact teacher intervention affect the distribution of the teacher value added? Are teachers becoming more similar as an effect of this teacher training, or are they becoming more diverse? So just a small preview of our results is that first we find that a 1 standard deviation increase in teacher effectiveness increased student learning by 0.14 to 0.19 standard deviation, which is actually substantial and surprisingly similar to what's found in other contexts. To our second question, we find that teacher effectiveness correlates with teacher behavior, such as observing performance, encouraging participation, having more planned lessons, but we find no correlations on characteristics, which is also a common finding in this literature. And third, we find that providing teacher training and support actually increases the spread of the teacher value added. And we find some suggestions that it's because it's the good teachers that are becoming much better, and it only moves the bad teachers a bit. So it increases the spread from that. So how to study this? We utilize a 4-year longitudinal randomized controlled trial undertaken from 2013 to 16. And here we have a random sample of children tested using the early grade reading assessment, which is designed to measure the first steps a child takes towards reading. And we follow these kids across years. And just so the project started in 2013. We have 38 schools, and we tested a random sample of children in grade 1. Then in 2014, the program got expanded to 128 schools. We included a new cohort of children in grade 1 and followed the kids from grade 1 in 13 to grade 2 now in 14. And this procedure was continued in 15 and 16. So we utilize especially two aspects of this program. First, we utilized that in 2013 and 16. We randomized students to teachers. And second, we utilized the fact that this is an RTC and has with 3 treatment arms. We have a control, and then we have a full treatment, which got increased materials, such as slates, scripted lesson plans, a bunch of other materials. And then, in addition, they also got teacher training and support from experienced trainers. Then we also, in this program, have a lower cost program, which is designed to figure out what would this program look like at scale. So here the cost on the materials was reduced, and in addition it was government officials who did the training of the teachers. And just to give an overview of the different samples that we use, we have 3 samples of teachers, and these are the columns. First we have all our teachers in our sample. Then the second column shows a longitudinal sample of teachers where we have 2 years of data, and we use this in order to separate the teacher effect from the classroom effect. And then our third column is a random sample of teachers, the teachers that were present in 2013 or 16. Unfortunately, we don't have enough teachers both present in 13 and 16 to have a random longitudinal sample. But we're randomizing again this year, so hopefully we'll get a bigger sample for that by the end of the year. Then we also have 2 samples of the schools. We have all schools, which are the panels, panel A, and then we have schools with more than 1 teacher in panel B in order to purge the school effect from the classroom effect. And here we define more than 1 teacher with within the school, within the same year, but it can be between grades. And as mentioned, we estimate both classroom effects and teacher effects. And here I start with the classroom effects. We basically estimate a LAC score model where we have the end of the year test scores, and then we control for beginning of year test scores for characteristics, age and gender. Then we have a grade fixed effect. Then we have a year fixed effect. And then we also allow the effect of the beginning of the year test score to vary by grade. And then our coefficient of interest is the classroom fixed effect. And in order to measure teacher quality, we use the variance in this classroom fixed effect, or the standard deviation of this, which actually essentially measures like how much does it matter if a kid was assigned to another classroom. If the variance is small, it doesn't really matter. The classroom doesn't matter. If it's large, it matters. That's the intuition behind this. So 3 main challenges when using this technique. First, separating the classroom effect from a school effect. The fact that we don't have any teachers that switches schools does that we cannot include a school fixed effect and take that out. So we instead rescale the classroom effects to be relative to the school mean. And this is where we need more classrooms in the school. Then the fact that our classroom effects are estimated means that some part of the classroom effect is measurement error. And that can be particularly important if we only have a few students per teacher. That could the error could overwhelm the signal. So we do 2 things. First, we throw out the classrooms where we have less than 10 students, and then we also analytically adjust the variance. And the third issue is sorting. If students are sorted to teachers, then that would be picked up by the classroom fixed effect and would bias that. So here we utilize the fact that we have random assignment of children to teachers in 13 and 16. So now moving on to the teacher effects. So the classroom effects are measured or estimated for each teacher in each year. But when we have more years, data for more teachers for more years, it's possible to purge these year-to-year fluctuations. And we do this by regressing a set of teacher indicators on our D-mean classroom effects, and then we also adjust the variance as described before. So this is our strategy. Then to the results. First we see here the results for the full sample. Here we can only estimate the classroom effects, and we do this. Here we show the results for both the non-corrected for sampling error and the corrected. And the first set of bars here show the classroom effects, including the school effects, and the second set shows just the classroom effects. And we see here that there is a substantial difference, meaning that variation in test scores, a substantial part of that is due to between school variation and not within school. So moving on to the longitudinal sample, first we see here that the classroom effects are basically the same. It doesn't matter. But now we can estimate the teacher effects. And we see here that the estimate is further reduced when we purge these year-to-year fluctuations, which is happening in the classroom. So moving on to the results from the random sample here. Now I only show the adjusted, like we need to adjust, so this is only for the adjusted estimates. And now we instead compare estimates from measured from 2014 and 15 with those estimated from 13 to 16. And we see this, the same pattern that the school effects are important, and then we also see that there is substantial difference, meaning that there is some positive sorting going on. And this is also confirmed by anecdotal evidence that the best kids are enrolling first and get sorted into stream A, while the better kids or worse kids are enrolling later during the year and are then sorted into the other grades. So as mentioned before, we don't have the longitudinal data from only using data from 13 and 16. What we do instead, in order to estimate teacher effects, we test from the 14 and 15, because this is just assignment usual practice. So we just test the differences in baseline scores between between classes within year within school and see. So if we cannot see any difference between baseline score, we put them into the random sample, and then we can estimate the teacher effects here, which is very close to the classroom effects actually. So here I showed you a bunch of numbers and what do these actually mean. So first of all, our most conservative estimates, which are adjusting for all these potential problems, shows that a 1 standard deviation increase in teacher quality would increase student learning by 0.14 to 0.19 standard deviation. And saying in another way, taking a bad teacher to the level of a good teacher would increase student learning by 0.35 standard deviations, which is pretty much. So just we have to compare to other studies, this in other contexts. In the US, these estimates are a bit lower, but still comparable. And then we just saw earlier today the same estimates from Pakistan, which is basically the same. So it's actually remarkably the same. The only one here from India, which is a lot higher, but this is also from 2 years from the same teacher, and where the others are estimated on 1 year with that teacher. So it makes sense that it's higher. So who are the good teachers? To answer this question, we have teacher surveys, which was conducted in all years, but we only have 13 and 14 digitalized at this point. And we see here, we don't know. Like, there's no correlation between teacher effectiveness and teacher characteristics. This is something that we definitely want to work more on, but it's very similar to what's been found in other contexts. A bit more encouraging on what do they do. Here we have classroom observation. This was on paper only conducted in 13, but we have video observations from 14 and later. So we are currently in the process of trying to code all these videos. So this is definitely something that we would dig much more into. But currently we can say that there is some correlation, even though on this limited sample, that better teachers are more likely to observe and record performance, have a more planned lesson, and also call on the individual and refer to teacher guides. And there's some indication that there's correlations between these. So moving on to our last question about what is the impact of this teacher training program. So first, I'll show you what is the main impact of this teacher training program on student test scores. This was a highly effective teacher training program, which we can see here. Whoa, sorry. The blue bars are the control group, and this shows like the regular grade progression, learning progression through grades. And then we see that there's a huge increase for both the reduced cost program and the full program. And from these 3 years, attending this program increased student learning with 1.3 standard deviations, so that's huge. And even the reduced cost program increased it with 0.5, so that's still a large increase. So looking at how this program actually affected the distribution of these teachers, first we look at the distribution of the teacher value added for the control group. Then we add the reduced distribution of the reduced cost. We can see that they do better, and it's widened a bit. And then adding the full cost program, it's even more wide. And we can see, like, we don't know if we assume that the teachers stay in the same part of the distribution. We can see that most of the things action is going on here, not so much here in the lower part, but mostly in the upper part of the distribution, which could suggest that it's the good teachers that are getting much better compared to the bad teachers. What should we take away from this? That even in this very resource-constrained environment where there's a lot of problems with teacher quality, there's still substantial variation, actually. And there's still someone who's doing something right. And then we actually find that these are correlated with teacher behaviors, and that the spread is increased. And what's interesting here is also to figure out, like, what are they doing, the ones that are not benefiting, for example, and what are the teachers that are benefiting the most, what are they doing? So that's what we want to turn to next.
Thank you very much, Julia. That's fascinating. Now, David Evans is going to discuss the economic returns to interventions that increase learning. So, David.
Thanks very much. It is great to be here. I love RISE and I love the RISE conference, and I've loved this session, actually. I've learned so much. It's been great. Today I'm going to present some work that I've been doing together with Faye Yuan. Raise your hand, Faye, who's here. And just to start with two things. So some months ago, I was chatting with a high-level researcher, like that high-level panel that Lamp chaired yesterday. And he said he'd just come from a conference of like billionaire philanthropists, and they were trying to figure out where to put their money. You know, that's great. And as he talked, this person's worked in both education and health, and he said basically they were really excited about all these health interventions. And they talked about them in terms of saving lives. Like, this is the number of lives saved, the number of life years saved as a result of this intervention. And then this researcher tried to talk about the education interventions. He's like, all right, learning improved by 0.3 standard deviations. These philanthropists are like, what? You know, what does that even, what are you talking about, man? And so that's one thing. Now, obviously, billionaire philanthropists aren't the principal audience, I think, of the work that we're all doing. They're one audience, that's fine. But also Claudia Costin in the session yesterday, one thing that she said, right? We need to make learning visible to politicians. And how do we do that? One way to do it is we translate it. So one of the things so we're going to talk a little bit about this. So, I've shown, this comes from earlier work, so we've had this big increase in impact evaluations over the last number of years in what works to improve learning. So these are just evaluations with learning outcomes. There's also a lot of, impact evaluations are one class of evidence. There's a lot of other evidence that's also been growing over this time period. So we know a lot more about things that work, I would argue, than we knew 15, 20 years ago. So how much of a difference do these make? So for example, you take a few of these from the last couple of days, and I just pulled a point estimate from these papers. So this isn't the only point estimate before any authors get angry at me. The MindSpark, 0.36 standard deviations in math, the Northern Uganda Literacy Program, we just heard about. One of the estimates in there is, 0.22 standard deviations. The information intervention in India that we heard about this morning, 0.3 standard deviations in test scores. So like with this anecdote that this researcher recounted, these are very obscure for communication to policymakers. And to be frank, I think they're even pretty obscure as we discuss these things amongst ourselves. Like, what does this really mean? What are we talking about here? And so let's take a page from health, like the billionaire philanthropists recommended that we do, right? So how does health do it? So for the last, almost 80 years, right? Health has been using some sort of measure of time lost due to death, and then also time living with sickness or disability. So initially, this has evolved a lot. There's an interesting history. The earlier famous iteration was the quality adjusted life years. And then in 1990, with the Global Burden of Disease report, they came out with the disability adjusted life years, which are still kind of what they do today. Now, even though exactly how you calculate this may not be totally intuitive to a layperson, the concept of this intervention saves this many years of life is very intuitive. And these measures get used. So, a lot of people here are researchers. We think about citations. So the Global Burden of Disease, the first report that looked at this from 1990 to 2020, came out by 1996, has 12,500 citations, which is at least 50 more citations than most of my research. People are clearly reading and using this stuff. Now, again, that's one measure. It also gets discussed in the popular press. And so these are a couple of just recent news pieces, one from India, one from South Africa, that both draw on this evidence. And within the news, they're talking about these are the number of lives lost. And they're using these disability-adjusted life years as the way to think about this. Now, in contrast, there's this standardized measure. So in contrast, what do we have in education right now? Well, so a lot of people will use the PISA results as kind of a rule of thumb. There's across PISA, one standard deviation is 92 points. 1 year gain, about 41 points. So one standard deviation is like 2.2 years. Now, there are a few challenges with that. One, of course, is that most of the countries that we work in, not all of them, but the overlap between the countries that many of us work in and the PISA countries is pretty small. It's definitely not zero, but it's pretty small. There are no low-income countries here, and there's a handful of middle-income countries, mostly driven by these high-income countries. Fine. There's also a selection problem. Now, I don't want to hate too much on the selection problem because I'm not going to be able to solve it myself. But still, with PISA, what we're doing is you're measuring kids that are the same age. So the way they derive the benefit of an additional year of schooling is by comparing kids who are the same age who happen to be in different years of schooling. Now, it doesn't take a graduate course in economics to figure out, well, maybe the 15-year-olds who are in one grade are different from the 15-year-olds who are in another grade. We could pause for a few minutes and talk about that, do a turn and talk, but we won't. But that's one thing that people sometimes use. It's not consistently used. So then we have kind of, I'll say ad hoc. A lot of them are well done, but just individual efforts by authors. And so, Kane and Stager in the Met study here in the U.S., a 0.2 standard deviation in scores would be essentially like 7 months of learning in a 9-month school year. They put it in these, in the MindSpark paper that you all heard presented yesterday, right? The effects of math were close to a full grade level in just 4.5 months. So these are useful. These are exactly what we're talking about doing. But the question is, how do you do that consistently? And also, well, I'll come back to, but part of the challenge with these ad hoc estimates is that it works well in countries where we have the data to say, okay, well, how much does a student learn over the course of a school year? We have those data in Pakistan now. We have estimates from these experiments in India. There are a lot of countries where we don't really have those data. So what do we do in those cases? So what this paper does is it proposes a systematic way to characterize the gains from learning interventions with 2 alternative metrics. So the main kind of novel one is the equivalent years of schooling, which we give a little acronym because that's the best way to try to get it to catch on. And so essentially it's doing what the same people do with the PISA, but saying, is there a relevant data set that we can use to say, well, this intervention delivers us essentially the equivalent of 6 months or 9 months or 2 years of learning. And then another way to think about it is just, there are a lot of economists here, is money. So what's the net present value of increased lifetime earnings? Now, the way to think about this is not necessarily, we're not going to propose a prediction that if you have, a 0.2 standard deviation increase in your early child development program, that, all right, well, I guess that means, this person's going to be enjoying an extra 10 grand a year, 40 years from now. Rather, it's just a way of using a metric that people are familiar with to characterize the magnitude of those gains, right? I think it's an important distinction. This isn't a predictive tool. And then characterize the gains. So, with this metric, our equivalent years of schooling, how do we characterize the gains from programs that have been evaluated to this point? Okay, so data. So we take advantage of the STEP survey. So this is a series of surveys that have been done in a number of countries. They measure the reading proficiency of the adult urban population. So obviously that's selected. The nice thing about this and the way it gets away from the PISA selection problem is that because you're looking at all adults, you're getting away from why one person is in one grade and another in another grade in the exact same year, right? We're able to extrapolate away from that. So we use Bolivia, Colombia, Ghana, Kenya, and Vietnam. There are also STEP data from Armenia, Georgia, and Ukraine. But what we're doing is we're taking advantage of the variation in adults who completed 5 years of schooling, 6 years of schooling, 7 years of schooling, and you just don't have any of that variation in these countries, essentially. And so we don't learn anything from those countries, and they end up just adding noise. So these data provide info on education, employment, history, and earnings. So we use the data on the full workforce. So not just people who are currently working, but everyone who wants to be working, because we're looking at the net effect, not just on your wages, but on wages through getting a job. Usually your wages are higher if you have a job. Probably not always. If you're interning at the World Bank, that might not be true. For impacts, what we use are World Bank, that's not true, in case they're watching. So impact evaluations of structured pedagogical interventions. We borrow from Sniltzveit et al. They did a very large systematic review recently where you could argue about their inclusion criteria or not, but they do a nice job of standardizing effect sizes across a very, very large number of studies. For earnings, we just used the gross national income times the labor share of income. And then I won't have time to get to it today, but we also, an add-on to this is we say, well, how much better is this measure if we can do cost effectiveness? So I'll give away that one. It's a lot better, but we have cost effectiveness data from very few programs. So we do some simulations with the programs that, frankly, JPOW has done the best job of doing systematic cost effectiveness for education interventions. But even that, it's still a relative, we're talking about a couple dozen programs. This is an abridged edition of the assumptions. Obviously, there are a number of assumptions that go into this, but a couple of the big ones that I think it's worth talking about. So one of the things that we're sort of imagining is that these learning gains will persist somehow over time, right? That you have, we talk about early literacy, that somehow that makes a difference 10 years later. Now, we might all have our priors about that. The fact of the matter is we actually know very little about that. So Patrick McEwen did a nice review where he looked at how long after interventions people followed up. He found 90% of education impact evaluations in low to middle income countries gathered their final data within a month of the treatment being completed. So, we can all maybe think of one or two evaluations, early child in Jamaica, where they followed people 20 or 30 years later, but that's basically the one that we can think of. There are just very few. A tiny fraction gather data for more than a year, right? And then so we have some evidence that the gains will decay. So a remedial education program in India in 1997 found about 2007, the study came out, about 36% of the gains persisted a year after the intervention. A short-term reading program in the Philippines, about half 3 months later. It's a little depressing. At the same time, we can certainly imagine that important gains in early childhood could have a compounding effect. And we don't have great data to measure this, but if you invest well early on, it puts kids on a different trajectory with a different slope, right? So another challenge, which is maybe a little more technical is, and I guess, so the thing to think about with this is, again, this is not predictive. This is a way of characterizing the gains that we see now in an intuitive way. This is not saying we're essentially going to remain agnostic about whether that standard deviation gain is going to persist. So the other one is standard deviations are comparable. Now, there are a number of ways in which this is a challenge. So one is that it's much easier to move standard deviations of some things than others. So it's easier to get kids to recognize letters than it is to move reading comprehension. It's just, it's very challenging. And then are the literacy measures, that you use in some impact evaluation with children, are those the same as the things that we're measuring in adulthood? So the way that we solve this, at least in this paper, is we restrict this to evaluations that measure comparable things to what we measure in adulthood, which is word meaning, sentence processing, and passage comprehension. So basically, we're not including in our analysis those evaluations that are focused just on letter recognition. Not that that isn't important, it's an important building block to reading, but if you don't eventually get to reading comprehension, that letter recognition probably isn't going to help you that much. Unless you're in a special job that's focused on multiple choice tests. Okay, so our first strategy is pretty econometrically complex. Well, I'll go slow so everybody can follow it. I'm just kidding. We basically look at the simple profile, the first strategy, the learning profile comparing literacy skill and completed years of schooling, right? For grades 1 through 12. Now, you might think that, well, that seems a little silly. We're talking about literacy, and people are supposed to learn literacy, right, by second grade, third grade. Well, if you look across our whole sample, you can see that people are still making pretty sizable literacy gains all the way through 12th grade. And then we see this flattening out right across these 5 low middle income countries that we're working on. So that's why we use grades 1 through 12 for this analysis. Now then the question is what profile should you use? So we're, this is the profile, the pooled profile across all these 5 countries, weighted so each country has equal weight. Now, the ideal for a policy dialogue, so if I were in Burundi having a conversation with the Burundian Minister of Finance, the ideal thing would be to do this, with the actual Burundian profile. And I could say, hey, this is, relative to Burundian business as usual education, this is the return. That's not available in a lot of countries. I don't think it's available in Burundi, but someone can correct me during the discussion. For a global discussion, one way to do it would be to have some sort of development equivalent years of schooling, which is what we construct here with these 5-step countries. Now, are these 5-step countries, do they represent the whole world? No, they don't. But they come a lot closer, I think, to representing low and middle income countries than, for example, the PISA data are likely to. Okay, so again, so there's the simple profile that we observe. So the second strategy we use is an adjusted profile. So we do a simple adjustment, essentially the simple profile, but then we use a regression, and we control for age and gender. We've done we've tried quadratics in age, and none of this stuff matters too much. And Raj Chetty and others' work here in the U.S. has shown actually that a lot of the selection effects that we worry about a lot in terms of returns to education are not as big as we might expect theoretically. And so we run this regression, so on literacy, on an additional year of schooling, and then we back out from that. Because these different interventions happen at different ages and different periods, we normalize them all back to a 12-year-old in 6th grade. So we say, okay, well, let's extrapolate from these coefficients. If all of these interventions were happening at about the same age, what would we get out of that? So, the simple profile is really simple. It's easy to understand. It obviously has more selection, is arguably better than PISA in that regard. The adjusted profile adjusts for some obvious observable characteristics. There's still some selection. There's not a huge amount that you can correct for in these things, right? I've seen people, they've tried doing like the Heckman correction selection with this kind of work. My sense is the exclusion restrictions are not particularly credible with these data in that case. So, okay, so what do we find? What is how many years does it take to get a standard deviation of learning? So one standard deviation of learning using our descriptive learning trajectory across these 5 countries is 6.8 years. Right? So, and you can see across the countries, what you see is in Bolivia, I mean, it's just beyond, we're almost essentially out of sample, right? Because these are, it means that, people are learning the measured difference between adults who had 4 years of schooling and 5 years of schooling is so small that it looks like it would take 13 years to gain a standard deviation. In Colombia, it's much better. In Ghana, it's high. In Kenya, we've got 7, and Vietnam, 5.8. So that's the very simple method, and that's one way you do it. Now that's higher than we'd see in the PISA, but that's consistent with what we would expect in the fact that we probably believe most schooling systems maybe are less productive in low and middle income countries. So with the slight adjustment that we do for selection, we do it 2 ways, one with country fixed effects, one without. You can see you have 6.5. So when we run it with the country fixed effects, it's almost the same as the simple estimate. And we run it without the fixed effects, it's a bit lower. So it's 4.7 years. And so. All right, now what does that translate into? So if we look at a whole bunch of interventions for different countries, so one of the critiques that I often hear in my work is these interventions, they're not even second order, they're like 9th order. Are they really making any difference at all in terms of improving the quality of education? So I would argue that the answer is yes, relative to the business as usual that we're observing in a lot of these countries. So this is a set of structured pedagogy interventions, so pedagogical interventions that give teachers very clear materials and scripts to follow. It's not always 100% scripted, but some clear guidance. So what you see with our most conservative estimates, so the adjusted profile without fixed effects, you see that, you have your 50th percentile, this intervention is essentially delivering 3/4 of a year of education relative to business as usual, right? So I would argue that's a pretty sizable increase in quality. Now, not even the top interventions, right? But the 75th percentile. So, once we're getting towards the top of the distribution, we're looking at something more like 1.3, 1.4 years of additional schooling. Now, other interventions, you can see, on the whole, do much worse. So we have computer-assisted learning. We did this analysis before the MindSpark paper came out. So Ali's like, we should be up here. No, it's, and the school-based management doesn't come out as well. Now, this doesn't speak necessarily, that doesn't mean that there isn't an intervention that could be effective in these, but from the samples that we see, we just don't observe that. But we do see some interventions that deliver some really large gains. So let's say you don't really believe, this is, taking interventions from a whole bunch of different countries. Let's say you don't believe that. Well, the argument is that this is actually could be really useful even within country dialogue. So for example, in Kenya, here are 3 different interventions with some of them with multiple tests, and just says, okay, well, what are the equivalent years of schooling that come from this intervention? And the Reading to Learn program was relatively low, whereas the Primer program that RTI has evaluated, we get much higher. We're looking at like 3.5 years, regardless of which test used, whether it's Swahili reading comprehension or basic reading fluency. Okay, so I'm just about out of time, but so the net present value, what we essentially do is we just do a similar regression, but this C should be an L. So we regress earning on learnings, and do a standard net present value calculation with some pretty standard assumptions. So what you see on average here, this just is the link between literacy and earnings. So in the pooled sample, you see about a 36%, I can never tell because this big black thing, and I didn't memorize my point estimates. And there's a significant range across countries, right? In Colombia, you actually don't see a statistically significant relationship, or in Bolivia. In Colombia, you do. Thanks, I'll just wrap up. And here's the range. So I'm going to skip this methodological stuff just so we can close down. But what you see in terms of the net present value, if you look at the axis on that side, that's the percentage change in earnings. That if you projected these gains forward, this is what you'd see, right? And so, for example, even in low-income countries, what we see are, there are a number of interventions that are up, increasing earning by 2-3%. Now, 2-3% isn't necessarily transformative, but if you're in extreme poverty, 2-3% can make a huge difference. Now, we see higher gains both in percentage and in total size in richer countries. Okay, so I'll skip the details, but basically the takeaway here is that there are a number of interventions that actually do boost learning as much as multiple years of business as usual education. So we're not talking about fourth order things, we are talking about things that really matter. And this is true regardless of which method we use. Obviously the magnitudes depend on the assumption. And that it's possible with an index like this to actually present these learning gains in a way that's simple and intuitive, and that the equivalent years of schooling actually allow us to do that. So sort of my objective is to get us from this place where we're telling some ministry that we increase student learning by standard deviations and everybody's passed out from the 9th mention of that, to something where we're actually talking about how much of a gain in terms of months of learning and people can actually relate to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last speaker before we bring the entire panel up for questions is Shwetlana Sabharwal. Where's Shwetlana? Okay. And we're going to talk about better than most teacher self-beliefs in Uganda.
So in conferences like this lately, there is a silent lottery, and the person who loses that lottery gets to follow David Evans, and that's me. And I get to follow David Evans talking about convincing the world that learning is important. I'll do my best. Sorry. Okay. So my name is Svetlana. This is joint work with James Habyarimana and Kanishka Kakkar. I see Kanishka. So in education economics, there are two empirical regularities that are especially fascinating when you put them side by side. We all know them. One is that most education systems spend more than 70% of their budget on teacher salaries. And the second is that teacher effort appears to be low. So this is from, in part, service delivery indicator surveys from different countries, but also other surveys for the latest year available. And what we find is that teachers often don't show up to school. If they show up to school, they don't often show up to class. We now have increasingly sophisticated classroom observation data, some from pioneering work from Barbara and others, which show that even when they're in class, they're often not teaching. And even when they're teaching, maybe they're not engaging with students in the most meaningful way available. And most of us know this, and we have different types of reactions to this. Some people believe that this is exactly symptomatic of the dysfunction in education systems. This is the reason for the learning crisis or learning anti-crisis. And then there are others who think that this kind of depiction is very unfair to teachers and it's those despicable world bankers maligning teachers again. And that's fine. I mean, this is the kind of thing that evokes a lot of strong reactions. And so the obvious explanation and solution for this that has been favored predominantly by economists is that it's an incentive and accountability problem. Right? So in these systems, typically, there is no reward for teaching well or even teaching more. And there is no punishment for teaching badly or even not teaching at all. Right? And so the solution is to strengthen the incentive and accountability structures. And then we have tried, it's not just we've been saying all of this. There's been a really rich set of really good randomized controlled trials and other kinds of studies to look at the proof of concept of this idea by introducing extrinsic incentive and accountability interventions into the system. And we see from some of these reviews, I see Ale here, and review of reviews, Dave here, that the findings of this kind of work have been somewhat underwhelming, right? So there are three problems. One, it seems that incentive and accountability interventions tend to show very mixed results, which are very sensitive to the context and also very sensitive to the precise design of the incentive intervention. Right? But nobody knows what that precise secret ingredient is. We just know that it matters a lot, right? And then we know that even if they work, I'm sorry, I know you can't read this. I just copied and pasted it from JPAL. But these are the teacher incentive, some of the teacher incentive interventions that worked in Kenya and India. And even here, the impacts seem, okay. Cost effectiveness is not bad. But even here, even though teachers are responding to your incentives, they're not responding along the dimensions that we would want them to respond on, right? So it's not like they're turning up to school more often or even turning up to class more often. They're just changing what they're teaching in class, right? So why is that, right? Why is it that even though there are big margins for teachers to improve their effort, basically just by showing up more often, this is the one particular dimension that seems completely impervious to any kind of intervention. I mean, you have a greater likelihood of seeing improvements in student learning than seeing improvement in teacher presence, right? So why is this? I'm not going to answer that question. So there are many big ideas, right, around this. And these ideas range from things like teachers have to go far away to collect their salaries, teachers are being used for political canvassing, teachers are demotivated, overworked, underappreciated, under-resourced. And then from the opposite end of the spectrum, teachers are political appointees, they just absolutely don't care what you have to say. So all kinds of big ideas. And in this landscape of big ideas, we are proposing a very, very small idea. And we are only doing in this paper, we are just providing sort of a proof of concept of that very small idea, and I just want to calibrate your expectations accordingly. So the small idea is as follows. Do teachers believe that their effort is low? Okay, and here I mean something very precise, which is do teachers believe that there are margins on which they can increase their effort? Okay? And after the graphs that I just showed you, this sounds like a silly question. In Uganda, if you're only showing up 41% of the time that you're supposed to be in class, there are huge margins to improve effort. But what we posit is that the human capacity to delude oneself is quite remarkable, right? David Evans believes that education economists want to communicate their research clearly. So it's not clear that teachers actually believe that their effort can be improved, okay? And so this is exactly this idea is what we try to figure out. We do this through a survey experiment. And so as not to build up to an eventual anticlimax, I'll tell you what we find. we find that teachers have unrealistically positive perceptions of their effort. Okay? And now let's get to the good stuff. So this is in Uganda. We are looking at 350 secondary school teachers across around 35 schools. These schools are public-private partnership schools. And I wanted, I don't know if he's in the room, but Mr. Ismail Mulindwa in the Ministry of Education really helped us implement this. And the reason we chose public-private partnership schools was because we wanted some variation in the management structure. And the reason for this will become clear soon. So the design is actually very simple. We went to these schools. It was an unannounced visit. And we took all the secondary school teachers in the school, and we gave them a short survey, self-administered survey, about 30 to 45 minutes. And the survey contained questions about their characteristics, the school characteristics, and a lot of questions around somewhat quantifiable measures of teacher effort. So how many times were you absent last week? Did you prepare a lesson plan? How many times did you give homework? Did you take attendance? Those kinds of questions. I think along the lines that Julie mentioned are sort of correlated with teacher, what we would think would be correlated with actual effort in classroom. And then there was a module, which is a perception module, which we randomized. So within the same school, teachers would get one of the two randomized modules. One is a self-perception module, where teachers simply had to say what they believed about themselves, right? So a typical question would be, do you respect your head teacher? Okay? And in the social perception group, the teachers had to respond about their perceptions of most other teachers in the school. So do you believe that most teachers respect the head teacher? Okay? And all of these questions were on a 5-point Likert scale, so strongly disagree to strongly agree. And two caveats I would make here are, one, we went to great lengths to reassure teachers about the anonymity of this information, to the extent that we had absolutely no self-identifying information on the self-administered survey. And so that was a promise we kept, to the extent that while we can while we can analyze teacher level data within the survey, we have no way of matching it to other teacher level data in the system or otherwise. So basically the idea is very straightforward. How do teachers see themselves on average versus how they see most other teachers? And what we are doing here is basically saying that if on a particular question, if on a particular domain, on average, teachers have more favorable perceptions about themselves than about most other teachers, then we call this tendency high relative self-regard. So HRS, just like Dave, I'm hoping this will catch on. This is something we coined ourselves. And this is not because we wanted to come up with our own thing. There's a very analogous idea in social psychology, which is called better than average, right? Where you compare yourselves to your idea of the average person. However, we explicitly didn't want to use the better than average concept, and this is for two reasons. One, we just didn't want to take the chance that some teachers might not understand what we mean by average, and that some teachers might find the idea of average abstract. So we wanted to keep it very concrete. And secondly, to some extent, we wanted to impose a more stringent condition. So most is more stringent than average. So we just wanted to be more conservative. And again, we are not doing anything fancy here. This is all correlational analysis. So the idea is the particular question. So in the example I just gave, respect for head teacher, think of it as an outcome. It's not an outcome, but just. And the treatment is getting a social perception module. So when you're answering for most teachers. And so if this is negative and significant, you have HRS on that particular domain. It's very straightforward. And what do we find? So we find that on certain domains, there are no systematic divergences between self and social perceptions. So one of these is available support structures. So questions like, are you held accountable by your head teacher? Do you get feedback from your head teacher? Do you have a good relationship with the head teacher, with your colleagues? What's your workload like? Those kinds of questions, no systematic differences. Similarly, on perceptions of student engagement, nothing systematically stands out. Do you have good relationship with your students? Do you think you can discipline students if the parents don't discipline them? Are you sufficiently involved in setting their learning goals? Those kinds of questions. However, there are two domains on which teachers systematically rate themselves more favorably than they rate most other teachers in the school. The first of this is in terms of job satisfaction. So persistently we find that teachers signal relatively high job satisfaction for themselves, but relatively low job satisfaction for most other teachers in the school. And the second domain is ability and effort. And here again, even on things like absenteeism, teachers are significantly more likely to say that they don't think absenteeism is acceptable, but most other teachers think that absenteeism is acceptable. Okay? And now this is by no means a path-breaking result. This very result, the idea that we see ourselves as being superior to most other people around us, to the average person around us, is literally the cornerstone of modern social psychology, right? And it's been established on many, many domains and many, many contexts, but all these contexts being the weird context, what social psychologists call the weird context, which is the Western, educated, industrialized, rich, democratic, those countries. This is a very regular finding. And you see this for people who are asked about their ability, their work performance, but even on things like, are you popular? Do you have a good memory? Do you drive well? Are you free from bias? Most people think they're more free from bias than everybody else around. So this is a very, very standard result. And in fact, you are much more likely to get published in a social psychology journal if you don't find this result than if you find it. And the other aspect on which our findings are very consistent with social psychology is that people have a higher tendency to show this kind of superiority, illusory superiority, on the domains that they think are important, that they think signal something important. So this again matches up with the idea that teachers are not showing this kind of tendency on things that they don't think are that important, but especially on ability and effort and job satisfaction, they're showing it quite strongly. So we were sort of curious about whether or not there are certain types of teachers or certain types of situations when this kind of divergence between self and social perception is more likely. And we find three things. So the first thing I'm not going to show here is less experienced teachers seem to be more prone to this tendency of considering themselves better than most other teachers. The other interesting finding is that teachers who seem to have low effort on those objective questions that we asked, do you show us your lesson plan? How often did you take attendance? Those teachers who did badly on those questions are significantly more likely to rate themselves more favorably, to rate themselves very favorably and rate other teachers as unfavorably. And this is a very crude measure of observed effort, but these were unannounced visits. So teachers who were in class teaching are less prone to this when we visited, but teachers who were out of class not teaching have a higher tendency of this. And this, again, is very consistent with social psychology. So in social psychology, the most incompetent people are, this is a serious result, I'm not making this up, are much more likely to have this illusory superiority. So the other thing that we saw was that within the PPP schools, you find some school, a small share, between 18 and 19% of schools, are schools where the head teacher has some kind of an equity stake in the school itself. So they are part owners in the very sort of stringent sense, not by a lot, but have some kind of equity stake in the school. And then in the remaining schools, they are just employees. And we find that schools where the head teacher has this equity stake are schools where teachers don't really show this kind of divergence as systematically as they show when this is not the case, when head teacher has absolutely no ownership stake in the school. And similarly, though to a less clean extent, we see this when the school management, the board of governors, has some kind of a equity stake in the school. Now, again, I want to remind you, this is just an association, this is just correlation. We have no idea why this is happening. There are many reasons why this could be happening, but the main point is that schools where management incentives are stronger are the schools where you don't see this a lot. Now, why might it matter? Clearly, human behavior is fascinating. There are all these bestsellers to account for this. But beyond this, we see that this has sort of two practical implications just to keep in mind as we think about incentive and accountability interventions. One is that this kind of perceptual bias could potentially be one of the barriers to how teachers respond to incentives. So if you genuinely believe that you are at the top end of the effort distribution and other teachers are doing much less work than you're doing, and you're confronted with an incentive, then it would take a lot for you to actually respond to that incentive. You will have to overcome your pre-existing rationalization about yourself that you're a really hardworking person. So this is not a trivial barrier, right, to overcome. And secondly, the idea is that there might be some role for the provision of objective feedback. So in social psychology, the one remedy to this kind of illusory superiority is objective feedback. So we think about objective feedback in terms of what students learn, what they don't know. But given that teachers have this tendency to absolve themselves so much, it might be useful to give them some kind of feedback about how often they were absent last month. This wouldn't be very expensive, and this could potentially help address some of these problems. Thank you very much.
Bring a soft chair from the other side.
Nice.
Needs to bring a chair.
Oh.
Thanks, darling. We're good. Nope, we gotta. I'm not gonna.
Oh, you're not sit down? Okay.
Yeah, I will. If I sit down, people might ask me questions. Probably not. 4 great, interesting, relevant presentations. Questions?
There's one in the back there.
Yeah, there's one in the back. I'm trying to take them in rounds of 3. So 1, 2, 3, and then we'll come to Claudia next round. We have time for 2 rounds. So why don't you stand up, introduce yourself.
David Johnson. Just a question or commentary on the first presentation. I enjoy that very much. Not often I see these names being cited in the economics forum. So I think you raise really interesting questions. It's more what you plan to do that I have a sort of sense of dread and due trepidation. But so absolutely, Teresina Nunez's work and Sachs and Lave and so on that you quote have found not only on what you call arithmetical algorithms, but it's also in mass and weight. Apprentices in butcher shops and tailor shops who can
measure questions around ratio and prediction. And I think the explanation, so I'll betray my leanings, I'm a psychologist, not an economist, and some of our understandings about this, of course, is that that kind of learning is appropriately situated in the social context in which it occurs. And I think you've got that absolutely right. The other point, which hasn't been mentioned, is that a lot of learning actually takes place, as Vygotsky and others would suggest, but it's a long tradition of historical and dialectical materialism, takes place with cognitive tools. So cognitive tools, not necessarily physical tools, but the fact that kids in butcher shops, tailor shops, and markets can work out these problems means that they're quite familiar with the resources, the cognitive resources with which they work. So it's also that these cognitive tools mediate learning. So it's like having a conversation with somebody, and as that person responds to you, which is very different to writing a sort of essay that is solitary, argumentative, that kind of conversation mediates your ability to learn, and your learning sort of on the spot, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 1 minute is mediated. And so I think a brilliant presentation, but I'd just be very wary about attempting to extrapolate from learning within social context with cognitive tools that are own to that particular situation to a classroom where that similar level of mediation and work with cognitive tools is just not applicable. Thank you.
Okay. Jeff Smith, Michigan, then Wisconsin.
Michigan and Wisconsin, how does that work?
I'm about to change jobs. That's how that works.
So those aren't the same. I'm just for the non-U.S. citizens in the room. Those aren't the same place, right?
And Michigan's not changing its name to Wisconsin.
Yeah. Okay. Michigan. Okay.
A remark and a question. The remark is my good friend Nat Wilcox from grad school in economics, who works on the boundary of economics and psychology, likes to use the phrase, which I think is not original to him, people know lots of things they can't say and say lots of things they can't know. And the first paper reminded me of that phrase, because it's kind of an example of these kids know things that they can't really say in a formal sense. And that you might, by analogy, want to think about that literature if you haven't already. My question was about fade out. One of the presentations brought up fade out, and it struck me that I had never thought about fade out in the context of developing country interventions. And then I started to think about, well, would my prior about fade out be any different in developing countries than it is in developed countries? And I don't have a well-informed prior about this, and so I was hoping that the panelists could inform my prior better.
Thank you, Roberta Gatti from the World Bank. A question for Svetlana. First of all, that was fabulous. So Svetlana, you told us that, teachers are human beings. They suffer from this high relative self-regard. Yet we see a dramatic variation and heterogeneity on how much they show up for school and for their job. So lots of questions have come to mind. How are teachers different from other public service officials, and how do the incentive and accountability would they interact with this high self-regard? You mentioned the correlation. The higher the self-regard, the lower the competency. So should we think that if you teach them better, they're gonna, if you knock them on the head and say you don't know what you're supposed to know, those barriers will be lowered. So some reflection of where you see this research going forward. Thanks.
So why don't we go from far end to near end, and if you weren't asked a question, you can skip, and then we'll take the second round of questions.
Fade out?
Aren't you mic'd up?
Yeah.
Fade out? There you go.
No, but I think you're mic'd up.
Oh, I am? Right. Oh, awesome. So, I'll just say something on that fade out question. I think that's really interesting. So, again, we have limited evidence on this, but we do have some evidence from the US. Brian Jacob has done work on this, that essentially the degeneration of learning from year to year can be around 50%. Basically, kids forget a huge amount. And so the order of magnitude is pretty similar to what we've observed in the few studies where we do have evidence. So just like in Julie's presentation, she showed that the teacher effects are actually pretty comparable from rich countries and poor countries. It's actually suggestive that on fade out, we also don't see a big divergence. It's a huge challenge around the world, including in the countries that we're working in.
Yeah, I guess 2 points on this. So the first one is, and I feel like I can say this because I am not an economist, I am from education. So, in education, I think we need to be a little bit more humble about what we think we know, right? So I think when we started this experiment, everyone told me, we know this. Like, we know that children sort of know how to work out arithmetic problems in their contexts. Teresa Nunes's and colleagues' book, starts with a chapter on like 5 children, right? Then I get to the second chapter, we have 10 children. We get to the third chapter, we have 30 children. I'm not saying, there's no place for those, but those studies, those smaller studies have given us greatly rich descriptions of what are the sort of procedures that students or some children actually follow. And how they learn. The same thing with tailors in particular context, the same thing with Aboriginal societies in the case of, Number Sense, reviews a lot of that work by Stefan Denahan. And I think there is some merit to making sure that, in a more general setting, we can establish those facts. Now, the first thing that I did when we wrote this paper is send it to all of my education colleagues who specialize in math education, and their first reaction was exactly the same as yours, right? What does this mean? Are you going to start teaching children, this in the setting of a market? Because, the US actually tried that like 20, 30, 40 years ago, and it didn't go very well, right? Because the teacher who does the teacher who doesn't know how to teach in a regular setting, finds it even harder to actually teach you in this. And so everyone reverts to a rote strategy. We're not yet there. We want to understand what's going on a little bit more. And one of the things that I find particularly intriguing that I didn't show you is how the kids are solving, for example, like multiplication and division problems, right? Which is consecutive additions or consecutive subtractions, which again is very intuitive and what prior work shows. But I think something that we need to understand a little bit more is, can I prompt you to adopt something that for a subset of non-market situated problems that could work to solve these assert type problems? Or do I just need to just meet you where you are? If you're making these mistakes when you're trying to adopt these school-taught algorithms, could I just categorize those mistakes as Nunes et al. Have done and try to just anticipate them or remediate them when I find them? So we're exploring here. We're just trying to understand what is exactly where the breakdown is happening, as Esther would say, and therefore try to devise a mechanism to remediate it.
So establishing definitively that teachers are human beings was a core part of our research. So I think the teachers seem to be not, at least from the research in Western countries, teachers don't seem to be atypical to this phenomenon of better than average. A study from University of Nebraska shows that about 68% of teachers in the university thought that they were in the top 25% of the teaching ability distribution. So I think the core idea that we derive from this, which we think is encouraging, is that the teachers who have the margins to increase effort, very suggestively we see this, are precisely the ones who are engaging mostly in this kind of rationalization, which is also what you would expect, right? So the benefits potentially of providing just simple objective feedback, nothing fancy, about their actual effort in very sort of simple terms, like you were absent these many days last week, that kind of thing could potentially be something that could be simply added to our sort of efforts and incentive and accountability, just to make sure that this particular information gap is not what's holding teachers back from responding.
Okay, we'll start with Claudia and then Robin and then the guy in the back whose name I've forgotten, and then Barbara.
So I'm Claudia, and I was fascinated with the 4 presentations, not only with the content, but the techniques of presenting. It was amazing. I think Alejandro set the standard and everybody followed. But very quickly on Svetlana. I really liked your research and the comments you made, but I have just 2 quick answers. One is, how do novice teachers perceive their effort vis-a-vis veteran teachers? Because I have the impression that it's much harder for novice teachers it takes much more effort to deliver a class if you're not experienced. And second, how do they connect with the support that they think they should be getting? This is, I think, would have been an interesting question. Last, I forgot to mention another quick comment. Unexpected visits to schools generate a huge stress. Normally, supervisors make unexpected visits, and it is to discover ill-doing or misbehavior. And so, to what extent do you believe that the answers might be, even with the anonymity or anything like that, could be related to this tension?
So I have a question for David Evans. So that well, I have a couple of statements and a question. One statement is that this has tremendous potential, obviously, as a tool. These 2 measures have tremendous potential as tools to communicate to journalists, to citizens, to teachers, to everyone, basically. So that's one thing, and obviously that's one of the key things that we should be thinking about in RISE. RISE has to be able to communicate effectively the research to the policymakers and the rest of the people who actually make decisions on the basis of research. So that's important. Secondly, it's particularly useful for countries that have limited data on testing and have or not comparable data with other countries. So this has tremendous potential, but right now it's based on just a study, a World Bank study in 5 countries. So, and it could very well be that these are way off, right? Once we get 20 countries to 30 countries, that will be revised. So I was just, and also a second question related to that is, how do you see the linkage between these measures of effectiveness and other measures of effectiveness that are used other than standard deviation, including in countries where there are systems like PISA and so on, where you can actually look at the effect on test gains or something that's comparable in other ways. So how will you see adjusting this over time in your thoughts, and also how do you see it linking it with other types of measures that would make them richer, let's say, and more valid? Okay, thanks.
Hi, Owen Ozier from the Development Research Group at the World Bank. A couple of quick questions. One for Dave, if you could say a little bit more about how different the equivalent years of schooling would have been if, depending on whether you look at children, if you measure, what's the typical amount of knowledge that's had by a current first grader, a current second grader, a current third grader, versus an adult who left the education system at one of these levels. I just wanted to get your sense for that, because I think both types of data are sort of plausible to get at large scale, and so I wondered how different the units would turn out. The other question I had was for Alejandro, and it was about in sort of operationalizing this, not to say that we should change the curriculum to be about doing transactions and markets, but the same kid could do the subtraction when you did it in the market, could not do it when it was presented in the on-paper form. How much scope is there for improving our measurement so that we ask the question not in a market, but a word problem that's about a market. And so if you could say a little more about how much we can improve our surveys to get at the actual underlying capabilities without changing the world's curricula.
Barbara?
Yeah, let me also say all 4 presentations were fantastic, a model for all of us, and I'll be tasked to try to emulate it in the next segment. But Dave, I'm just trying to get my head around the idea of the index is very cool. I'm trying to get my head around the idea of having years of schooling that are determined on such different measures of year-on-year learning gains as things like EGRA and EGMA that are not standardized, and compared to a PISA or a TIMSS or PEARLS measure of learning.
If I could just have one question for Julie. There's this kind of emerging consensus on the teacher effectiveness stuff that has very radical implications that no one wants to say out loud, which is there's huge variations among teacher quality around a very low mean, which means a large bulk of teachers are producing zero learning. Right? And I don't know whether your estimates were centered or not, but it's a significant part of the distribution was actually in negative numbers. Like kids were unlearning during this year, which wouldn't be surprising if it was paid out, right? And then you say there's this distribution. We can't predict it ex ante with characteristics that all teacher systems use to hire. So all of the typical characteristics that systems use to hire are unpredictive of teacher value added. And it's very hard to bring the bottom end up with training. Means churn is like the only solution to this. And yet churn is exactly what no public sector system does at all. And I'm even like being a little bit gentle in how I'm phrasing this, but it's sort of like if you hire a bunch of people not knowing ex ante how well they're going to do and can't get rid of any of them, and many of them you've got a large bulk of the distribution on zero, and that zero is not easily remediable with training. It seems like a really important part of improving the quality is getting rid of the bottom tail, right? And yet that kind of hasn't come up in like a day and a half of discussion. So let's go from this side to that side with the questions that we have, and then we'll end on time.
So thanks a lot. I really like these questions. So, you're exactly right that, we do find that the novice teachers are actually more susceptible to having inaccurate beliefs, right? And that's, again, not surprising. They don't have enough experience and they're still learning. So this is actually quite indicative that the novice teachers, in fact, might need sort of some additional thinking. And this also, I think, converges with other research that shows that the ultimate teacher effectiveness, a lot of it is determined in the first 2 years of actual practice when they actually get to the classroom. So this is quite an important formative period for them, and so this kind of information might even be more important to correct their bias at this time. And on support structures, you're exactly right. In our data, as I mentioned, because of the anonymity issue, we haven't been able to connect it to other existing administrative data. But we did try to collect information on what they perceive their support structures to be like. And we would have wanted to collect much more information. But from the information we did collect, we did see that there was sort of some some variation in how they perceived the level of collegiality in their school, how they thought about other teachers, those kinds of things. So I think that's an interesting area to explore further, and I think there's a lot of new research that's coming up that's really looking at support structures of teachers and their networks in particular. And finally, on unannounced visits, I would completely agree with you, and I think this is where you get into sort of an actual measurement bind, because you don't want to pre-announce your visits, because then you're worried about strategic responses. And at the same time, you do realize that what you see on an unannounced visit does not necessarily have to be symptomatic. And I think the idea here is to hopefully both have good enough sample sizes or whatever, so that if you are having some outliers or whatever, that just gets washed out and the law of averages sort of prevails in general. And also to hopefully in the future triangulate this kind of information with system level information, like inspection reports and so on. But in some of these countries, we're just not at that place right now. But that's hopefully a direction we can go in.
Yes, well, thank you for that question. Very interesting. So, first of all, the low-quality teachers, they are moving, so we can reach them. They're just not moving as much. But I don't think this is why we want to know who are they, what are they doing in more detail to figure out, can we actually do something so that they can move more in a sense. Yeah. You're not convinced.
Why not get them out of teaching?
Well, yeah.
How can Julie answer this question?
That's definitely an opportunity, possibility.
I'm just saying that the structure of occupational choices in every field is enormous churn in early years, followed by stability. And yet, the vast majority of people that start at some job decide they don't like it, decide they're not good at it, move on to a different job. Anyway, so it's just everyone has the belief that everyone can be trained to be a good teacher, whereas we just don't have that belief about a whole array of other things, right? I mean, it would be odd if we could train every individual to be a good teacher. That would be really strikingly surprising to me rather than the norm. So, sorry.
It's so easy.
No.
What? Teaching's so easy.
Yeah. Sorry, but
That's fine.
Okay. So they're moving, but it would be worth if you're moving them from negative numbers to zero, then you might start to think about cost effectiveness calculations of why are we investing in these people where we have other people, and just a new draw on the distribution, relative to a new draw on the distribution, right? If you have people in the low tail that are hard to move up, a new draw on the distribution almost certainly is going to give you on average better results rather than. Anyway, sorry.
Great question. I think there are people doing very interesting work in measurement. So Pratham itself has developed measures of handling of money. So they administer that for the first time in the ASER 2006. We actually just got the data, so I'll be able to see, for these, not only for because they also did a study in urban areas, so how the district-wise they match up to the data that we have and sort of say something hopefully about the generalizability of our findings. They have, tests with clocks for speaking back to your point about, spatial dimensions and how children make sense of spatial dimensions. To be perfectly honest, though, I think we're going too slowly, right? Even, the MindSpark evaluation that I presented in the first day, the way in which MindSpark, or education initiatives, I should say, figures out, what students are getting wrong is basically using distractors in multiple choice. Then if enough children, pick a distractor, then they go and interview the child, figure out what most children are doing wrong, and then programming that back, right? I think that was great for sort of the past maybe 10 years. I think where the field needs to move forward is to try to do that faster. We can't, I have no idea why in education we're perfectly okay with not having rigorous knowledge on what should be happening in the classroom, but for many decades we're okay. So Karthik and I have this initiative that we're calling a learning lab. So what we're going to do is use MindSpark as just a platform, not as an intervention, but just as a platform to do A/B testing and figure out sort of, for example, if you're doing multiplication by consecutive addition, then okay, what should we teach you, or what are you getting wrong, and therefore what could we be telling students to prevent mistakes from happening? We're very excited about this. I think it is very ambitious, and there's a very high probability that we get it wrong. I just think that I'm so tired of us sort of mentioning the words big data and machine learning without ever integrating at least the principle of it, if we can't figure it out how to do it well in education. So that's our first attempt, and maybe we'll get it wrong, but that's where we're headed to improve measurement.
All right. I just want to say, actually, on that MindSpark evaluation, this error analysis that they do, and they have a lengthy appendix, is, I think, really exciting, and one of the ways where, even though whether you think about the specific intervention is, whether you think you could do that specific intervention in rural, wherever or not. I think there's some really promising stuff there. So anyway, if you haven't read that study, read it.
There's a great blog post on whether you
I've
can
heard
do
that.
Yeah.
I've heard that. So these are so thanks to everybody for these suggestions. So in terms of Robin, your point about like these are 5 countries. Obviously, I would be highly surprised if we then did this for 75 countries and wow, the average was the same. So but at the same time, I'm actually not aware. I love yesterday I heard and Barbara Bruns wrote a blog a couple months ago, and I hope that 6 months from now we have this international metric for whatever 2nd graders or 5th graders or something. What, age 9, sorry, age 9. So as soon as we have that, besides then, I'm happy to kind of retire this paper, but I also feel like, there's a lot of uncertainty about this, and I am actually not aware of, a concrete kind of internet. I know there's PISA for development, there's a lot of stuff in the works, and as that stuff comes, I think we'll have to adapt, but my experience has been that almost all of those things take far longer to happen than anybody actually expects, and so I would say that. In terms of linking that to these other methods, one of the things that we haven't done that I think could be really interesting is to link this up in countries where we have some other measures, to link those together. What would this mean in terms of shifting in Kenya? What would this mean in terms of the percentile on the primary school exit exam, which is something they use a lot there, that sort of thing. So I think that would be very interesting. On Owen's question, about how, I know we lost Owen, but I'm still going to answer it. If we asked little kids the same, if we actually tested the kids at point versus adults, I think there are 2 things that happen, right? As people leave school and they go up, one is they forget things, and I know that's true. I can't remember what I've forgotten, but I've forgotten a lot. And then people also learn things, like from Ale's, once they become adults, they go into the market and they learn things as well. The net effect of that, I think, is not obvious. And so that's, again, where I think this is a useful tool for characterization. It's not a predictive tool. At the same time, Owen suggested that we could, at large scale, get these data of children's tests. I actually think that's not true. We looked around. There are ad hoc, so you can find a test of 4th and 5th graders in one country, and you can find a test of a couple of grades in some other country. The step is really different in that regard, in which we can see people who have each number of years of schooling on the exact same test across 5 different countries. I just, if I've missed some test that takes place in low-income countries that among school children that gives us that kind of profile, then we'd love to adapt it, but I haven't seen it. And on Barbara's point, I guess this last point about, we're taking interventions that have an EGRA or have some sort of reading test, and then we're linking that up with this adult literacy test. Ultimately, the way we get around that, if you include all the impact evaluations and all the tests, then the results are very different, because a lot of these the measures are measuring things that are much easier to change, kind of pre-literacy, things like letter recognition. So the closest I think we can get to that is by restricting the test. So basically, we include impact evaluations that test things that are pretty similar. Now, I'm sure any psychometrician in the room will beat me up behind the room afterwards, because that's not. But I actually think it's a good first approximation of saying, okay, these tests are both testing reading comprehension, albeit in slightly different ways. So it's a good place to start.
Okay, thank you very much. It is 4:02. Barbara is going to tell me what I'm going to say next. Just come put your hand in my back. I'll just...
I'm very high on his back.
Oh, I thought you were going to I'll just...
No, can we possibly ask that we grab coffee very quickly and start here at 4:15 in the hopes of finishing early tonight?
That would be very good. I'm sure there's a room full of luggage, which means there's a room full of planes to catch. So
Okay,
we will start
so we'll
at
start at
4:15, and we will end promptly at 5:30 total, including closing remarks. Great. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Why don't you say 2 minutes and I'll start the next minute.
Focus on what you're going to say this morning. 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes left for the break. Please find your seats.
All right, we're starting, everyone. This is our effort to have a fascinating session and also get everyone home as early as possible tonight. Okay, our first presenter is going to be, well, this session on pedagogy, we were just commenting, it may seem like a little bit of a grab bag, but I think it's going to deal with some very fundamental issues of what we teach and how we teach it. And the first presenter is going to be Yared Said of the IGC at LSE, talking about mother tongue instruction in Ethiopia. Yared.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for waiting this long to hear our final presentation. It was an interesting day. So today, my name is Yared Said, and I work for International Growth Center for the Ethiopian country program. I'm a country economist there, and I'm based in Addis Ababa. So today I'm going to discuss a little bit about my work on medium of instruction. So to give you a little bit background about this work, this is a follow-up on my previous work on the medium of instruction in Ethiopia. I got interested in medium of instruction because Ethiopia has introduced mother tongue instruction in the mid-1990s. There has never been a rigorous research in terms of its effect on a number of selected educational outcomes. So in my previous work, what I did was I tried to see whether the introduction of mother tongue instruction in Ethiopia has led to improvement in selected educational outcomes. And what I found out was a positive effect, which means kids instructed in their mother tongue performed better relative to kids who are being instructed in their second language. So, but the flip side of this story is that, as in many African countries, in Ethiopia as well, after completing a few years of primary schooling, kids switch the medium of instruction from whatever language that you are being instructed to English. So in this paper, what I'm trying to do is whether the gain in academic achievement that mother tongue students enjoy when they are being instructed in their mother tongue during the early few years is being somehow carried over to later years, even after they switch to English instruction. So that's what I'm trying to explore in this paper. And the general overview, the general motivation for the paper is there are a number of African countries, including this morning's presentation in Gambia. The gentleman mentioned there was attempt in terms of introducing mother tongue some form of mother tongue instruction in Gambia. So this is it's not only common in Gambia and Ethiopia. When you look at the education system in many sub-Saharan African countries, they attempt to move to mother tongue instruction, mostly from English instruction, or to be more accurate, instruction in former colonial language to indigenous language. The Ethiopian context is a little bit different because Ethiopia has never been colonized. So the move is from Amharic, which is a local language, and the the official language of the federal government, to some other local languages. As Tasso mentioned this morning, Ethiopia is extremely diverse, where there are more than 80 this could be. So as I said again, because for the most ethnic groups and languages are being spoken within its boundary. So you can imagine how much in high school and college, the medium of instruction is a foreign language in many African countries. So this necessitates somehow a move or a transition to English instruction, but I've never seen anything rigorous done in terms of exploring this intricate relationship between mother tongue instruction and performance, and what will happen later after you transition to English instruction. And the other thing that I would like to mention in terms of motivation is when you the choice of mother tongue instruction may set students from different language into different trajectories if there is a gain of instructing kids in their mother tongue, right? So that's why I think it's important. So if you don't have the time to stick to my presentation, probably the key finding or the summary of what I did is initially I compared. Okay, let me put it this way. I'm going to discuss about the triple difference model that I'm exploiting and the variation that I'm exploiting, I guess. But the main finding is I compare grade 5 students. One group of students initially, which means between grade 1 and grade 4, they are being instructed in their mother tongue. And another group of students between grade 1 and grade 4 being instructed in a second language, a local second language. And these both group of students then transition to English instruction in grade 5. Then I compare which of these two groups perform relatively better. And I found out kids who were initially instructed in their mother tongue to be performing better than their peers who were instructed in their second language. And this is my outcome variable is mathematics test score, and they have gained about 0.11 standard deviation relative to their peers. So yeah, okay. Let me give you a brief background about the context in Ethiopia. The current government came to power in 1991. So before 1991, the medium of instruction, or before this current government came to power, the medium of instruction was only Amharic, and the official working language of the federal government was Amharic. But ethnic separation and things like that was at the center of the political dialogue when the current government came to power in 1991, which led to the education reform in 1994. So this education reform has different components, but one of the major components is introduction of mother tongue instruction. So this is a federal law, which means every state has to introduce mother tongue instruction. So Ethiopia is a federal country with 9 state governments, and 2 charter cities, or if you want, federal government cities. So we have a federal government, a state government, and also local governments. So it's a federal law to introduce mother tongue instruction, but it is the state's choice in terms of how many languages that the state wants to introduce. So it's not only this education reform provide discretion to states in terms of introducing mother tongue, but it provides them some sort of discretion in terms of how many languages that they choose as a media of instruction in primary school located within their jurisdiction. So what this means is that, I mean, as I said earlier, Ethiopia is a very diverse, ethnically diverse country, more than 80 languages and 80 ethnic groups, and the Ethiopian federalism is somehow constructed along ethnic lines. So because of that, I guess you could imagine that there is some sort of success in terms of introducing mother tongue in Ethiopia, because prior to the reform, Amharic was the only medium of instruction in Ethiopia in primary schools. But after the introduction of after the education reform, I guess right now probably we have more than 25 languages being used as media of instruction. So you can imagine how big this move is. But the flip side of the story is, because Ethiopia is so diverse, we still have way more to go if you want every kid to be instructed in a mother tongue. It might be practically impossible. For one thing, there is it's a big complicated issue, from the resource perspective and things like that. But the other side of the story is, for instance, if you live in state X, where the medium of instruction is language X, and if you are from that ethnic group, you are okay, you are being instructed in that language, right? But if your parents move to a different state, even if that language is introduced as a mother tongue in Ethiopia, you are going to be a language minority in that state. So I'm trying to exploit that in the identification strategy. So no matter how hard you try, in every state you can find two groups of students: language majority kids who are being instructed in their mother tongue, and language minority kids who are being instructed in their second language. So this is one dimension that I am exploiting in the identification strategy. The other one is the timing of transition to English instruction. Again, this is left for the states. So in Ethiopia, I can divide the states into, broadly speaking, into three in terms of the way they transition their kids into English instruction. So in some states, kids are exposed to mother tongue instruction for 4 years and switch to English in grade 5. In other states, 7. In other states, it's 9. So because my training is in economics, you can imagine where I'm heading. So I exploit this variation as well in the identification strategy. So far I have discussed two different dimensions. The first one across language group, the second one across states in terms of the timing of switch. So let me move to the next slide. I use the Young Life survey data, but this is not the household survey data. This is the school survey data. They administered the school survey in 2012 in Ethiopia. So it has many interesting aspects, but the most interesting aspect, at least for me in this paper, is I can observe a student's mother tongue. And also because it's a school survey, I can observe the medium of instruction that the school adopts in primary school. So I can match, this language to exploit the variations that I discussed earlier and explore how kids perform as they progress through grades. So as I said, the dependent variable is math test score. So this is the dependent variable. Let me move. So this is the identification strategy, the triple difference. So Young Life administers test score to grade 4 and grade 5 students, both at the beginning of the year and at the end of the year. So this enables you to calculate gain in academic achievement if you want, or in their math score. So I constructed a dummy variable as for after, where after means sort of a post-intervention data, which is equal to 1 if you are in grade 5 and 0 if you are in grade 4. And the other dimension is I have this experimental state and non-experimental state. So because Young Lives administer test score to grade 4 and grade 5 students, my primary state in this case is Southern nations and nationalities states. So, or in short, it's called SNNP state. So what's interesting for me about SNNP is the first thing, it is so diverse. More than 53 languages are being spoken in that state, but the media of instruction adopted in that state are about 13 languages. So what this means is that you can find a huge chunk of kids who are being instructed, like language minority kids and language majority kids. So because of that, I I consider SNNP as experimental state and other states in Ethiopia as non-experimental states, because the other states switch to English instruction either in grade 7 or grade 9. So that's why I consider SNNP as experimental. And then I have these two groups of students, where mother tongue students mean students who are being instructed in their mother tongue up to grade 4, and non-mother tongue students are students who are being instructed in a second language up to grade 4. Or more formally, this is how the triple leaf model looks like. So again, this is a dummy variable for SNNP. This is a dummy for grade 5 students. And this is a dummy for language majority students. So you can consider the treatment having two kinds of treatment. The first one is exposure to mother tongue instruction. So language majority kids exposed to mother tongue instruction up to grade 4. This is unique to mother tongue. This is unique to mother tongue students. The second type of intervention you can think of is a switch to English instruction. This is uniform across language group, but I assume, or I believe, the variation or the impact of the transition could be different across language groups. Why? Because for language majority, this is a move from mother tongue to English instruction. For language minority kids, it is a move from second language to English instruction. And the primary variable of interest for me is this one. This is the third level interaction. And this is one of the tables that I have in the paper. So as you see from here, I have a positive and statistically significant coefficient. So what this means is that kids who have been instructed in their mother tongue in the first 4 years perform better in grade 5 relative to kids who have been instructed in their mother tongue, in their second language for the first 4 years. So what this result, along with the prior work that I have done, tells me that mother tongue instruction improves school performance, and also the school performance continues even after kids are transitioned to English instruction. But the flip side of the story is, this is only a very short-term effect in the sense that these kids switch to English instruction in grade 5 and are measuring their test score in mathematics in grade 5. So, I have no clue whether this positive effect decays or fades away as kids progress through maybe grade 5 and grade 6. So I think the most interesting extension of this paper could be, which I'm still working on, is the long-term effect of exposure to mother tongue instruction. When I say the long-term effect, it could, what I'm trying to look at is the labor market outcome, I think one of the comments that before the falsification test, I did one robustness check. One of the comments that I keep getting from people is, even if officially kids are supposed to be instructed in English in grade 5, there is a possibility that the teachers may instruct them in the language that they are comfortable with. So this is not a particularly accurate assumption. First, because when you look at the recruitment process in SNNP state, for a person to be a mathematics teacher, the requirement is your ability to, of course they have specific requirements, but when it comes to language when it comes to the language component of the recruitment, is whether you are able to instruct kids in English, not in the majority language. So in order to address this challenge, what I did was again, because this is a school survey data, I observed the mother tongue of the teacher as well. So I tried to see whether the match between the kid's mother tongue and the teacher's mother tongue is the same and different, has implication on my result, and I didn't find anything different. So that makes me a bit comfortable. At least that rules out whether the gain that I am documenting here is not because this language majority kids continues to be instructed in their mother tongue, even if the Ministry of Education officially states that should not be the case. So when it comes to the falsification test, what I did was, as I said earlier, Ethiopia has 9 states, and of which SNNP is one. So I dropped, and SNNP, as I told you earlier, SNNP is an experimental state because that's the state which switched to English instruction in grade 5, whereas the others continues to instruct in the same language post grade 4, right? So what I did was I dropped SNNP state, which means I have only non-experimental states, but I assign these states randomly into placebo experimental state and non-experimental state. In order to ensure that the assignment is random, I use the administrative number that the federal government assigns to these states for administrative convenience. It's like, some state is number 01 and the other is 02 and something like that. So I forgot the detail, but what I did was, the odd number states are considered as placebo and the even number, something like that, into experimental state. And then I run the regression, the definitive regression, and I found no statistically significant results. So I consider my estimate is picking up actually the mother tongue instruction and not any other confounding factors. So let me move to the conclusion. I guess, as I said earlier, combining my prior work, which came out in Economics of Education Review, I found out there is a positive effect of being instructed in mother tongue. And what the results in this paper showing me is the gain in academic achievement due to mother tongue instruction continues even after students are being switched to English instruction. So this is a very interesting finding in the sense that you can sort of tweak the language of instruction in order to improve gain in learning. But the flip side of the story is this is a very short-term effect, and we are not sure how long this will last. But it has also implication on my results have implication on income inequality. As I said earlier, Ethiopia minority kids, language minority kids. So the choice of the language of instruction is so diverse. So no matter how hard you try, you can find, may say it, these two different groups of kids into different trajectories, which is more likely in favor of mother tongue students. So we have to think carefully about how to deal with language minority kids. So I think that's the comments that I want to make. And I guess I would like to also maybe extend this one a little bit and tell you about my preliminary findings from the other papers that I'm working on, which is about the labor market effect. So what I found out is again, learning in mother tongue seems to have a positive effect in the labor market. But the downside of, but there is also some qualification, I would say, because the duration of exposure matter. The longer you're exposed to mother tongue instruction, it is at the cost of your proficiency in the national language, which is Amharic in our case, and also international language. So you have to be able to find the optimal years of schooling that kids should be exposed to mother tongue instruction. So it's not always true that when you are exposed to mother tongue instruction, you are doing well in the labor market. So you have to be very careful about that. I couldn't calculate the optimal years, but as I said earlier, we have 3 groups of states, grade 4, switching at grade 5, grade 7, and grade 9. So from that paper, what I found out is grade 4, students who are exposed to 4 years of schooling seems to perform better than the other groups. So I guess that's my presentation, and thanks for your attention.
Hello. Hey. So it's great to see so many people here on a Friday, late Friday afternoon, after so many presentations, so many sessions. So, I'm going to start with something a bit more relaxed, and I want to start with a quiz, a pub quiz. And the reason why I want to do that is because I want to kind of introduce a bit what is growth mindset. So our paper is called Growth Mindset at Scale, Increasing School Attainment by Affecting the Mindset of Secondary Students in Peru. And this is a collaboration with Alan Sanchez from Grade in Peru and Renos Bakis from the World Bank. So, but what is a growth mindset? And so I want you to kind of think about a question. I'm going to give you 2 options and, raise your hand if you think the first option is what you would do. And raise your hand if you think second option. Now, they're a bit twisted, these questions, so it's, I would never say these things personally, but anyway, I just designed it so to illustrate a little bit what growth mindset is about, but also why is it that it's so important in education, but also how prevalent it is, not only in the schools, but in day-to-day life. So, okay, so imagine your daughter wants to get into a gymnastics club, but she falls short at the entry exam. So option one, what do you say? You did great, but you were unlucky, right? Or option two, I'm sorry, my dear, perhaps someone else deserved it more. You should practice more. Okay, so who goes for option one? You did great, but you were unlucky. Okay, option two? Okay, lots of mean people here. I think you might be either economists or you know what growth mindset is about. Okay, the second question is, okay, your daughter has homework to do. She's done very quickly, and she's done it correctly. So option one, what do you say? You are so clever, it took you no time to finish. Or option two, great, but I think this is too easy. I'm sorry, school is making you waste your time. Okay, so who goes for option one? Okay, so you're so clever, that's nice. Option two? Okay, I lost fewer people there. Okay, so now, actually option ones, basically they're giving what we call a fixed mindset, right? So the fixed mindset is about what belief have you got with regards to your own abilities. Do you think that your abilities are fixed in the sense that, for example, I'm a sporty person, or I'm a math person, or I'm kind of a reading person, but not a math. So that's a concept of fixed mindset. Whereas a growth mindset is it's a completely different understanding of abilities in the sense that you think that your abilities can grow and you can change them if you practice them, right? So when you say something like you are so clever and it took you no time, you're actually emphasizing a fixed mindset concept of abilities, right? And this is just in the whole context of giving feedback to your own children, but you can see that in a school, what kind of messages are you receiving with regards to your own abilities? And actually, it made me think a lot yesterday afternoon when we were talking about the crisis of learning, and then Nancy Birdsall mentioned, well, these kids are learning something, that they are dumb, that they know nothing, right? But actually, they are learning that their skill levels are low, but also they're learning that the world is a fixed mindset world, that their abilities are fixed, and so they don't belong in this place, and there's nothing they can do to change it. Now, so what I want to show you today is an RCT that we try to change the mindset of students in Peru in secondary education. And the whole thing is about we try to change the growth mindset and what happened next. So we evaluate the impact of psychosocial stimulation intervention, which we call the Grow Your Mind program, which effectively tries to change the mindset of the students and is aimed at increasing the growth mindset and therefore try to explore whether it has got an impact on increased attainment of the students. So this Grow Your Mind is what we call this intervention, is highly cost effective and scalable. So we designed explicitly that we wanted it to be scalable and also very light touch. And so when we say that it's cost effective, it's only 1.5 hour session, a single 1.5 hour session that requires no school visits or no ad hoc teacher training. So we never visited actually these schools. All we did is we sent some material to the school and then teachers used that material. And in 2015, we treated over 25,000 pupils in 400 schools in urban Peru at a cost of just 20 cents per pupil. So it's highly cost effective. Now, so just to give you a little overview of the evidence, we found that there are significant improvements in maths, as well as reading comprehension, 2 months after the intervention took place, right? So, you might have some concern about whether 2 months is an issue, but we have also a 1 year later follow-up, and we find that these results are sustained. So 14 months later, we still find that there are significant improvements in maths and reading, and moreover, that these improvements are quite large in magnitude. So we're talking about 30% of a standard deviation as a result of this one single 1.5 hour session. Right? So where does this all come from? This is, comes from the social psychology and the self-theories of intelligence developed by Carol Dweck. And she presented this dichotomy: either you have a fixed mindset or you have a growth mindset. But why is this important? Well, it has been documented that students with a growth mindset, they are more motivated, they work harder, they use more effective learning strategies, and overall they achieve a higher educational attainment. Yeah? But moreover, to me, what is critical is that not only they do that, but also the response to feedback is completely different. So for example, if you have a fixed mindset, let's say, I'm in Oxford and we have lots of undergrads that are geniuses, right? Now they come to Oxford and they do the exam and they fail. Okay, what's that response? If they come with a fixed mindset, it tells you, well, actually, I used to be good at this thing, but I'm not good anymore. So what can I do? Well, what I can do is I can hide it or I can avoid it, right? So that's the natural response from a feedback that tells you, well, actually, either you're intelligent or not, and now I'm not intelligent anymore, right? So that's a response from a negative feedback from a fixed mindset individual. If you have a growth mindset, on the other hand, a negative feedback is telling you, well, actually, I need to work harder. I'm not there yet, and therefore, if I haven't done well enough in an exam, it means that I'm in the process of learning, and therefore I need to exert more effort. And so you find that the students with a fixed mindset, they reduce their effort, whereas students with a growth mindset increase their effort to the same stimuli. Right? Now, recently, and more importantly for us, is that there are some experimental studies from social psychology that show that you can change the growth mindset. And you can instill this growth mindset, and that will have sustained effects on educational attainment. And moreover, interesting for me and in a developing country context, these studies also find the returns to these growth mindset interventions could be higher for minorities. And in particular, we're talking about African Americans in the US or Latin American, Mexican Americans in the US. Now, the downside of this whole literature is that it's relatively small scale and it's very US oriented. So we are the first study, as far as I know, the first study that has taken this concept and brought it to a developing country context. So we want to test for the first time whether growth mindset works in a developing country context. But also, globally, we are the largest experimental study on growth mindset with the 25,000 students that were treated in 2015. So what do these sessions do? So basically, our sessions, our 1.5-hour session, explain the science of the brain, the neuroscience of the brain, adapted for students in year 7 and year 8 in Peru. And basically, they convey the message that the brain works like a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it gets. Right? So that's the basic concept that we convey. And so these sessions, the whole intervention has two components. One is the session, and the other one is a poster. Right? So the session itself is 90 minutes, and the first half hour, we give them a text that they read. Then the next 30 minutes, we put them in groups and then discuss, we don't do it, it's just their local teacher that does it. They discuss in groups the concepts delivered in this text, and then finally we ask them, and this is crucial, we ask them to write a reflective essay in the form of a mentoring. So they need to write to a younger kid or a younger friend or a younger brother or sister what they've learned in this session, right? So this is just an example of the 3 pages that the text is. And then we have the poster. And then teachers need to pin this poster and also pin the letters that were written by the students next to the poster. And then this poster stays there for the rest of the year, okay, in the class. And so we have here some examples of classes that did this. And so they have the poster here, and then they write the letters and pin them there. And we tell them to keep them there, right? So the idea of the poster is that there is there's a physical presence that reminds students of the concepts delivered in this session, right? Okay, so what was the study design? And I'm going to go relatively fast with through the techniques so we can get to the end and see the results. So we have 800 schools that were randomly assigned to receive this Grow Your Mind package, 400 treated and 400 control. And we asked the schools that were eligible to implement the sessions in all classes in grades 7 and 8. So effectively, we have 2 cohorts. One cohort was where the year 8 students, grade 8 students in 2015, and then the second cohort is the ones in 1 year younger. So we did some sampling of these 800 schools in 3 regions in Peru, Lima, Ancash, and Junín, and roughly we sampled them so that Lima was equally powered as the other 2 regions, and then we randomly allocated treatment across these regions through 12 different strata. Now, so what was the timing of the intervention? So we have here the 2 cohorts. This is the older kids that they are in year 8 in 2015, so that they're here. And then we have the younger kids that were in year 7 in 2015. And so we asked the schools to implement the sessions in both of these classes. Now, all of these sessions took place in August and September. And then the data we use is the national test course that takes place in Peru annually, only for year 8 students. Right? So basically, we carry out the sessions August, September, and 2 months later, in November, these kids were tested for maths and reading comprehension. Now, obviously, because all we did really, and that's why it's so cheap, we just printed paper, put them in parcels, and we send them to the schools. So compliance inevitably is going to be low. I mean, we did it on purpose. So we didn't want to design something that you had to spend a lot of money. We wanted actually to do something very light touch and see what happens, right? But still, we were aware that compliance was going to be low, so we did some degree of verification. So we asked the schools, and this was done together with the Ministry of Education in Peru. We asked the schools that they had to take a picture and then send the picture back to us of the evidence that they had taken, that this session had taken place with the poster and the letters written. And so the pictures I show you, that's the ones we got back. Also, we called every single school to provide them a reminder that they had to carry out the sessions in August or September, and also to verify that actually this had been implemented. So we have information on the implementation through these phone calls. Now, in spite of our best efforts, compliance was not perfect. One part of the incompliance is that we couldn't find the schools. So we asked, we got the addresses from the ministry, but they didn't exist. So 60 schools we couldn't find, unfortunately. And then on top of that, of the 400 eligible schools, only 227 schools confirmed over the phone that at least one session took place. So they were meant to be as many sessions as classes there were in that year. And so 227 schools at least did one session. Was only 174 out of the 400 sent pictures of every single class that you have actually carried. So this is full compliance effectively for us, 174 out of 400. So actually quite low compliance. So you would be worried that actually, are you going to get something out of this? So I'm going to go a bit fast because I'm running out of time. So as I said, we rely on the national test course that are carried out annually for year 8 students, and it collects data on maths and reading tests as well as some other outcomes. So we do the estimation of the intent to treat, and then to correct for perfect incompliance, we apply IV methods. Okay, so what are the results? So we have here, these are individual level data, and this is school level data. And effectively, they give the same message, except that the treatment effects are just slightly larger for the schools. So what we find is that for maths, we have a 5% of a standard deviation at the ITT level. And then in Spanish, we don't have a significant effect. Right? And on the school level, these effects are larger in magnitude, but in terms of the significance are similar. So marginally significant for maths and no effect for Spanish. Now, this is the ITT across all schools. Now, this belies substantial degree of heterogeneity there, and in particular, regional heterogeneity. And so, remember, we were equally powered between Lima and non-Lima regions, and so we can split our sample. And what we find is that in Lima, there's absolutely no effect. So it's very precisely estimated, but it's zero, literally zero impact in Lima. Now, we don't quite know yet what this is. We know we have some ideas. But what we then find is that the non-Lima regions, that's where the effects are. Right? And not only now in math, but also we find that in Spanish reading comprehension, we find also significant effect. And this time the effects are larger. They're 10% of a standard deviation at the ITT level. So it hasn't been corrected for imperfect compliance. Now, this shows the distribution of performance between Lima regions and non-Lima regions. And so Lima, in general, schools are bigger, they're wealthier, they actually do better in scores, but they are a more chaotic environment. And so from the qualitative interviews we did, we visited some of these schools, we found that it was a lot harder environment in which this session could take place. So we believe that some of the story behind the no effect in Lima could be some kind of salience, or that the sessions didn't take place very well, or some kind of fidelity, possible problem. But we know it's just a theory. We can't really test it. Now, so this was what I was showing earlier, is test scores in maths and reading, but this can be also translated in grades. And so we find that there are improvement in grades. And so here, the way you read this is that, for example, in the control schools, 5.8% of students had the highest grade according to the test score of maths. And then the treatment schools had a higher percentage of the highest grade by 2.3%. So you sum them the two together, is approximately 8% of the students in the treatment schools had the highest mark. And that effect is significant. Now, and that happens across all the grades. But what is more interesting is that the biggest returns to the investment take place in the lower grades. So the benefits in terms of grade progression take place in among those students that seem to have lower abilities. And this is consistent with the broad literature from the US. Now, just to show you what happens when we do the move from the ITT to the local average treatment effect that corrects for imperfect compliance. So overall, all regions, we have an ITT of 5%, relatively low, and then when we correct for the bias, we get an ITT of 14%. So, not too small. But when we actually then look at non-Lima regions, so we know in Lima there's no effect, so all the other regions, when we compute the local average treatment effect, we have approximately 30% of a standard deviation. So relatively big. Now, you might be thinking now, okay, so what's happening here? There could be lots of things that have gone wrong, and there are biases. And so we tested for a number of possibilities. That there's some selection of who goes into the test. Maybe our sessions leaned on the teachers, so that they were more concerned about the testing that was going to take place, and so the selection of students was different. We find no evidence of that. Maybe there were more preparation for the test as a result of our sessions. We don't know why that would be, but it is a possibility. But we also find no effect, and actually we did a second RCT a year later to randomize the timing in which these sessions were taking place, and we find no relationship between the timing and the tests. Now, what other evidence do we have to convince you that this is a real effect that is taking place? Well, two more things. One is that we try to test mechanisms. We cannot do a very good job because we don't have very good data. We only have the data from the national test scores. But they collected some information about beliefs and performance of teachers. What we find is that the pupils increase the educational expectations. So as a result of our sessions, students say that they will achieve more years of education than those kids in the control schools. Now, we also have some evidence that teacher behavior is also changing in the direction you would expect. So they're behaving more in an encouraging and a more growth mindset way. Now, this, there are some evidence that some items are improved, others are not necessarily. So this is just suggestive that teacher behavior was also affected. Now, remember that we had two cohorts. And so what I was showing you, all the results I was showing you until now, it was based on a 2-month exposure. So we did the sessions in August, and then 2 months later they were tested. So very short term. Now here, when we look at the longer term, so we're looking at a different cohort, but that was exposed for 14 months. Now, within those 14 months, we again did a second randomization, which is that for those treated, half of them, we gave them a reinforcement. For the other half, we didn't give them a reinforcement. The idea was to see whether there was some degree of dissipation. And so what we find is that, so this is our original estimate for the 2-month cohort. Now for the 14-month cohort, we see that there is hardly any dissipation. But moreover, this is the impact of the reinforcement. There is no impact of reinforcement. So it doesn't really matter whether you reinforce it or not. One single session of 1.5 hours 14 months ago does as well as 2 sessions, right, over the last same period. And so overall, we find that when we correct for compliance, that's when we get our headline number, approximately 30% of a standard deviation. But moreover, not only in math, but also in reading comprehension. Now, also something interesting about reading is that our 2-month results are smaller than our 14-month results. So in reading, it seems that there's a catch. So it takes time for reading to improve. And so the 14-month exposure, we have a higher return on growth mindset than only the 2-month exposure. So just here a summary, but the question is, what else is there? Well, you might be concerned that, okay, what about Lima? What happened there? Okay, so we need to replicate this. And so that's exactly what we're doing. This was in 2015. In 2016, we went to 6 different regions, new regions, and we reached 180,000 students in 2016 in Peru. And so we only got the data 2 months ago, and we are crunching that data. But also globally, we want to bring this to other places because we build it in such a way that can be so easily scalable. Then we've contacted other ministries to bring this type of tool somewhere else. And so we are now introducing it also in Indonesia, and then we're talking with other governments in India as well as South Africa. Now, of course, the question is, what is the mechanism of this, right? And so we know that the students potentially are changing their growth mindset, but we haven't measured it. So that's the problem. We only have test scores, but we don't know whether actually the growth mindset was changed. All we see is that there is some aspiration, which is also quite indicative. So they are changing the aspirations or the expectations about education. But still, we can't quite really pinpoint what is the mechanism because it's also teachers that are being changed. So teachers are exposed to these new concepts. Maybe they're teaching in a different way, but also this is a system. And we are in a systemic conference. So this is a system. There's feedbacks between how the people see themselves, how they behave, and therefore how teachers see their own students and how they behave to each other. So there are these feedback loops that are taking place. And so what we want to do is, first of all, we want to test more of these mechanisms, but what we're trying to do now and try to do next year in Peru is to have a 2x2 intervention whereby we do the same package of a pupil-targeted intervention together with a teacher training around growth mindset. And so we hope that these 2 combinations, that's when we might gain the biggest returns. Now, finally, there's one concern that I haven't spoken about, and that's the issue of literacy. And so everything that we did was paper-based and reading-based. So if there is a problem of reading comprehension in the first place, that's going to be a barrier for many students. And so we are trying to innovate in the modality in which we deliver these concepts. And so in Peru last year, we introduced video sessions. So we developed some videos, and we showed these videos to the kids instead of reading the text. And in Indonesia, we're introducing now a comic-based delivery of the same concepts to try to break that barrier of reading comprehension. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me now? Thanks very much. I think those are 2 really fascinating discussions of really crucial issues. And I see it almost as like what school systems can do to improve the interface with students' characteristics. We focus on the delivery side, what teachers are doing, but if we adapt the schooling paradigms to the languages of the mother tongue languages of the students, or work with them to improve their own receptivity and ability to benefit from schooling through their socio-emotional skills, it could be hugely productive as part of a systemic approach to try to raise learning outcomes. I think there's a whole set of really fascinating issues around language of instruction that Yared's presentation didn't get into, like how do you organize the whole delivery of 25 different languages, recruiting teachers who have capacity in those languages, getting them deployed, managing their careers, working with students, as you say, that might change from one region to another.
But it seems from your research that it's being handled in Ethiopia in an effective way. So I think there's a lot for other countries to learn probably from what Ethiopia is doing. And Ingo, I think it's fascinating, the work. Is there any outside group working with you on these materials or to fund this?
So we're working with Renos Makis from the World Bank.
Uh-huh.
But also there's...
But Carol Dweck's team or anything?
So we haven't worked directly with Carol Dweck, but we've collaborated with other people that are involved in this kind of thing.
Okay. But it sounds, it's I think the first such effort I've heard of in a developing country, and the scale you've already achieved is really interesting, and looking at adapting the modalities, very exciting work too. So I want to take a few minutes late on a Friday afternoon. It's my fate to be the first speaker when everyone's half asleep, and now the last speaker when everyone's itching to go. But just to, and also I hope everyone remembers Julie and Svetlana's excellent presentations from the last session, because what we have to say about the research we've been doing in Brazil is very, very directly related to those. I think I need the clicker. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. So many of you have seen this already. Starting in 2009 with colleagues in the Latin America region at the World Bank, we started standardized observations of representative samples of teachers in 6 different countries. And Claudia Costin actually was the first secretary to invite us to do this stuff in her schools. And what we found is that compared to a good practice estimate of time on task with a well-prepared teacher of using 85% of class time for instruction, no country in Latin America achieved more than 65% of time on instruction, which means literally like the equivalent of 1 potential day of learning per week, schooling per week, not being utilized. And what were they doing instead? Much more time on administrative processes and about 10% of time not in the classroom. So even when the teachers were teaching, the entire class is tuned in to the teacher only about less than half of the time that the teacher's teaching. The method really does a head count at 10 different moments during the class to count how many kids are visibly slumped over, looking out the window, texting, and really clearly not engaged with what the teacher's doing. And what's striking in so many countries in Latin America is that there'll be a class where literally half the class is really visibly tuned out, and the teachers don't pay any attention to that. They don't feel that it's their responsibility to engage the students. It's kind of what Nancy Birdsall was saying yesterday. They assume and they send the message to the kids that they're not going to learn, and it's it's okay for them to be not learning. But 2 of the biggest findings and most surprising findings was the variation across schools in the average time on task, and the variation within schools. Consistently at every point in the distribution, schools at every point in the distribution of the average, you saw things like, the highest classroom in that school had a teacher using 90% of time for instruction, and the lowest classroom, 44% of time on instruction. This is Brazil. A relatively good performing school has 1 classroom using 40% of time. A relatively poor performing school has a classroom where a teacher is using 80% of time on instruction. And this was parallel to the student engagement numbers and the use of more active pedagogies, questioning students and stuff. So once you see that as in every school, there's some teachers that are doing an excellent job, have great practice. And there's really 2 big implications of that for us. One is that the career path has to be adapted so that the better performers are identified and rewarded, and the worst performers got eased out of the system. And that is, to answer Lance, that is the direction that the reforms in Latin America are going in. I think Pablo was saying that as many as 10 or 20% of the lowest performing teachers in Ecuador were basically eased out through their retirement incentives after the reforms of 2007. So it is possible. It's not easy, But the big shift in the legislation is to start individual performance evaluation. And it says in the statutes that if you have 2 consecutive poor performance evaluations, you will be dismissed. But on the more positive side, there's clearly scope to do more to leverage the skills of the teachers, with the best teachers within the school. And this is very analogous to what you see in high-performing systems, a lot of time for collaborative work. Japanese lesson study has always been a model for how the teachers really work together to make sure that their practice, the practice of everyone of all the teachers, really incorporates the best ideas and the best materials and the best approaches. So the big question in countries in Latin America where teachers do not expect to work together and do not expect to be observed is how do you build a culture of professional interaction? And something that Claudia was trying to do was something called the Gimnasio Carioca Experimental, where they made time in the school week for teachers to work together. This is a team doing that. And in Ceará, we started working with we were asked by the Secretary of Education to develop a feedback and coaching program. The impetus is, and this is research that I've been doing with Leandro Costa from the Brazil Department of the World Bank and Nina Cunha, grad student at Stanford. It started with the classroom observations and the fact that we have never actually given individual schools and teachers results of these classroom observations. So the first idea was, well, what if we showed them these differences in the way teachers are performing within their school? And what if we showed them that the way their school compares to other schools in their district and other states? So we did a round of observations in close to 300 secondary schools. And we gave them the following March, at the end of the 2014 school year. And at the beginning of the next school year, we gave them this information shock, a bulletin with some details on their results. These are the bulletins. We tried to put it in a simple kind of clock framework about how much time they were using or losing, and what kind of, how much time off task. And then classroom by classroom, 10 a.m. Portuguese, 60% of time on instruction, 3 p.m. Math, 10% of time on instruction. And what we heard in a focus group meeting when we presented these results about 7 or 8 months ago in Ceará was that this stuff was a shock, was a bombshell when they started, even though part of our deal, like Svetlana's, was that teachers were completely anonymous. They were not identified by name. No one would know. We didn't collect any other variables about them, which is also kind of unfortunate from the research side. But they said that they could figure out who was who. And that people really did, it really did register with people, and it really did, was a kick in the pants for some people. So what we did was, half the schools got the information shock. They also got this Teach Like a Champion book, which the Lehman Foundation had translated into Portuguese. And then we were offered them a coaching program where coaches would work with their school, with the pedagogical coordinator of their school, to upload videos of teacher practice, discuss those with the coordinator, give them suggestions about how to use some of the Lemov techniques to improve student engagement, to use time more efficiently. And they had 1 hour sessions with the coaches via Skype every 2 weeks. And then there were 4 face-to-face one-day sessions. And the 136 control schools received no feedback or no coaching. And then a year later, we repeated the Stallings observations. So the use of time in the schools was pretty well balanced at baseline, and this was the coaching content. So what was the result? A year later, teachers in the treatment schools increased time on instruction from 70 to 76% of time, 0.27 standard deviation, and they did it by bringing up the bottom performers within the school. And within the use of within the instructional time, one of the categories that got the biggest increase was question and answer. However, there was also an increase in copying. So Our hypothesis that teachers might start doing more, but they're not sure exactly how to most productively use extra time. Because they did cut down management activities, and they did cut down time off task. And students were more engaged because we found less time with a large group of students off task, but we did not find a big improvement in teachers' ability to keep the entire class engaged in what they were teaching. So there's really a big challenge there in getting teachers to believe that there are ways to reach all of the students with their material, and that their presentations and their techniques really have to employ diverse enough strategies to get to all students. This is the program impacts with the full sample. And then in the subsample where we were pretty sure we were seeing the same teacher each time, the impacts were considerably higher. But the important thing is, so we saw some changes in teacher practice in the treatment schools. I mean, it could be completely Hawthorne effects, and it could be completely the fact that they had been exposed to what good practice was supposed to be. So if they see someone come in, sit in the back of the room, start watching them again, they will know they have to do less administration and more active teaching. But they couldn't, it's implausible to think that that could cause, that change on that one day could raise test scores. And we found that there were improvements in test scores on both the state test in math and Portuguese and the end of high school national test. And what was interesting is where in the 30% of schools where the coordinators at the school level showed the highest mastery of the Lemov book and techniques and the content of the coaching program, the test score improvements are really significant. 0.13 to 0.23 standard deviation in math and Portuguese on the state test, and around that 0.15 standard deviations on the national high school leaving exam. Now, Dave would say, let's put that in years of schooling. I would say probably about half a year of schooling for each of those values. So the point is, there is, I think, Lance's comment that teacher training doesn't do anything is not accurate, because there are ways. So what did you say? You said these guys are untrainable. They don't learn, and we get.
Might be a fraction of the teachers.
Yeah.
I never made any statement like that about averages.
Okay, but I think that what blew us away about these results is the variation within schools being so consistent. And it is very consistent with the value-added, classroom level data on teacher value-added. I'm not saying that these are the same phenomena, but it does show that and it's also very consistent with the fact that it's hard to screen for these qualities ex ante. But if you can observe teachers in the classroom and identify these differences and act on these differences and raise the performance of the lower performing teachers and the school averages, it's a very promising strategy. It was relatively cheap because the coaching was via Skype. The cost per student was $2.40. And if you compare it to, estimating what the cost would be to try to get a 1 standard deviation improvement in learning, depending on which the ITT results or the results for the top 30% of teachers are really extremely cost effective compared to the range of education programs evaluated by JPAL. And if you look at the rigorously evaluated teacher training programs, which, as Dave said earlier, is really a pathetically small set, this program also compares very favorably in cost effectiveness there. But I think that this teacher training is one area where it's extremely easy to implement innovative programs in a randomized trial, and appropriate to do so, to build up evidence on how effective these programs are. Not every program perhaps, but something that seems particularly innovative. And if we really start doing that systematically and getting cost data systematically, we could do a lot better job of having an evidence base on this. So classroom observation and feedback and coaching can change teacher practice and raise student learning in a single year. And building the capacity of school-level pedagogical coordinators in a context like Brazil, where these people are already paid for and basically don't have much capacity to provide much productive help to the teachers, can be very cost-effective. But the key question is, what happens after a year of exposure to this program? Does it, I'm reminded, Tom Kane always shows a picture of a scale and says, it's very hard to change adult behavior. But one positive hypothesis is that as teachers use these new practices and see, hey, wait, the kids really are more engaged and this is kind of fun, and our results went up, they could become internalized and stronger with practice and even better. Or they could be completely washed out and forget about it, and it could have felt too hard, too much effort, and slide back to what they were doing before. We would love to have had the money to do another round of follow-ups, but I think this is the kind of thing that we need to make sure that future research tackles. Okay, thanks very much. So, Lant, are you going to come here and put everything into a grand synthesis?
I'm happy to.
Okay.
Okay, great. I was wondering if you were going to do Q&A, but we're not doing
Well, sorry, I don't want to shortchange the...
It is 5:25, so let's...
Maybe to be fair to
I think let's living up our commitment of allowing them to take questions and our commitment to end at 5:30. I think, unfortunately, we'll stick to our commitment to end at 5:30. I want to say just two things in hopefully 4 minutes or less. First, whenever you've been to a movie, at the end of the movie, you say, damn, it takes a lot of people to make a movie. The credits are very long. I think for a very successful conference like this 2-day conference, the credits are very long. There are very, very many people at OPM, at CGD that have worked very hard to provide the environment, choose the papers, invite the people, arrange everything, and we'd like to acknowledge them. Please stand up. If you've been helping out, Denitsa, come on, stand up. So, thank you very much. Really, without that kind of work, without the key grip, there isn't a movie. It doesn't matter if there's a director or anything else. So, and we appreciate all that. I think it's been a fantastic 2 days. The second thing is we really do see the RISE project as the culmination of a vision that has existed for a long time. In 1948, in the aftermath of World War II, people got together and said, what can international cooperation do to make the future better? And one of the outcomes of that was an International Declaration of Human Rights. And in that International Declaration of Human Rights, one of the commitments that the world made to itself was education for every child. I think that vision has had a lot of success in creating the conditions in which every country around the world really felt obligated, and part of a vision of putting every kid in school. Now around the world, just unbelievable shifts in the time that people spend in a formal schooling setting. And now the next phase of that is let's make sure that that time of the children, of the parents, the sacrifices that are being made in order to put their children in school are fulfilled with delivering on the true promise, which was never really universal schooling. It was always a commitment to universal education, by which the goal was that every child would emerge into their adulthood adequately equipped to face the challenges they face as citizens, the challenges they face as parents, the challenges they face in the workforce. And that's the goal. I think having accomplished getting kids and creating the physical infrastructure and the participation. Now the next goal that RISE is trying to say is, why can't every country in the world actually achieve the goal of a universal education in which children are equipped with the competency, skills, and abilities they need to make a success of their adult lives? That's the very difficult and demanding process we're on. We see various bits and pieces of, researches into, effects of causes, but we're also deeply concerned of what are the causes of effects. We see countries in the world with PISA equivalent or international equivalent levels of 200, 300, 400, 500. We see countries that are similarly situated with just dramatically different outcomes. Justin and I just finished a paper in which we examine adult women literacy, and it ranges of women that have completed 6 years of schooling. That outcome ranges from 3% able to read to 97% read, even among African countries. So there is something deep and important going on, such that there's reasons for concern, there's reasons to call this a crisis, but there's reasons for optimism, because we see countries that are similarly situated able to achieve just incredibly higher results within countries, subsystems within countries and across countries, that give reason to hope that we can, in fact, be part of fulfilling the promise of universal education. So thank you for coming. Thank you for being part of this. Thanks.